Thank you. Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Done?
Done.
There we go.
Right?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
I'm tired.
Me too.
So, what'd you think? On to the next night? Let's go. Come on.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the dice. Can you feel it? Read the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the ties. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
And welcome to the LEC Week 2 Day 1 live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. As we see SK Gaming and cosplay the BDS ready to take on the fight here in the... I love Nuke's attitude, honestly. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Shaco mid
Shaco
when.
impression.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, we saw Shaco in the LCS, why not here? I'm Laure, and I will be joined by the return of Broxa and Dagdaddy. I said it, you know I will. How are you doing, guys?
We're going down.
I'm good now. I mean, look, it's weird to be back on the AD. I mean, 2 weeks in a row now I've been here with you guys. It's been fun. Yeah.
Happy to be back as well.
Happy
It's
to
going to
be
be an
back.
exciting day, I hope.
I hope. I mean, it was an exciting week 1. Let's recap a bit what happened here, because guys, any upsets, any surprises when you look at the standings as they look now, I do feel like G2 Esports at the top and Rogue at the bottom may have been what people expected, but what's about the rest?
Well, I'm surprised that Kamen Corp is 1-2, not based off of what we saw in Window, but based off of how well they actually played last week. I think they might as well have been 3-0. They had some good games overall.
I think it's also amazing to see Team Vitality up there. I mean, they had a really good start to day 1 and day 2, where they were able to get a ton of early aggression, but there was a little bit of the smolder abusing going on, so I don't know how much I can really take that under wraps, you know?
So teams, we saw how they performed, but something else took over in the LEC last week. I feel something cute-shaped but deadly in form, as we have a new dragon on the Rift, guys. Smolder is here. Smolder took the LEC. I feel it was one of the most champions, the most big champions that we had, and the one with the highest success rate. Broxa, what's up?
Oh!
Oh.
What are they kidding me? This is an emergency.
Oh.
I can't take it anymore.
Okay.
Like, why? Just why? I'm so tired of this champion. I see it in solo queue every game. Now I come here. I think I can finally appease. We'll put this up here.
I
just want to
didn't
go home.
think it was that
No, but
bad.
look at the week 1 clips. Just look. How is
Okay.
this balanced? Who is going around saying AD carry is a weak role? It is so broken. I'm so done. Like, I can't. Just look at it. Look at it, Doctor. How is this reasonable?
I mean, it's absolutely disgusting, I'm not going to lie. The fact you get this much AoE in a team fight, and you get an execute, and you get an ult that just lets you push waves 24/7 from mid lane, so no one can get a mid lane tower to save their lives, is absolutely disgusting. I'm so fed up with this champ, and it's only week 2.
But I thought people liked Smolder. I mean, we even saw some teams lose with Smolder. What do we think about those teams?
It's impressive. It's a miracle.
impressive.
Honestly, it's a
All
Christmas
right.
miracle when you're able to lose with this champion.
When you look at this champion and you see the amount of damage that he deals, how it scales, what is problematic with it, Broxa? What is the biggest issue with Smolder?
Everything, like pretty much everything. Like I
Champion design
I just
issue.
don't understand. Like in pro play especially, it takes 20 minutes for you to get to 225 stacks.
Okay.
It's literally a Kale or a Kassadin on absolute steroids. All you have to do is go even, survive 20 minutes, and then Smolder, this disgusting creature, is just so obnoxious. It's unreal.
We have solutions, though.
Do we?
Do we? But I'm asking you. There's
It's vanished.
there's
Just
a
get rid
hot
of it.
fix.
Install it. Get rid of it. I don't want to see
There's a
this in my
hot fix
game anymore. It's
coming
disgusting.
this week. Do we think it's gonna be enough? That doesn't seem to.
No, I don't think so. I mean,
Okay.
look, the E is okay, cool, we'll add a little bit of problems, but as you say, the Q gives so much AoE. Yes, the Mom nerf is a little bit of an issue or help, but you're still going to be able to clear waves 24/7 as soon as you get to like 20 minutes into the game. Makes it impossible to take towers. He just gets to scale infinitely. It's such a disgustingly broken champion.
It feels like there's no answer here because usually you can nerf some champions, they're going to be more viable, more balanced, but we saw in the LCK, for instance, they were playing Senna against Mordor, they were playing Varus against Mordor. We even saw G2 try Kog'Maw, which I think is a good alternative. Proxa, anything we think is doable against this champion this week?
I'm gonna tell you what to do.
Okay.
Ban it! Ban the champion!
Get rid of it!
Ban this champion right now!
Out of here!
Okay.
Not gonna happen. They cannot play against it. They're just gonna win. Just
so
get rid
sick of it.
Production can get rid of this Molder, please. We have a really aggressive response from the casters.
So dumb.
Moving on. Onto some positives, maybe. Let's talk about KC. You guys said a glimpse of hope, as we saw last week. More aggression, but maybe did not translate into the result we thought they would have, Proxa.
I think Bo has seen a lot of smolders on the screen. He's so aggressive, it's crazy. Like, he has so much anger to get out of his system. He's just going at it decisive plays constantly. And I really love the fact that everybody on his team is just following him confidently. They are really on the same page. They're playing so smart. I think they just gotta find the stop button a bit, tone it down a little bit, find the balance, and they can be a really good team.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's been really cool to see how Bo is able to find these like small timing windows that he can punish, especially when you look at like, how do you want to try and play around an objective like Dragon or avoid grubs and working to get Targamas into position there. But it definitely feels like once you get past the 15-20 minute mark, they really do struggle to figure out how they want to play the game. When Bo is less of decisiveness and it kind of becomes more of like, hey, how do we push side waves, or where is Targamas positioned? And sometimes those individual mistakes come back to bite them.
I do think it makes sense though that they would struggle in mid game because they didn't find success in Winter, and usually things that are going to learn how to work together are going to have issues in mid game because again they have not been used to winning. So from what we saw in Winter from KC to what they showed last week, do you think they had reasons to stick together and to work on the bases they had, Proxa?
I think so, because if you can play this dominant and confident in the early game, and if they can keep playing in the same way, it's going to be pretty easy for them to fix their mid-game problems, I believe. Like, sure, if you lose every early game, it's pretty hard to get to the point of practicing mid-game. But now, once they start gelling for real, I'm sure they're going to be fine.
They have a good test coming out today and this week in general. Let's take a look at Heretics though, because I was talking about stability. Heretics, on the other hand, try to do some roster changes, 2 new players to the lineup. When you're going to get a player like Trimby, Dagda, what do you expect, and did he deliver so far?
I think Trimby is bringing what Trimby does best to Heretics, which is, hey, I'm going to start to open up the map a lot more. I'm going to roam a lot more than, say, what Kaiser did before. I'm going to try and link with Jankos in the early stages. I think he's been doing that relatively well. And then we bring what he brought to Rogue, what he brought to Fnatic, which is, I'm going to heavily overload a side lane and make this play work. But I do think there are some things that are lacking with Trimby as well.
I think this is a perfect example, by the way. Like, Flagget is monster strong, playing Smolder. Trimby just instantly engages. Flagget burns everything to try to follow him, gets caught out, and it doesn't work. But here, it's another example of how it's actually paying off. Wonder TPs instantly the moment Trimby engages. And before Oscarinin can even finish his TP on Renekton, the fight is pretty much over. So we saw a moment where it didn't go so well, where Trimby was over eager and went too far, not taking Flagget into consideration. But here an example of where they're actually on the same page and where it works out really nicely. And I think even throughout the first week, if you compare Trimby in the first game to the third game, he looked like an entirely different player. And I think part of that is just getting on the same page with his team.
Yeah, and you can see that trust that's being built, right? Because like one of the things that I think has always been the strong point of a Trimby team is, hey, we're going to push out mid, we're going to push out bot, and then we're just going to shift entirely across the map. So we can catch someone who's pushing out on top side, or even reverse and catch someone who's pushing on bot. And I think this is something that Trimby does exceptionally well. And you can see that that has become more and more of the kind of playbook that we get to see from Heretics in that mid to late game scenario.
I do think it makes sense to let them, I don't know, find their groove with these new players, but there's only 3 weeks. We're going to be halfway through regular season by the end of this week. Do we think that they're progressing fast enough?
I think so. I think they're starting to get it together. I think the team fighting will be a little bit more of an issue, but I think if you can still go for these plays where you kind of bypass that team fight through picks, I think it can work out well.
I think the biggest challenge for them is going to be to allow Flagget and the newcomer Sviru to have a voice, because the way they play team fights, you can see from the outside that everybody's just trying to follow Jankos and Trimby, but sometimes if the AD carry's position is not taken into consideration, it doesn't matter that Flagget is getting fed every game if he can't follow or if he gets immediately flanked by the enemy, frontliners. You have to play around him. You set him up for success. You play the game in mid and late the way he wants, and I think you'll win
But
a
he
lot
got
of games.
Smolder, so.
Yeah.
We don't talk about this. We said Van Smolder. Hopefully we don't see the champion more today. We'll see. They have a big task facing off against G2 later today. But before that, game 1, SK BDS. And before we jump into the action of game 1, Ginny sat down with Exakick. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Laure. Welcome, guys. We're joined with Exakick from SK. Thank you for taking the time to join us here for the interview ahead of your matchup against BDS. So we're talking on the desk, a couple of points that we're just exploring. But first of all, I want to ask you about your week 1, your performance individually, how you're feeling coming into week 2 as well.
I think my first game was pretty bad, individually at least. It was against MDK, right? I think my tempo usage, blah, blah, my recalls were really, really bad. So I think they had a pretty free game, I think, against us. And then I think we all stepped up against, was Giantex, I think. Even though it was still a bit like scared gameplay, I'd say. So then we went 1-1, and I think like the third game versus Vitality, they gave us a pretty like aggressive draft, I'd say, and they had like 3 scaling lanes and like Poppy into the Kalista, and I think we snowballed pretty well. I think that was like the best game we ever played, even like counting streams. So I think the coaches were pretty happy this time. And now leading into BDS, I think I'm pretty confident in my abilities to play well individually, and I think as a team we kind of found ourselves during this week of practice. So yeah, I'm pretty confident.
It's actually interesting that you bring up your game against BDS and how you performed week 1 and potentially warming up into that. Because when we were looking at BDS particularly, it felt like that week 1, it wasn't the BDS that we're necessarily used to seeing. Does that make you feel more comfortable as well coming into this?
Not particularly, because I think they have very good coaching staff. I think they got probably flamed after this weekend, and I think they probably put in the hours during practice. So I wouldn't take them like as an easy opponent. I think they are still very good players. I think their ice is very good individually. So I'm just very excited to see how they perform against us.
Okay, so you gotta stay calm and confident at the same time. But looking as well at your performance as at SK in general, a lot of talk in terms of doing well in Winter Split and in Spring Split potentially not doing so well. So talk us through that. Do you still think that's the case? Do you think this year, you know, new year, new SK?
Yeah, I mean, I know, I kind of noticed as well that it's probably a tendency that I have as well, more than just SK. Like I perform decently during the first weeks, not especially summer, but like for example week 1 I play decently, and then I play probably worse. I don't think it's like slacking or something. I just think I should just try to not get too confident, and I stick to the basics and like still use my brain to play the game. So yeah, I hope that this decent week 1 that we had will not lead us to play too cocky in the week 2 and 3. I think that's the most important right now.
You're talking about using your brain to play the game. How do you feel about Smolder? Do you feel like that requires brain cells or just counting to 225?
I think the champ is strong if the enemy team is not punishing you. I don't think the champ is particularly strong in lane. I think it's pretty useless, to be honest. I mean, you're ADC, so you probably know as well. Like,
yeah.
It doesn't have much agency, I think, unless you're a better player than the enemy ADC, or if enemy team doesn't punish you. But I think once it reaches the 225, and it's not like too late or you're not too behind, I think it's like the team fights 5v5 front to back are gonna be very hard. So I think it's like weak champ in early, and I mean, if you pilot it well, it can look strong, but I don't think it's like that OP. And also, I think on this week, we play on Hotfix Smolder with the ultimate. So I think, like, for example, I'm thinking about the G2 versus KC game where Hans was perma-ulting mid-waves, like when there is a threat. I think they gave like 30 seconds more, 20, I don't remember, to the Smolder ult on first rank. So I think this capacity of just like misfortune ultimate a wave is going to be way weaker. So yeah, I'm excited to see how it is.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your insight. I appreciate it. And bon chance in your game later today.
Merci.
And let's throw it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Janiro and X-Kick. Yeah, Smolder nerfs coming in. You heard from the analyst desk earlier that they don't believe that it'll be sufficient. We have no emergency Smolder button. But I'm Dracos, that's Aragon. The emergency smolder button is that we hope, as highlighted there, that the ultimate cooldown is enough that people can finally punish this champion. Or the ban button. Teams, if you want to, you know, give us.
A little bit worried. Seemingly a little bit confident in the fact that they can maybe win the early game against Smolder, so a little bit left open.
That's, yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, we understand conceptually that it is possible to, you know, hit hard and fast enough that Smolder never gets the time to scale and you can win a game. But it's like, historically, if you're not feeling 100% in that game plan, maybe you could ban it and you could just outscale them, which, you know, I don't like. I like teams that are willing to push the envelope a little bit, but SK last split pushed the envelope a lot. You know, they were busting out the Lucian. Nami, they were really trying to be a team that could snowball, that could dominate. Didn't always work out for them, but here as we enter picks and bans, you can already see the Smolder has been taken away. Round of applause from Berlin. You love to see it. Gone is the little dragon.
Yeah, Senna's still open. Senna Nautilus still a priority pairing. I really like this Nico pickup from Niski. I think he's been fantastic on it. And there's a lot you can do with Isma. Specifically though, I want to highlight his rel is gone, right? This was a pick that he just looks phenomenal on when he has priority lanes. He can get pushing lanes and then do whatever he likes, dive bot, dive top. He did it last time against Vitality and he looked really good.
Definitely did. Seeing though, of course, in this pick and ban, if BDS kind of adjusts their strategy at all last week. They looked a little bit lost. You heard from Exakick, you know, he's still scared. He still thinks they're a real threat. I want to see what else they can bring to the table. I think you're in the same boat. And we wanted to know, are they gonna push forward? Are they gonna try anything crazy, or will they go back to potentially old ways of BDS, which was a lot of scaling in front to back, and that's an Aphelios.
I'm seeing it a little bit, yeah, like the front to back is coming a little bit back. We saw them attempt, right, with Nuke on Ari, with Talia, to try and play this kind of global meta that we're seeing, which is, you know, these pairings, Ari, Lee Sin, etc. I wonder if they just run it back, right? Oriana's gone, Azir's off the table as well. So maybe we see a bit of front to back for BDS.
Definitely possible. I think if you're BDS, though, you're concerned just a little bit about the power of the mid-jungle duo that SK Gaming have put together thus far. Nico is...
That's a taunt.
Could be a flex, could also be a taunt, and he has been seeing some play internationally.
Yeah.
Or are we handshaking on front to back? Is it just time?
It's time.
80 carries. We've returned scaling. All right, Zeri's at least a little bit different. I feel like Jinx Aphelios more or less serve the same purpose in a team comp. So I'm glad there's at least a little bit of a mix up with Zeri, which is glad to see Zeri is a weird thing to say, but it is the Smolder era.
So we're already seeing the building blocks of a dive composition for SK. You can also play Peel with the Nico, but in general, what we're probably going to pair this off with is going forward with the Nico, Zeri can dash forward over the wall as well to follow up on any kind of engage, and then it's a matter of peeling for BDS, and already the Jax flex coming out, also a really good answer into Xin jungle.
Jack's a champion that I think we've seen pretty unsuccessful in Winter. I feel like teams kind of got turned off to it. Irrelevant had one crazy game. The rest of the time was kind of perma-banned against him. So it's nice that BDS have gotten this champion themselves, taken away from him. But I want to see how they can leverage the power of this pick overall. I think there were a few opportunities we've seen in other drafts to pick Jax. Most teams have steered away from it. BDS maybe putting the Jax onto the top side of the map as they have already banned away the Renekton. But as we discussed earlier, Renekton's still just a great pick for Irrelevant, regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're probably going to ban away junglers here if you're SK. Although it could be Jax jungle. So that's the thing, right? This is where scouting comes in. Does Adam play Jax? In the past, he has. And you've started banning away counters to the Jax in the Renekton. So maybe we see some other Irrelevant target bans. I think something like Rumble could be really good into the Jax, but I'm not sure if Irrelevant plays it. Regardless, though, could see another top lane ban.
Debating here on this final ban. A lot being put towards the top side of the map. Of course, when we look at these teams, it's easy to get caught up in a number of different potential matchups, but I think both top laners, often the star of their respective lineups, Irrelevant having a fantastic winter split despite the struggles of SK, and Adam, Gods, Olaf, whatever you want to say. Yes, he did have a rough week one, especially against Photon, but still a guy who you always have to watch. Whether or not you like what he's doing, he demands a certain amount of attention.
A lot of flexes coming in for BDS, right? We've seen Adam play Calm, we've seen him play Jax in the past. So I imagine it's still going to be R5 Adam and leaving the counter pick for him and watching what Irrelevant has to blind pick. A lot of his blind picks off the table now. The Renekton is gone. That's something he shined on last week. So it's really up to Irrelevant what he has in store for us. Something like Rumble could be great for the dive composition as the Thresh.
Thresh is an interesting option here. One thing I will say is, in eras past, Thresh Aphelios was such a fantastic combination because it just gave the Aphelios an extra summoner spell. You talked about it earlier. A lot of dive on the first 3 picks we're seeing from SK. How do BDS want to deal with that? Flay, obviously a great option. The Lantern, a great option. The downside is people were already blind picking Nautilus, and now you're going to give him a matchup that he's happy to have. That's a great situation for SK.
So Thresh, preemptively taken away, denies any kind of Lulu pick in advance, and so what you do instead is you pick away the Nautilus. The Nautilus is a really good matchup in terms of the 3v3. Into the Thresh, you just turn onto the Thresh and you blow him up. And in terms of the support versus support matchup, it depends on the AD carries, right? So Aphelios had a little bit more firepower early, probably going to win out on the 2v2. But what Thresh brings is that escape potential, right, for the Aphelios. A lot of good peel, as well as some potential bot lane gank setup.
Yeah, nothing better in the world than the Lantern behind you, Flash Flay, Season 3 classic. But here we go. If at first you do not succeed, try again. The last Olaf game, not even bittersweet, just bitter for Adam, as he was obliterated in the context of the 1v1 laning matchup against Photon's Rumble. This time he will get to try his hand up against Irrelevant on the Jace.
Yeah. So top lane, a little bit volatile. Bot lane has potential for 3v3s with the Lantern setup. You have mid, who is consistently contesting priority so that the Jax can potentially fight the Xin Zhao in isolation. I think this map is going to be quite wild. It could be action everywhere.
I'm ready for it to be incredibly explosive. I wanted to talk about mid lane, but now it's Karma versus Nico. I feel like top side of the map is going to slap, but these guys are both just facilitators for much more interesting champs. We'll see how the bot side of the map scales up. A moments away from our first game of the day. BDS, can they turn around a rough week 1? Fire back against SK, or will SK continue their march up the standings? It's time to find out. We get into our first game. And right off the bat, the Thunderdome being constructed on the top side of the map. 5 players roaming in. BDS, I'm not sure if they spotted that ward. I think they did, as pings are still coming down.
So you'll see this pretty often in range versus melee matchups, especially matchups where you have to take control of the bushes, because it's incredibly important that Irrelevant still has his ward later on, so they can use it, potentially avoid ganks, as well as keep warding topside. The reason you need this is that you need to auto-attack the champion and then head back in a bush to de-aggro. So bush control, incredibly important in these kind of range versus melee volatile matchups.
Yeah. And we know the Olaf can't be is going to be volatile early on as the fist bump comes through.
Yep.
Make sure. I don't know where you're binding it if you're at home, but push you. I've seen a lot of people leave people hanging. Dagda and Medic. I did the same to them, to be fair. You miss it in moments like that. Yeah, but I think really, is top lane the sole focus for us? Like when we look at the map, there's, I think, 2 very active or potentially very active early junglers, as you can see SK go for the leash here. But where actually has to be the focus point?
My eyes are on Sheo and what he does early, because he has priority from the Karma in theory, which can then transition into ganks topside. Now the big thing is, as always, when you have a TP-less top laner in Adam with the Ghost, if he gets chunked, if he dies at all, he can't TP himself back top lane to bail himself out and catch that wave. So any kind of gank topside, even from potential jungle roams like the Nautilus from DOS, whatever hits that lane really sticks. Yeah. So my eyes are on Sheo as well as topside.
I think totally fair to call it topside. Again, the last time we saw the Olaf, it was, I think, Flash Ignite versus Flash Ghost. So it was a situation where both players were kind of gambling in the same capacity, both focusing on more combat potential. Irrelevant doesn't have another combat sum, but does have that kind of get-out-of-jail-free card of the TP if he takes a bad trade. See how aggressive he actually wants to get in this lane. As for now, it's quiet farming. Checking into the bottom side of the map, early pressure, currently in favor of the side of SK. And I will say in mid lane, I want to see what Nuke can get done on this Karma, because we've seen him on the kind of the scaling control mage carry options. We've seen him struggle a little bit with more roaming champions, and Karma a bit more of a facilitator in a lot of ways as we get later.
Check this out.
Stun coming in, Irrelevant. Gate is there, knockback is there, trying desperately to hold onto that flash. Isma waiting over the wall. The play fizzles.
Just misses every axe, right? The second they don't connect, the phase rush, he just gets out of there. Irrelevant survives.
I mean, stone cold. I know so many players who would have immediately flashed, me amongst them. You just assume that you're dead to rights, but very patient, knows the early damage isn't there, and now Isma walking into lane. Sheo fighting for a bit of vision.
Adam has no ghost, so if he gets on him, slow gonna miss from Irrelevant's hammer, but just gonna walk in the wave, and it's incredibly important he does. He can secure any kind of reset on with Tyr. But that ward, not going to spoil the invade.
Blue buff.
So at the cost of covering topside and crashing the wave, Isma loses the blue buff.
Good heads-up performance there from Sheo. Yeah, moves to the top side, but Sheo now waiting in the brush. Good early poke from Isma. Jax now forced to use the counter-strike. Niski on the roam in. This could turn against BDS very quickly. They need to burn down Isma as fast as they can. The lockup is there. First blood coming in from Nuke. Niski now trying to fire back on Cheo. Good damage from the Pop Awesome. Can't quite get it done. But the Pop Awesome. The flash is out of the shield. Nuke! Oh, he's playing with his heart. The red buff too! They're just getting absolutely obliterated topside!
BDS topside with the red, but with all the slows. This is the Prio we're talking about with the Karma into the Nico. Both really want to contest Prio, but Nuke has it. He's able to move first. And then as we get into this replay, let's just take a look right now. The 1v1 is always Jack's favor. This is why it's picked into the Xin Zhao blind, but Nuke moves first, and this is really crucial. The priority coming out from the mid lane, and the tether manages to stick to it anyway after the flash.
And you expect the blooming burst there, excuse me, not
that
the Pop
flash.
Awesome is going to finish the kill, but just that one last thought of the flash, the committal. And we've all been there. We've all been Niski in that situation. You see how far you know, hey, at least I can get the kill back. Maybe I'll be able to walk away, but that Karma shield.
It was so close.
Brutal. And again, I was curious about how this was going to work for Nuke, and I don't know how it's going to look later in the game with the overall BDS team strategy, but the early game looks nice. He's pretty clean with it.
So much action topside. You saw even early on, Isma was pathing topside to avoid any potential kind of skirmish topside, any kind of 3-camp gank in top lane, and it just all works out in the end for BDS. 2-0 for Nuke. Adam. Should be okay.
Getting run down there. And I think, crucially, we talked about volatile lanes. You know, top lane for now, relatively unaffected by the absolute chaos earlier on in the game. Yes, Adam doesn't have a ghost. He will get it back shortly, but Irrelevant did have the TP, and there's no major advantage for either side yet. But it will change if mid lane does get unlocked. As Irrelevant starts to trade, trying to, I think, bait Adam into getting aggressive because Isma is there to cover.
Just remember, any kind of chunk sticks to Adam. He has to stay in this lane if he can't get a crash. So both junglers are beeline topside. Isma is on this. Now, Adam has first move, but that HP difference might be problematic.
KO does get the stun. Isma no flash. Wind becomes lightning now walking into Adam, but doesn't have the burst damage to get through the lifesteal of Olaf. Trying to walk back into Irrelevant. Irrelevant now going to try to take off Adam, but Cheo walks up and gets another one. SK getting a little bit flustered in these plays.
And it's just Karma also has priority, so both pushing lanes for the top side of BDS. It just means that they have full control of these grubs, so any kind of startup just favors them. And Adam going to be able to get a reset now as well, exactly what he wanted.
And credit to Cheo. He's punished multiple plays now coming in. First he steals the blue buff, they managed to convert that into the double kill, which I think more than he even expected, and then is exactly where he needs to be on the top side of the map to ensure that they get another pick onto Isma, who's only falling further and further behind. And meanwhile, both teams content to leave bot lane on an island. They both got their insurance policies down there. We don't need to look here, but I do appreciate it, observers. Because frankly, it's just about the top side of the map. Niski missing the Pop Blossom. First of the game is big. And credit to Nuke. A clean early game thus far.
Yeah, and Niski going to lose out on that. That should be Grubs over, but they'll potentially keep looking for a dive on this crash. I'm just worried about how Adam actually crashes this. I don't think they can, so Gio going to settle for this. Now, he doesn't have Q, he just used it, but Isma's a level down. And no flash.
Maybe just trying to extend his own individual advantage. Wei still getting pushed in topside. Shale, yeah, you know, has yoink, leveraging the power of the leap strike. I think we could safe to say that was just a bit of a cheeky attempt there. I think without perfect information, hard to ensure that you get the grub, or the Krug rather, Gromp. There's too many G-related kinks.
It's true.
I'm struggling.
And as you say that, I can't think of any more.
Yeah, I think I listed them all off. We're good. There's just Gromp and Grubs.
But this is the problem I have, right? And in some ways, every time I see Karma versus Nico, it's the exact same thing, right? Because it feels like you draft Nico, yes, she has a fantastic ultimate, but in the whole of the early game, it feels like Karma is just a better Nico because she always gets first move. And then when you have these kinds of junglers who want to move together with the priority, you just can't because the Karma will always be there first, and that way Isma just can't play the game. So it's just a trend you see globally, you know?
Yeah, and I think the 2K or almost 2K gold advantage that BDS are now building for is just going to feel better and better. And very often we see games where even if Xin is quiet early on or behind, as is in the case of Isma, level 6 things start to turn around because compositions will lack the damage, the close range damage to get through that Xin Zhao ultimate, right? But that's a Olaf and a Jax. So I don't think they're going to have that problem this game, which means that SK have to be very careful out their next few plays, or they could put themselves at so great of a deficit that it's just impossible to come back in these fights.
Ping's coming down on the bot side wave that's incoming now. I imagine what they're going to try and do is gank through lane with the Thresh Lantern, but it might just fizzle as... I think SK read the play. They know they could potentially be ganked here, and Shio could be bot side. So instead, what they're going to do is head over to Dragon, because they saw the reset.
Saw the
nice
reset.
adaptation.
No, Shea's there first. Adam already moving down just for a bit of vision, just to pose a potential threat. Not currently spotted out. Lays a little bit of vision to cover. Mid lane as well, so Nuke can get more aggressive. And BDS leveraging their pressure in top and mid very well. Even if it is just small advantages, setting them up to get something else in the future.
Yeah, push mid, bot, top lane, every single lane. Isma's kind of suffocating here, and all the neutrals going to the side of BDS. Now, one grub is over to the side of SK, but I imagine if BDS wanted to, they could just head topside and contest. You could see that SK know that, and DOS is already there, dropping some deep vision now. So any skirmish topside is under full control of SK, especially with the threat of that Pop Blossom.
This is, oh, Pop Blossom, flash, flash. Okay, fine trade now. SK, obviously a lot of tools to punish Nuke, but it's a similar boat for BDS if they're able to catch out Niski. You can see BDS grouping up to try to regain control of the top side of the map. One of the big disadvantages of taking a champion like Thresh is that he's much easier to pick off. He doesn't get the same level of confidence to walk into the jungle that a pick like Nautilus does. Doesn't have the hook to a wall to escape either. Is trading on the top side, but the axe connected. Irrelevant. Good sidestep. Isma, good cover to stop the all-in from coming through.
Yeah, the phase rush isn't enough there, and Isma has to be dragged top again to cover the lane. Irrelevant. It's a really rough time in topside. Now the grubs are going to go for BDS as well.
Good coverage. Of course, most likely spotted out here by the Scuttle Crab vision. SK knows this is happening, but you mentioned it earlier. Every objective, BDS. Early pressure for BDS. Yes, bot lane is even, but doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot. And when you look at a composition like SK, as you mentioned earlier, the dive or the pick potential as we get later in the game when you have a duo like Nico and Xin, when BDS are at an advantage, Thresh feels like one of the best champs in the game. You can play so greedy, so aggressive, so forward, knowing that the Lantern is there to bail you out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm trying to think of like what SK's win condition is at this point, because after a while, of course, they do have the outrange condition, right? Aphelios historically a champion that does struggle into a bunch of range, and playing against Zeri, who can play at least a decent amount of range with a W, as well as the Jace EQs. Whilst Jace isn't that much of an EQ champion anymore,
Counter-strike going in under the correct target as Sheo wants to keep that going. Nuke now coming in as well. Pop Blossom just for a bit of extra shielding. Knockup is there, and it's good. Lantern to take Sheo out if he wants it, but no. Isma knocking him out of the sky. There will be no safety today, and just like that, BDS overstep from the top side of the river. Sheo feeling a bit too confident, but now Ice looking to punish. DOS should just go down here. BDS will get one back.
I mean, it's the classic Adam, isn't it? Roaming down through mid and then finding a play, trying to recover it a little bit. Now he's going to get mid farm, and he can go topside to cover as well.
Sending a hovering clone at him, incredibly obnoxious. Good vision coverage from BDS on the top side. Won't mean much for now, but I think their ward placement thus far has been solid. That said,
Adam, he doesn't have Ghost, but he's
but he does have ultimate, and Niski's just gonna get popped! CC immune! I don't know if Isma wants to keep that going. Nuke now there to cover, but he's committing the flash, and now Nuke can try to turn it, but they don't quite have the damage. Irrelevant now zooming in, courtesy of the acceleration gate. DOS flash, the hook. It's just one extended play.
And that's just quintessential Adam, isn't it? Running around the map, finding kills, but in the end dying and having not farmed a wave in a minute and a half. Still, really crucial to turn around a bunch of plays. Good collapse from DOS, though, coming through mid and finding the flash hook.
Absolutely. But moments ago, BDS had a 2K gold lead, and we're getting every objective on the map, and they just threw that all away. Top lane was slightly winning for Adam. It's dead even. And jungle was significantly winning for Sheo. It's now essentially dead even. Nuke is the last strong point on the map for BDS.
And it all starts with Shield trying to take a 1v1 as a
good hook.
Ice.
No immediate follow-up CC, but DOS should be fine. He triggers the Aftershock. Good damage there, but the Ignite now ticking. DOS just gets to walk away. Ice wants to walk back to the Lantern, but Exec is determined to finish that one off, and there's Niski for the cover. BDS. They were so good, they were so clean early on in the game, but now they're just overstepping left and right.
And it's all these bot side skirmishes. Every single one, it feels like someone's overreaching. Last time it was Sheo on the Drax trying to 1v1 the Xin Zhao with Isma. But the rest of the team of SK, they just collapse first. Every single time. That's happened twice now.
And credit to SK for finding the windows of opportunities, but BDS getting lost in the moment, thinking they have a little bit more damage than they do. And remember, moments ago, it was mid-jungle that were very far ahead for BDS. Now they're getting closer and closer in terms of mid lane, and it's a 1K gold lead for Exekick.
Yeah, no sums bot side either now. So this dragon that's coming up, it's probably not going to be contestable. You just get Flash Nico ulted, and you can't move as the Aphelios, even though you do have Lantern. It's kind of unpeelable. So this setup's going to be rough. They do have a bunch of vision control. Labrov is there first.
And how many times have we seen just entire games decided by good Nico ultimates, right? That's part of the reason that I love this champion in Pro is that you just always have an incredible team fighting tool to fall back on. Something that, you know, BDS really don't. Yes, Karma has the shielding. Yes, you can always DPS check with the sheer amount of, you know, threats that you can shield up and movement speed forward. But in terms of simplicity as we get later in the game, Nico makes a lot of things very easy.
I mean, they have first move bot side. If this goes long, they don't have flash. It could be scary.
There. TP in, not a lot of upfront damage onto DOS. DOS still alive. This man just keeps getting away. Niski getting in. There's 3 members locked up. Lambs to the slaughter.
And it's just Niski, isn't it? With the flash Pop Blossom onto 3 people. Managed to find it. Flashless Ice on the Aphelios. No escape. You cannot peel with the Thresh there.
There's just no room to interact. And credit to SK Gaming. Credit to Niski. The first 2 Pop Blossoms looked terrible, but finds that one when it matters. And DOS looked like he was caught out, but a good use of the TP. We can look at this again. This looks like SK have just completely overstepped.
Yeah, BDS try to make a quick play onto DOS because they see their first on the move, but then the TP comes down. They don't take that into account. DOS buys enough time being tanky enough for Nico to just do this.
And the rest is just cleanup. It's simple, blooming burst, actually just dashing in, bit of lightning. I'm gonna say he was just impersonating DOS there, because I'm gonna be honest, that was exactly 200 health away from being DOS inting. But it works, it punishes BDS, I think, overestimating their own strength. First item,
I think that's twice now?
Yeah.
Trying to burst out DOS, the Nautilus, with Aftershock. But getting collapsed on.
And it's Karma-based damage, and it's Jax. And Jax now has Trinity Force, so there's a bit more damage. But it's also Static Aphelios, which, if you don't know why, Static is just great for wave clear. It's just generally a good item. It's pretty cost-efficient now on the new patch. Like, it makes sense to build it, but you are not spiking as Ice right now. You are still entirely dependent on having really good guns for burst damage. Ice does not hit hard at this point in the game.
Half an item ahead. But, like, honestly, the components, regardless of the gold lead, the components and the item level, like, it's kind of still sort of similar. 1.5 items across the board. So any kind of skirmish, as long as Ice has flash, which he doesn't, so keep your eyes on that. He could get flash Nico ulted again. Get Nico ulted again.
Root coming in.
Should be relatively even.
Niski's still fishing for the flank. Adam has spotted him out for now on the vision. Just needs to keep the Nico away, and BDS should be favored in the skirmish overall. It's effectively a 3v4 until Niski can get into the fight, and now it'll be a full-on 4v4 or 4v3. BDS, they commit the TP, willingly conceding the bot lane to ensure that they get that Rift Herald.
Yeah, not just the bot lane though. Pings are coming down on the enemy jungle camp stand bot side. They wanted to cross-map the Gromp as well as some Wolves, but instead going to have to settle for some Scuttle Crab. You can see there's pings in response from BDS to defend the Gromp. Not going to manifest into anything though, but it's just the idea was there.
Yeah, and now the question is, what can they get with that Herald? Because you've willingly given up tower. Presumably just knew it was going to go down anyway. Irrelevant, the side lane was already pushing forward, chipping away at it. But what does the Herald get them? Does Adam get a tower of his own here? Irrelevant already on the way up, shouldn't be able to push anything else. He is just going to back off.
Things were coming down top side to maybe punish Adam, but he gets the reset, and now it looks like they're going bot side. Nico has transformed into a minion, so any kind of play there. We saw a lot of Nico shenanigans last week.
All right. Everybody, how many melee minions are there?
Oh no!
4? It's a Nico! Oh! Why are we so bad at counting? Why is LeBron exactly where he needs to be? BDS coach line, give us the same Hail Mary, baby! LeBron, guardian angel for Nuke. He should have been dead to right.
20 HP, he managed to live on so low, just getting out of there a fraction of the time. I can't believe how often that works. I won't lie. I feel like we get away with that way too often.
All I'm saying is, if the VOD reviews aren't including Sesame Street, you're messing up, because people are not counting minions right now. They need some support. That said, honor LeBron. This man just saved a life. That absolutely should have been a kill.
Yeah, SK committing a bunch of resources topside. Adam having to pop ultimate. You see 4 people topside, but they're not bleeding anything anywhere because they have top bot push, so just going to shift back mid.
Ooh, and I like the adaptation from Exec here. Very often we see, oh, that's another minion.
Oh,
all right, you don't even have to count this
Flashes
one.
up.
You just know. Root landing. Lantern there. Hook. It's so clean.
It's just Niski.
And this is the thing. At the start of the game, the way the early lane plays out, the way that first skirmish played out, I thought this was going to be the nuke show, but SK coming out of this lane phase has been just everywhere on the map, incredibly dominant. 9 for 9 kill participation coming in for Niski.
Just felt like the skirmishes around bot side in that river biting off a bit more than they can chew pretty often, and then SK just getting the jump on them afterwards.
Excellent conversions. Very often, you know, I'll say 1 or 2 moments where maybe DOS should have died. You know, maybe. But he lives, which just makes it that much better. They were winning plays even if he did get picked off, but still managing to convert it well.
Yeah, 2 items on the Zeri. Any kind of fight around bot side is going to be rough. So BDS don't want to fight that. Instead, they're going to commit all their resources topside. And Jace, fairly gankable and diveable. Fight in River topside.
Again, they still got the Eye of the Herald. Sheo now flashing and lantering out. Losing the flash going to be very frustrating in the fights to come. Flash for Ice finally up and available. Nude flash down, Sheo flash down. We talked about the dive threat of SK multiple times over the course of the game. You've seen it a few times with Niski, so some easy targets for Niski in the next couple fights.
Yeah, SK, they keep defending the potential cross maps on the Dragon that they see BDS coming to do. BDS tried to send people topside to punish the Jace, but then SK cover it. Then they still secure the Dragon afterwards, so just excellent macro from BDS here.
Good coverage. Now pressure on the top side. Irrelevant going to be a little bit late to that wave. Is it enough time for Adam to get more than just denying some creeps?
I think BDS were trying to cheese bush the Jace there, but Irrelevant managed to hit a plant which revealed Sheo.
That's a Thresh! And soon it will be a dead Thresh, as Brav's got nowhere to go. So hard when you're not linked up with your jungler as a support Thresh to get vision down.
This is what we highlighted. In terms of the pick potential on the Thresh, it's really high with the Nautilus. Every single time.
And Thresh in Pro is such a tricky champion because he does a little bit of everything that you want a support to do, but also he does nothing incredibly well. He's not best in class at anything other than Lantern, right?
And it's definitely a champion where you need to get some sort of lead in lane. Otherwise, you're just kind of a Lantern bot later on, right? Your champion isn't particularly powerful. It's not as good as a point-and-click Nautilus ultimate in terms of consistency, right?
Yeah, and you don't have the tankiness that Nautilus does either. It's tricky to play out, but if BDS had been able to snowball, it might have been a different story. We might have seen a Thresh that got to sit in Fog of War, throw out hooks, fish for picks. Instead, a bit on the back foot here. Moving into mid to cover Ice if necessary. Charge goes in. Merlin ready to cheer for it, but it doesn't finish the tower. Remember, they gave up bot lane tier 1 for that Herald, so only getting the charge off it doesn't feel great as Irrelevant grabs yet another tower.
Not the best trade in the world, but they can't commit, right? Because you have 2 items on your Karma, but she's bot side, so any kind of extended long fight, SK are just going to win. And in response, Irrelevant to that tower damage in mid lane takes topside. Another injection of gold.
And the game just gets trickier and trickier for BDS to play out. Late game insurance is still Ice. 1-3 the current score line at a 2.3k individual gold deficit. This is a tricky problem. Niski turns into Honeyfoot.
And then a helicopter.
And then a helicopter.
And then pauses.
And then pauses. Don't know what's going on. We'll keep you informed as to what is happening as the Fonk is laid down underneath us. No more Fonk. Okay.
5-0 Zeri.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to deal with.
I would describe that as a problem. Actually, I'd go so far as to say that's a big problem for BDS.
Yeah.
And such a weird game because we saw Aphelios in draft, and I'm like, ooh, BDS, back to scaling. League officials have paused the game for not the teams, so league officials have paused the game for an administrative pause. We are waiting for details from league officials. I'm curious to see what it is. Obviously there's a list of bugs, and some of them are, hey, you should be aware this is a bug, and there are some that are, hey, you could replicate this for competitive advantage, don't do this. And so I don't think anyone would do that intentionally, but it is possible that someone accidentally did something that they weren't supposed to do or bought an item they're not supposed to buy. That information isn't available publicly, but of course, if we need to give it to you here, if there's context we need to give you, we will provide it as soon as we have it. In the meantime, we wait for league officials.
So my only problem is that usually what you do into Zeri is you pick some kind of lockdown, right? You pick Nautilus ult, Vial,
What do you mean? You just,
Maokai
hit,
W?
you just hit the hook
True.
forehead? Come on. Just land the Thresh hook.
Lever on this Thresh, yeah, sorry. It's going to be rough. But what they did was they picked the Nautilus as well to deny that potential lockdown away from them. It's rough.
But they had already picked the Thresh. They didn't even blind the knot. Like, they were cooking on the side of BDS, and I think just did not think that they would be in a position where Zeri was this far ahead. I think they were not prepared for this contingency scenario. And that's going to hurt as we get later in the game. I won't say they made a mistake in draft, but I will say that this is one of the weaknesses of the comp that you picked, as you highlighted, is How do you stop Zeri from Zeri? Well, unless she just stops right-clicking the ground away from enemy champions, Jax is not going to be able to land a stun. Karma's not going to be able to land a root. Aphelios, maybe. Auto Q, you're good, right?
Yeah, maybe. I think it's just incredibly difficult because you're so far behind, right? I think you're 1.5 items on the Aphelios right now versus 2.5. You're so far behind in every single fight. The big problem they had was that they needed to play through this winning jungle matchup. They had Jax into Zinzao with priority in the mid lane, but just somehow, in these bot side fights in the river, every single one they took, they just get collapsed on and they lose their lead. And this composition, it really gets outscaled by what BDS have on the table.
Yeah. I believe the problem is with Niski, which means I almost assuredly know what it is. So all of you know that when you play Nico, you can recall or emote to extend the animation. There are a set of Nico interactions that are not so good, which is, I believe, what is being explained to Niski now. I will, of course, keep you up for official wording, but I believe you're not allowed to, being told no speculation, even though it's okay. We'll keep you posted. I'll get the official wording in the meantime. Problem with Niski. League officials talking to Niski. He's just too good at Nico. They said, you need to tone it down. You're supposed to save this for international competition.
That three-man pot
The
blossom?
LPL and LCK cannot see you coming. What do we talk about? Secret plan. Operation LEC MSI Champions 2024. Working on it now. And Aragon, you've been a pro player. You probably sat in a pause once or twice.
I have.
What's going through your mind? All your teammates silent on stage, not allowed to talk to each other, not allowed to unmute in your Discord if you're playing from home.
Yeah. So, to be honest, I wasn't in this kind of environment. I could yap, right? So we would just talk about every single scenario that we possibly could coming out of it. But after a while, you just sort of run out of things to say because it's not that deep, right?
So it's like casting. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
We were just up here. We're like, all right, when do we start talking about One Punch Man? That's the question.
That's true.
You know, when do we go off the train? That's the question that keeps me awake at night. What is the time where we can go away and talk about your complete and blinding obsession with One Punch Man?
How I never got past the first boss in Elden Ring.
And how you never, well, I wasn't going to bring that up today because I didn't want people to harass you because certainly that is an inexcusable offense.
Yeah, I'm not embarrassed. I'm proud to admit I'm not the best gamer in the world.
That's fair. I mean, you're pretty good. You're much better than me at League of Legends, so don't sell yourself short here. You're dragging me down with you. My big question is, you're obviously a guy who likes the gym, based on the dimensions of your upper body. Are you such a big fan of One Punch Man that you did the same workout? Did you try it?
I have tried it, okay. But after a while, you just holy moly, sort of start to die. After a while, your body just cannot recover. So I don't recommend anyone actually try it, doing the 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups a day.
Okay.
It's really rough.
All right, well, I'm saying, maybe it would work. It works for One Punch Man, that's all I'm saying. So at 21:25, this is the official wording. There's no more speculation. League officials paused the game after confirming that SK Nisty had incidentally utilized a bug that was previously informed to teams to be aware of and not utilize. During the pause, the teams and players were reminded of the bug, and because no significant advantage was gained, we will be playing on. That's what you get, dear audience. There was an accidental bug with Nico that did not result in a competitive advantage, so we continue as if nothing happened with a quick speech, a quick warning, a quick reminder not to do it. Anyway, we continue on. And now there's a 9-stack Medjai's. That's not a bug. That's just a good purchase. Niski, very confident.
Essentially 3 items now, and any kind of bot blossom is going to hurt. He does have that flash available for a dragon in 2 minutes' time. Full topside control coming out for BDS as well. Adam making sure that they have vision on this Baron just in case there's a startup. Zeri is so fed right now. Don't look at her inventory compared to the opposite side.
I mean, so fed, and it's not Phantom Dancer, it's Runance, which I love against so many melee champions on the enemy team. Adam and Trey are just going to get eaten alive in the fight. And
here it comes!
Because here comes the pop boss of 2 quick kills. There's only room for 1 on the Lantern. Nobody gets the train to safety as Adam is forced to ult.
And that's all it takes. Adam has to preemptively group because he doesn't have TP, and any kind of flank because they have no mid tower is so easy by Niski. He just presses flash, and now that's going to be a Baron start.
Shock Blast goes in, just a bit of poke. Sheo, flash almost available. Niski just continuing to throw the clone for a bit of vision. SK, are they willing to flip it? Niski doesn't have great tools to stop Jax from getting in. They're taking a lot of time here. 4K, it's getting lower. The rest of SK pulling back in the event of a fight. Now turning in onto Adam. Niski coming from over the wall. Sheo with the stun. Baron resets with BDS. Just need to get out with as many members alive as they can. Labrov, nice play back to safety. Exit comes in to finish the kill. BDS delay the Baron, but at the cost of at least 1 life in the form of Labrov. But it only cost them 1.
Trading it, trading the damage on the Baron, and then bringing them in, picking off Labrov and forcing the flash of Sheo. Really good turn and discipline from SK, not just flipping it, keeping it at 3k or so. And now they're going to get global red buff too. So, really good turn from SK.
I mean, incremental advantage going in their favor. And again, if you want them to stay on the Baron there, they're risking the 50-50, but now they'll just kill Sheo, and they don't have to risk anything! Knock up, knock back. Sheo sent packing and straight to the graveyard. Relevant waiting over the wall, and I imagine SK feel much more confident to just start the objective here.
Yeah, no real contesting tools. You have no flashes on Ice or Adam, so if you run in there, you're just dead even though you have a Lantern. And we've seen the Lantern's effectiveness just really hasn't been there.
Really, really great when you're ahead or you're denying a single pick on side lanes, but in this situation, Fresh is much worse in the team fight. Niski landing the root. That was a fake Niski in front of you, the real Niski. Hitting Adam for a bit of poke. 12 seconds on Sheo. Baron 5k HP. This is by all means SK's. There's no way this can get stolen. It will go into their back pocket. And again, SK, the game starts BDS mid-jungle looking fantastic, looking unstoppable, but every moment after that one, every play after that one has gone in favor of SK.
And BDS, they're just struggling, right, to even cross-map. They're trying to just permanently group, and that's the weakness of not having teleport on Adam here, is they're going to go for a desperation topside play. I don't think they're going to be able to get it. Niski might be stuck, though. Is he going to TP?
Pop Blossom just trying to burn through Nuke's health bar, and he's very strong, but Mantra W, the extra healing now coming in from Karma. Lantern as well. It should just be a quick pick. Doss sprinting up to the top side, shut down onto Niski. That's the start of something, at least limiting the initial impact of this Baron.
Yeah, Irrelevant TPing to the tier 2 tower to try and find something. Adam, without flash, without ulti.
He's gonna die. But he gave his life for a trade on Niski. So still a positive exchange in terms of gold.
Yeah. Consolation prize down bot side as well with Sheo on that dragon. But it's not gonna be much, it's only first Drake. As that's gonna be a top tier 2. Extended play goes over to the side of SK, you can imagine.
We got some Drakes earlier, so I believe our HUD is just out of date in terms of Drakes. Perhaps during the pause we lost it, but I will check in with production and make sure that is still the case.
Oh,
Isma, of course. Isma getting aggressive, laying down the ultimate. Inner Flame coming out for a bit of poke here, but the follow-up damage is so difficult, but now the ulti has fallen away. The healing coming in alongside the smite. Doss trying to follow up, but what the hell is this? Okay, SK, they are committed to beating these kills, but Exekick now just looking for his montage moment. He took his sweet time. He's saying, look, guys, you line them up. You look like you're feeding. I'll come in and I'll clean house. And he does just that. I'm not going to call it the greatest play ever, but I will say Exekick feels pretty good about those kills.
8-0-4, he's having a great game, finding the opportunity onto the flashless ice under the tier 2, and I thought that was a terrible play. I thought SK were just giving her a bunch of bounties from the Niski death.
And by all means, they were. All I'm going to say is, there have been a number of SK plays this game that have looked suspiciously like inting that have worked out for them.
Yeah.
So while they were successful...
No, they're baiting cooldowns.
They're baiting cooldowns. So here we can see in the mind of Isma, he says, my goal is to use cooldowns so that the Zeri in mid lane, who will arrive in approximately 15 seconds, can clean up this fight.
I think he was trying to knock back the Aphelios mid-lantern to try and knock him into his team, but that was ambitious, right? So then, Exekick goes in, no cooldowns, how do you peel? And the flash. Oh, it's beautiful.
Almost gets the Brog, too. So, okay, that's the face I made at the start, and then presumably at the end there was another face like, all right, I guess we got 2 kills.
But it's really simple now, isn't it, for SK? They just need to go down bot side. The 8-0-4 item Zeri. He just has to hit the tower, and the Karma damage isn't even there anymore, despite being almost at a death cap. So maybe if BDS can reach death cap on the Karma, damage might be... I might be grasping at straws a little.
I think we are. We're looking for the silver lining on the cloud for BDS here. Ice, 2.5 items, maybe some more pen coming through. Niski now a minion. But SK run the map. It is so difficult for BDS to find a counterplay here. They lack reliable engage. They lack, outside of Lantern, reliable disengage. Karma's their main reliable wave clear. If they had continued to snowball the lead that they got early game, this could have looked very different. But now with SK an advantage and just frankly better tools, it's a nightmare situation for BDS.
And it seems like BDS's last resort is to try and accelerate Sheo on the Jax, having cross-map the Dragon, having cross-map the tier 2 topside now. Maybe he can buy something. It really depends what enters Sheo's inventory here, if he can have an impact, but they're just barraging it down mid on, they 5-sack.
Group and go. 6k gold lead. Dragon 2.5 minutes away. And man, That's a very fed Zeri.
Yeah. It's been a comeback, hasn't it? From SK.
And to be fair, bot lane wasn't really involved. Like, none of the early game is on, positive or negative, is on any of the bot laners. So 80 carries or supports in this game. It was so much about top side. But that first roam up, that first exchange where I think Shay just got a little over-eager, because he had been doing so many good things. I mean, and once SK got a hold after that successful play, once Niski got a hold, really, it's just been winning throughout.
The problem is, compared to Winter, there is no hyper carry Azir or Orianna ball delivery that BDS can fall back on, right, at your third Dragon fight, which is something they really crutched on, I feel like, despite being behind some games. They would always pull off a miracle team fight. But Karma's very different, right? She doesn't scale the same sort of way. You have kind of a one-threat composition with the Aphelios at the moment with some Karma shields. It's not the same. And I feel like we're seeing that right now with Nuke.
Definitely. And the evolution that BDS want for themselves and that we want to see from them as well is moving past
Niski.
the style. It's Niski. Okay. That was terrible. But you can fish for that. And again,
the outrange.
The best part about this game for SK is that they will get the win. The worst part about this game is that right after the coaches leave the stage with their smiles and their high fives, every player on this roster is getting roasted.
In the mic check last week, Adam apologized to his coach before the game ended.
Oh, for sure SK are apologizing.
Will there be an apology somewhere?
And there's nothing wrong with Niski fishing. It doesn't cost them a lot. But there are so many instances in this game where SK are making questionable plays, and it is on the back of their lead or very fortunate positioning that they just come out on top anyway. And they're still playing great, but when you're looking to improve in the arms race here that is, you know, a very fast split, you got to be as clean as possible. And BDS should know that as well.
So BDS going to have a decent amount of wave play with the Karma Mantra Qs, so sieging topside is going to be difficult. They do have minions coming in both mid and bot side, so just playing with time, maybe they could chip away this tower. But death pushing?
Some in the darkness. The biggest problem here is that Adam is kind of the person who can most reliably face check brushes, him and Sheo, but
there it is.
Here we go! Surprise! Forcing out the Olaf ult, really the only turn tool that they have, but no one else is here to do damage, so now Adam just gets to take over. They got over-aggressive! The carry isn't there! Adam gonna start rocking and rolling and ripping through the SK backline! And there it is! SK got a little bit too comfortable, made a few too many sloppy plays, and the windows of opportunity for BDS have been thrown wide open. The Baron is alive. SK have thrown away their entire lead.
And they engage onto Adam with no DPS. You had a Nico, Xin Zhao, and a Nautilus, so he gets the drain, take absolutely everything, killing everyone in melee range. Your DPS Execute was trying to engage on everyone else. And that's a huge gold swing back to the side of BDS. So let's take a look at this, right? Watch the engage. They do something really creative with the Chemtech Blast Plan, which I absolutely love. But they got no damage. This trio, this core trio has absolutely no DPS, so Adam can just run through them. Labrop's there too. That's some shutdowns coming in. You see down bottom, Execute split up.
Instant. Ooh, ulti from Ice is nice. It gets the root. Execute dies as well. And this is the only way SK could lose a fight if they split up like this. If they didn't burst down the right to if they fight front to back, there's no winning for BDS.
I think they just have to play with time.
Yes, yes, yes! That's how we all feel! What the hell happened? Have we not seen enough Adam Olaf games? Have you not watched this man walk through an entire team enough times?
7,000 damage. He absolutely murders.
It's the meme. How many times do we have to keep teaching you this lesson, old man? But the old man is the entire top side of SK Gaming.
I think they got possessed by the new Chemtech plan, but now...
No, they got over-eager because they were winning, but now they need to play flawlessly because Ice is caught up so much. Adam is a big threat. If they don't play this out properly, if they make one more sloppy mistake, BDS are in total control again.
The front to back is very real now for the side of BDS. Ice, 4 items. It's comparable now versus 4.5 for the side of the Zeri. It's a 3-5 Aphelios, but it doesn't matter. And now that one-shot condition you have onto Ice is sort of mitigated because you also have the GA.
Which is big. I will say, Serpent's Fang also coming in from Irrelevant is nice to have. They're hoping to get the ultimate out from Adam before any fight can break out, and might have caught BDS slipping. Recalls are finally coming in. Nuke can continue to usher that wave and does have TP if he needs to return to base. This is a bit of a risky proposition.
Yeah, he can't decide because he does have TP to teleport topside, but he's not sure he should recall to defend or not. He's also potentially scared of getting TP'd behind. So, doesn't get the tier 2 down bot side, and my question is, how do they use this Baron? I guess just to stall out and scale longer defending against those supers.
Well, and I think you don't have to get over eager, right? You went from a position where the game was done to now an even state. Now you finally get to play the composition at least a little bit of the way that you intended to, instead of having to play from such a massive deficit. Good news for SK is very easy for Niski to at least check these brushes. Flash in, flash out. Good from Nuke, but now it's on SK. Can they find that window of opportunity to punish the missing summer spell from Nuke?
Flash pop blossom. That's really all it takes.
It was Niski, really, who turned this game around for SK, and it might have to be Niski one more time.
Adam with 3.5 items now, too, almost 4. Niski's a blue buff.
And the thing is that most of the threats are AD, so if Adam just keeps jamming armor, you know, he can survive the entire combo of Niski at this point in the game.
So the win condition you have if you're SK is you outrange, right? We talked about this before with the Zeri Ws and the J Shock Blast onto the Aphelios, but now you have a bunch of shields, the overheal coming in as well for the Aphelios.
The Serpent's Fang, nice for Irrelevant at the very least.
Yeah.
To mitigate some of the shielding, but it doesn't delete shielding entirely. And a lot of that poke just isn't going to stick. Baron going to fade away. Full team reset coming in for BDS. No real objective on the map to play for, so we're in the stage of the game where both teams might fish. But yeah, it is a stalemate. We're going at least till the next major objective.
Dragon up in 1 minute 30. You can imagine which team will move down. It's the BDS going to move down for some vision. Be very important versus Nico. When you're against Nico, when you're against these flanking champions, you have to set up vision and mark your flanks. That's going to be crucial for BDS, especially when we play this front-to-back composition.
And when we look at how these teams have won games in the past, I will say that, you know, when SK was very far ahead, things looked great. But now you're in an even state, and if I look away from the compositions and just look at the teams, BDS have always been a team that monster late game team fights. That's how they get back on so many of the games. And yes, they draft for it as well, but for SK, their execution has to be perfect. I think the champion like Jace late game, you know, you have to be really, really solid from Irrelevant, because it's very easy for you to just have zero impact in a fight if you do not play it out well.
And last week, Ice was on the Aphelios as well, playing so incredibly well. One of the most consistent players on BDS last week in their kind of disastrous week.
I would say the most consistent, to be honest. Lebrov, the Blitz, I mean, there's a lot of moments from everyone on BDS except for him that just felt, they looked a little bit lost.
Absolutely. Now, Dragon spawning up 50 seconds, and BDS are going to have to face check, probably move through mid. Karma does have TP.
Did they count? Did they count? No, they did.
No.
They didn't count! But now they might have to turn. The bird is now going down. The GA is coming in as well. X-Kick untouched. And just like that, Adam's going to get taken out as well. X-Kick is so damn strong, but keep your eyes on Ice. Ice trying to lay down all the fire he possibly can. The Inferno coming in. Ice still living. Ice still holding on. It is Ice versus the world. Sheo now running. Backing away. Both 80 carries alive, but BDS running from their own base. SK, what is the maneuver here? Sheo and Ice barely holding out in that team fight that should have just been a sure thing for SK.
Kick versus Ice, it's so damn close. Which AD carry can pump out most of the damage? He managed to survive the pop blossom because of the GA, but now you can't help but feel like it's going to be Dragon for the side of SK.
Counter-strike. Ice fully healing up. X is going to need to reset here, but they have enough of an advantage in terms of pressure that maybe he just goes for the Drake first.
Crucially, Ice does have flash up, but I don't think they're going to test this yet. No way to move in. Jax is too far away.
Doesn't, but again, for the BDS composition, it's impossible to lock Zeri down. Let's take a look at this one again.
So they walk up. I think just watch Niski. How are we not counting minions? Niski managed to find the angle as a melee minion.
The little one's a little bit further behind. He realizes
on
in the last
Ice.
second.
And then the GA gets popped, and then it's just a cluster, right? You can't even make out what the hell's going on. Adam looks like he's going to have a pop-off moment, but he gets shredded. And then it's just the AoE of Zeri, the exit kick Zeri, as well as Adam. Watch Ice getting so low, but managing to out-lifesteal Isma there.
It's crazy. Any other guns, and he would have just died. And I can't say entirely skill on having the right guns up, because you didn't pick that engage, right? It's just very fortunate that you had what you had at that exact moment. But that is the threat of Niski. And as you highlighted, Ice still has flash. It is all about him. The rest of BDS, distractions, to be honest with you. Yes, they can, if they're left unattended, do a lot of work, but they're just front lines. They're just meatballs to try to protect that 80 carry.
And if they want this miracle, it's going to have to be Niski, and can he find it without flash?
Up time. Objective going down, the 50-50 going in the favor of BDS. Push forward from SK, acceleration gate. Look, not going to connect, Dos not going to land his either. Recall's now coming in. BDS get the objective. SK know that they need to try and force the fight here. Isma locked up, holding onto the ultimate for a second. X-Kick now going over the wall. Lebrov going to be in trouble. Lebrov should just drop immediately. Ice now firing back. Ice still standing with the summoner spell, though. He might just be too damn clean. The point click CC, the immediate follow-up is just not there. The flash away from Isma. Finally, he is forced to use it, but they're taking the fight. The hook from Dos is big, but no one is there. His entire backline is already dead and now Irrelevant. Do
turn it around after that engage. You can see SK posturing to dive, but Ice manages to survive, and it's too damn hard for SK to find the engage without the flashes. Ice kites away. It's beautiful.
Well played from BDS as a whole, too. It starts off disastrously with the Rob getting picked off, but they manage to keep Ice standing. The wave there. The minions, do they have to be answered?
20 seconds. I think
but there's no TPs for SK. I think they can just end. Observer, stop teasing us. If it's actually going to happen, I'm going to lose my mind.
But off of the back of the front to back.
PvE? There's no way. No, okay, they moved
no
away. They
shot,
moved
no
away.
shot. Minion
BDS! It was Adam to bring it back. It was Ice to take it home. It was not a clean game, but it was a BDS win. And that's all that matters for them right now.
So bloody, so back and forth. And just when you think one team's winning, the other starts winning and bring it back. Not ideal.
It was messy, but it slapped. I mean,
Yeah,
that was a great
game.
game. But oh, both sides sent back to the drawing board after that one. But ultimately, only one team came out on top, and it is BDS, your player of the game. Vote now at LEC on X. Top Adam, Duke, or Lebrov. Choices. Kia, player of the game. On the opposite side, hearts out to SK. I mean, so many good moments. Threw it all away, though, sad to say. And now it's BDS who will get to take the bow. In the meantime, we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, an interview in the next game.
Red Bull gives you wings.
and welcome back to the LEC after this back and forth game between BDS and SK. In the end, BDS takes it, but no, first things first, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Congratulations on taking this one. You were just saying that I need to watch the replays, I don't quite remember what happened. How do you feel after a game like this?
I mean, this game was crazy. Relieved again.
Relieved, okay.
Like it was the same for RUG because after 1-2 week, it's like there's so much difference between a 2-1 week and a 1-2 week. And since we went 1-2, like if you're 1-3, it looks like disaster, right?
Yeah.
So now we're 2-2. We won against like the best team of like the 3 that we're going to face. So yeah, relieved.
It's a good start of the weekend. It did not start well for them though, Roxa.
Well, both yes and no, because it started out pretty well initially with a great 2v2 fight around mid, and then I guess more than anything, you guys just decided to spice it up for content, right? Just making it exciting for all of us viewers, really.
I want to take a look at these replays, though, from the early stages of the game, because we go from a successful skirmish from you guys, being really smart, being at the right moment. I think a bit of misplay on the side of SK here. Were you happy with the start of the game, Nuke?
If I was happy, it was marvelous.
Yeah.
I had double kill. I was so fed. Jax was also really fed from this play. We baited Nico flash with my shield. I killed Nico. So now the game, if we like just are here on the right time, we should win, right?
Yeah, but
yeah.
The unfortunate part is that random fights just kept happening. Right here, you see on the minimap, Adam is moving out of base. Jace has no TP, so if we just wait for Adam, we have a huge 5v4. But unfortunately for BDS,
we went a bit.
They went a bit too early here. Kind of a similar story, getting a little bit over eager. Niski has a great TP ward, and all of a sudden, like.
Because I swept this area, and Nautilus just placed it on his way back. And I was like, wait, she had ward hit TP? Because she was spotting bot side. No, it wasn't bot side. Okay, whatever. Just after a game like this, I'm kinda dizzy. But Nautilus had no flash. We thought we could kill him before, but they have Zeri, which can jump wall.
Yeah.
And then it's doomed. We all die. Then the game feels really hard from this point. But
it's doomed, but you guys turned it around, actually. We can take a look at the last replay that we have, the comeback replay, as I like to call it, the first one, because it took a lot of heavy lifting to come back in this game. Nuke, tell me about this play, and was it the one where you knew, okay, we're back in the game, we're going to win this one?
Well, yeah. To be honest, when you watch both drafts, you have Karma, Olaf, Aphelios, Jax, and they don't have that much. Like, if that basically, after the lead we got early on, if we snowball properly, they cannot win this game. It's impossible. But we made some mistake, and they managed to get a good league. But if we get to even like if there is gold deficient, if we get to the point where we get 3 items against them for having 3-4 items, we just storm them, and this was one of the fight too.
I also thought after the double kill that the game was just over. Like I was telling everybody backstage, like this is gonna be a quick one. They're gonna win in 20 minutes. But like we saw, once Siri gets rolling, it's a bit tricky, right? But I really like the draft from BDS. I think they just have such a strong front-to-back team fight comp that, you know, if they even or ahead, it almost can't go wrong.
Yeah.
Who do you think got the key player of the game, Nuke?
I
don't know if
I see.
Yeah.
I see Olaf. I see Adam.
All right. Well, oh no, you saw it. No, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't got
I didn't see it.
Oh no, you didn't see it.
No,
okay. Well, I don't got it. As you said. Is it deserved though?
Yeah. I mean, he's playing well his champ. I mean, this draft is like a 5 draft, you know, man.
Yeah.
It's like we all play for each other. We all like we round as a ball and we just roll into them. And Olaf is the best pick to do that. So yeah.
Well, we have to go to the next game, but really quickly, do you think you guys are back on tracks? We see some issues, communication. Do you think this game is going to be the comeback victory that sets you up for success for the rest of the weekend?
I hope so. I mean, I hope so we can be more coordinated in game and just enjoy like the last BDS, right? And just keep going.
All right, keep going. Enjoy the BDS. Thank you so much, Nuke.
Thank you very much
for dropping by the desk. And we're going to send it off to Gasters for Game 2, GX versus Fnatic. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much. Much words, hard. Similar to Nuke, I think I'm also reeling a little bit from that game. Nothing went as I expected, and I enjoyed every minute of it, but it was pure chaos. And I apologize to the fans of each respective side, but I want more. I want that again in Game 2. I want us all at the edge of our seats, you know, 40, 50 minutes, Barons back and forth. Will the minions end the game? Those kind of questions are the questions I want to be asking. But first, before we even get into that, Aragon, sadly we have the question of how are the junglers going to look this week? Because Razork looked like a demon last week, and that's why you're seeing his Volibear banned away. But on the opposite side, Peach struggled a bit, and I think we're going to need to see him kick it up a notch if Giant X are going to go toe-to-toe with Fnatic.
That was the question I had. Are they going to man away the Volibear? Razork has looked like an absolute demon. That's a flex between him and Oscarinin, and they just use it so well to invade early game. This can be replaced with Rel though, right? Rel, Sejuani, other Razork picks they can potentially play it with. Prio lanes, pushing lanes, invade, using that. They paired it off with something like a Sejuani too. Rel, there it is. Going to be matched though by the Taliyah Flex, which has been really popular recently.
But the flex hasn't really come to fruition yet, I will say. Taliyah mid has been kind of the accepted standard. We'll see what Jackie's can do if it is his champion, or if they really want to just shift things up completely for Peach. He was known as a carried jungler back in the day. We've never really gotten to see that as much from him on the LEC stage. It just hasn't been the way his champion pool has gone in terms of draft. But Fnatic starting off with a very strong, in theory at least, mid-jungle duo.
For junglers, you have a few options now if Giant X want to match. Of course, they don't have to pick jungler. There's a fair few, I think, that you could drop to 4-5. But if you did, I think that you could go the way of Lee Sin has been rising in priority, Viego, a bunch of different ones. They might just lock in Varus Nautilus, which is a pretty standard duo pick in 1-2. And Patrick Ignore love it.
Varus Nautilus with Ashe banned away. Ashe Varus, obviously the pick that Giant X used a lot previously, but Varus Nautilus, excuse me. Just powerful, just strong in general. Fnatic going to go for something a bit stronger in terms of scaling, in terms of the Zeri, but we'll see also what build Patrick wants to go for, if it will be the lethality or the on-hit.
So I think Giant X should still potentially ban off junglers. It might not be guaranteed Rel in the jungle, despite Razork liking it. Rel is pretty decent into the Nautilus as well in bot lane, and it's not terrible with Zeri. They're pairing, what they're developing here, what they're building as Fnatic is a dive composition again with the Zeri. You have the Rel going in as well as Ahri. And now what you want is champions that also go in. Other champions like this are like Renekton, which has a bunch of single target bursts too. So look for bans on these.
Something to track. Do they want to take the composition a different way, or will they follow up with more picks? And while TF doesn't maybe offer as much damage as the Renekton, the point-click CC certainly helps dives if that is what they want to go for, fishing for the picks too.
So I think Renekton is something I'm convinced this has to be banned. Odo loves Renekton. He also loves Rumble. So banning away his comfort picks is usually the name of the game because he will always pick his comfort. So eyes on Renekton.
All right, waiting to see it. Will they for it? Do they? Here's the question: is anyone other than Mickey X going to cook enough in the LEC for Red 5 support pick to be worth it? If there is the crazy flex going to come through, but you talked about the flex of the Rel, and that may be where Fnatic's head is at, trying to get something with a little bit more, get more aggressive early on in terms of the 1v1 matchups. Din has looked good, but the Viego instead. All right.
Yep. All about pairings, and there's the Viego with the Ahri, or the single target, and what they're lining up for now for sure is the second they see a target, and this is what Razork and Jun have been so good at. The second you see someone, you jump on them, insta-kill them, and you move on. That's exactly how they like to play. They run around side lane, run around the jungle. And there's a Renekton
is up, as so graciously highlighted by Ottawamne. Neither side going for it. What will this final pick now be?
Cool. It's rough. I think jungle has been fairly pinched. Need some kind of AD champion to go along with a clear that works with dive. Really is what Peach has. Maybe a Sejuani? I think Sejuani works well with Renekton and the Nautilus, and isn't terrible. But it's going to be the Maokai.
All right, Maokai now locked in. Presumably going to the jungle position, unless we really want to get crazy here. So nothing too crazy. Wait. Yes, sorry. Whoa, I'm getting turned around here. Ornn now. Is it full front to back again? Did we start off talking about a pick comp and we're just going to turn into a front to back comp? Is that what happened with this Ornn?
There's a lot. No, I think what we're having more so of this game is way more skirmishing, way more insta-kill rather than slow front-to-back team fights. You have more insta-kill on the first target you see from both sides. Taliyah, Renekton really good at blowing up the first target with that duo, and the same goes for the Ahri, the Rel, and the Viego on the other side with the Zeri following up and an Ornn overhead. So this one's going to be bloody, I think. It's going to be very easy to pick up a target.
And I like bloody. I will say I wasn't sure what direction Peach was going to go into, and it seems like he's taken the more conservative option. We talked about this in our cast last week. Like, when you take Maokai, you just concede early. You have to rely on the utility that you bring in later stages of the game. to really set you ahead. But we'll see what Razor can do with that kind of advantage and what these lanes look like as we get into game, because overall, a lot of good skirmishing tools on the side of Giant X, but it's a similar story for Fnatic.
And that's why I think I prefer the Sejuani there over the Maokai, because you have a little bit more early agency in terms of damage, just raw damage. You can play through topside with that Renekton duo. You have insane 3v3 with the Nautilus. But gonna go with the Maokai, a bit more muted early game.
We'll see if that's how it works out, or if we might get some explosive plays anyway as we get into our second game of the day, Giant X versus Fnatic. 5v5 group, or 5 grouped on the side of Giant X, at least briefly. Let's see what the level 1 looks like.
Decently powerful level 1 with the Nautilus hook and the Talia consistent DPS, as well as the Halo Blades from the Varus. So any kind of fishing, any kind of flash blown might mean some kind of roam up.
Hook gonna land onto Humanoid, Root gonna land onto Humanoid, holding on as long as he can, and gets the flash, so can just recall and come back.
Holding his flash there. Nerves of steel. Humanoid playing with confidence. Nothing much else gonna come about, except for some deep vision on the Wraiths to potentially track where the Viego is pathing to. That could be important as you have several pushing lanes that want to trade early.
Yeah, he spotted out here. Little 5 gold from pinging the ward. Courteous maneuver. But technically tied as another ward was pinged out by Oscar, so dead even as we approach the laning phase.
So my eyes are mainly on Razork. I think he has way more early agency than the Maokai. In terms of the Viego, he can play way more aggressively in terms of the setup he has the Rel, he has the Ari potentially to line things up. So, and the way they've been playing in terms of last week too, with the Volibear, with the Rel, with the Sejuani,
yeah,
he has invading non-stop with top lane priority. This time, not as much prior in terms of the lane.
Yeah, can definitely be tricky. I mean, good setup, obviously, when you bring the Ornn to the table, but you're not really expected to win out in terms up against Renekton. Early hook going in. Trades should favor Patrick and Ignar, at least in terms of just upfront damage. The Halo Blades, and obviously the Lethality Varus, early itemization is just so impactful. Halo of Arrows does not connect, and Noah and Jun doing a very good job of holding their own. Jackie's just trying to get some control here over the mid lane.
Trading Aftershocks down bot side, if we see any kind of volatile trades, whichever jungler is pathing down there and makes it there first could be benefiting. Now Jackie's also has first move, so he could ward the enemy jungler there. Potentially going to cover off any kind of invades.
I'm just trying to get a little bit of information down. In the meantime, Peach meandering through his early Maokai jungle clear. We'll see if there's anything to really go for as Aftershock supports continue to trade Aftershocks and AD carries farm up. So a quieter early game, I think, than we've been accustomed to. Certainly in our previous game, it was a little bit more explosive on the top side of the map, forcing some early action.
So what I'm looking for is if any trades in the lanes potentially pop any kind of summoners, right, which makes the gank super easy, because bot side has so much setup for either team, right? So if a flash gets blown by either Patrick, Ignar, or Noah or Jun, there could be an avenue.
And that's why you just see Ignar, you know, 24/7. Every time hooks off cooldown, he's fishing. Even if it's just a little bit of a positive trade on Jun, if they can get anything back, it opens up the window of opportunity to go for these ganks. Razork, of course, offering more in terms of, you know, skirmishing damage early on, but Peach, much better setup, or at least much more reliable setup. Shattering Strike going a little bit wide there, not going to connect onto Ignar, and trades, as more levels get under the belt of the Giant X bot lane, are going more and more in their favor.
Yeah, the Maokai slow clear means it's going to be a little bit later, but the health advantage for GX's bot side might mean they move up first. They are going to move up first. Noah can't follow. But it's going to be Razork's crab. If he cleared any slow, he might have had to backtrack and go to the opposite crab, but now he can just path through.
Lockdown coming through. Jun, pullback is there. Patrick now looking to follow up with a bit more damage. Aftershock still ticking. Jun holding on to his sums crucially, but a positive health exchange means Giant X are very likely to keep, or at least secure, a bot lane priority.
Priority from Humanoid too, in terms of the health. He'll probably secure double crab here and be very happy. Now, Renekton does have priority, but it's up to him if he chooses to move down or not, and he looks like he's a bit too chunked.
Yeah, definitely a tricky proposition if you run into Razork there. You might win out on the 1v1, but when Ornn starts to wander down, it certainly is not the case. Good hook onto Jun. But again, can't get the summoner out, and he's just there trying, hoping to hold the wave or at least slow the push down.
Ping's coming down around Grubs. You can imagine it favors the Renekton team, of course, with that ultimate, with that dominance. He's incredibly powerful early game alongside that Talia. So any kind of fire around 5 minutes with the Talia, with the Renekton, that combo, we're probably going to see it in action. It's just going to one-shot someone.
It's what you dream of. Back in the day, it was Nidalee Renekton. In this modern era of League where no one tries to play that champion anymore if you're not in the LPO, clear Renekton.
I do think GX can be relatively happy with the game state at the moment. They are securing the Maokai full clear, because this is the weakest point of Maokai. Yes, he can do a gank here and there. He does have some lockdown and some decent setup. But really, you want to scale. You want to get to those team fights where you are throwing your ult from Fog of War and then catching people off guard and being that incredible engage.
Yeah, and I think when you put that onto a jungler, it always feels a little bit better. Oscar is going to need, or is going to take a lot of resources throughout the early game and offer a lot of teamfight utility, certainly, but you have to invest very little into Peach, other than time in the jungle, a bit of experience, a single item, before he becomes, you know, an almost comparable team-fighting terror.
I want to highlight something, though. Renekton already managing to secure a plating topside pretty much. It's very low, and that's incredibly hard to do pre-5 minutes because the resistances that towers have pre-5 minutes. So having to play the wave management incredibly well to secure multiple demolish procs. It's props to Oda1 laning incredibly well.
And these little things do start to add up. We saw, you know, when Razork was going topside 24/7, he was able to put Oscar ahead, but clearly when you draft the Ornn, you're not expecting to get those resources this time around, so that comes a bit of a shock to Oscar. Left in isolation. Giant X, 3v3 on the bottom side. Giant X will at least be here first with more members, but Razork is in the correct side of the map.
Wave pushing to GX's bot side, nothing gonna happen. Peach just gonna have to push, play through his lanes, walk with his bot lane. He's a bit scared of walking through the river on his own now.
Mid wave's even, but Jackie's is here first. I think this is really tough to approach. Fnatic, if they do not approach all at the same time perfectly, they will just, one of them will get one shot by the combo here from the side of Giant X. Humanoid now going in, good timing thus far. Damage split up, Humanoid landing the charm, just continuing. Later down a little bit more, dashing and trying to finish off Peach. First blood going over to Patrick. Fnatic now running. They get the objective, but they lose a kill in the process. Jackie's now chasing down on the Humanoid. Flash out from Humanoid as well. Giant X getting so much for that one, but losing the Drake. Hook onto Humanoid is big. Charm now going down. Laser, the flick back there. Patrick grabbing another kill.
And what's so important there is that they're not playing the combination that they have between the Ahri and the Viego. When you play with Viego, you really want to play off the reset composition. You put all your spells, all your damage on one target. But I think what happened there was people were going one target, then Humanoid with Ahri Charm another, the Northwest side, I believe. And in the end, you just don't get enough damage down to secure that reset, and you just end up losing the fight because Peach manages to get out. So let's take a look at this. Watch Humanoid. He's going for the flank, but I don't think this is the way you play the team fight. You have to go with your team and pile all your spells on one person. Watch the charm. It goes on to Northwest with Aftershock. And in the end, Fnatic just get ruined.
Poke coming down from Patrick, a lot more early damage coming in from this Varus, and Noah doesn't really have the time or the space to start auto-attacking you. See there that a moment of miscommunication, because a lot of damage went on Peach, but not nearly enough. Even though he uses his last charge to try to close, Peach flashes out to safety, and good. You know, golf claps ultimately from GX. Happy to have that one, happy to have the Drake, or happy to have the 2 kills onto Patrick. Losing the Drake, not great, but let's see what the Patrick can do with this kind of lead.
It's a lane gank coming in from the Viego onto the Renekton. Renekton does have ultimate, but a lot of base damage for Ornn. This is pretty hard to pull off. If they manage to pull this off, they played extremely well, or Odo gets knocked up here.
Trying to put the Oscar and Oscarinen with his performance here. Just trying to convince him that there is no jungler in the area.
Oh, there's the E.
Dash back. Knock up, flash follow for the stun. Good damage now coming through. Odo wants to heal with the execute from Razork. Give him the Oscar. He'll be performing on Ken in no time.
You can see the second the E comes out, it's on cooldown, that dash, long cooldown early. They just pull the trigger instantly, the flash E from Razork too. That's going to convert into some grubs, so good play topside.
I mean, really solid play topside. Excellent to have. I think Oda1, you saw the moment that he felt like he could turn, it was instantly punished. The second you see that ult coming down, you know, uh-oh. Jungler's definitely here. Razork finishes, grabs a Krug, or Grub, excuse me.
GX gonna try to cross-map down bot side, but vision on the blue buff means that Fnatic know that the cross-map's happening. So you can see Razork immediately beelining down. Jun is here too. They have a lot of CC if they manage to secure this Maokai.
Fnatic, they see the wave isn't pushed in yet, so it means they can go without losing much of anything. Noah using the Ultra Shock lasers to see if he can spot anybody out. Jackie's on the move, however. Smite goes in, Razork using what he can to secure the objective. It is a man advantage on the bottom side for GX. Keep your eye on Patrick's ultimate. So the ultimate coming in, flash out from Noah, Root going down onto Jun. That's the follow-up ultimate now coming in for Patrick. That is one dead support. GX get a single pick, but now Razork is here in the meantime. He needs to make his way out to safety, but he doesn't have ult from the previous exchange, and it means he has no way to get home. Humanoid with one dash reset, a single kill Giving him another stack could be massive. Good poke going in. Humanoid's going over the wall. He wants to turn. He wants to fight. He wants to bring this one back. But Peach living on a sliver of health. He's on the wrong side of the map. However, that's the reset coming in for Humanoid. The ulti not quite up in time. And Noah's still trying to find kills against Patrick. Noah's still standing. Jackie's finds the angle with the unraveled order. But here comes Jun. Jackie's needs to get the hell out. And he knows that he's running. He's sprinting. He's got the phase rush. He will make it out to safety. It's a messy fight on the bottom side.
And a triple kill coming out for Noah here, accelerating to Static Shiv already. You could see the power, though, of that duo, right? The Talia plus the Nautilus insta-killing the Rel, and that way it's just a numbers advantage. But then they're stuck on the wrong side of the map, and there's just this long, slow burn of Fnatic's resources. Ari dashing over a wall, chipping down, dashing back, and in the end, Noah gets to clean up.
We talked about it, the skirmish power in terms of damage output very much favors Fnatic. Repeat play on the top side here. TP coming in, that's Jackie's on the way. Odoamne, it does get burnt down, he resets, and now Jackie's in the midst of everybody. Able to use the Weaver's Wall to make his way out, but very likely they would have just completely won out of the 2v2 if Jackie's did not run.
And just bullying Odoamne here. As we take a look at this fight again, it was so long, but you could see that GX were corralled into this map. Initially, it was a great play from Fnatic because they ward the other side of the map to the side they made a play on. Jun here buffers the CC, managed to get on the tower, but then watch this duo. They insta-pop in because of the single target burst, but then it looks terrible for Fnatic because they can just go onto Razor and burst him down, but watch Humanoid's chip damage. Can keep going in and out of the fight with Noah also having that lightning.
He's just getting poked away at.
Dashing over, and then the lightning chains just keep sparking off of them.
And he's just stacking his ult the entire time. That's what's important to know. He used it at the start. He's just barely able to keep it running for the for most of the fight there. And the triple kill comes through. Jackie's makes it out, and it's another day at work for Noah. You know, casual. Triple kill while they dive you.
Third Zeri game of the split already. He's loving it.
He's having a great time. Certainly one of the picks that we consider his bread and butter. And while Patrick was incredibly far ahead earlier on, and he still has a bit of a lead, it's a lot harder now because Zeri finally has a few more tools to keep up with the Varus wave clear, and we'll see what Giant X can do to kind of try to further extend the little bit of a lead that they have. But Razork is also one terrifying jungler.
Spikes across the board. Important to note that Talia is still not on one item, whereas the Ari is. So any kind of fight should be Fnatic favored, but a pick might come out here. Remember the single target nature of the Viego as well, so kind of fishing in the side lanes as an ult comes down.
Ulti going down, body blocked. Only one member going to get locked out. Peach just going to get burned here, and the reset's going to start to come through. Razor getting chipped away at. He needs to make it out to safety. He doesn't even have the time to ultimate. It looks like it's going to be okay, but Ignar still living. Oscar going to try to get this one back. They knock it back. They stop him calling it. No! The Forge God does not miss. Finds the timing, and now Noah gets to clean up. The start of the fight looks so damn good, but it's Fnatic to win it out in the end.
Every single fight, it looks like it's GX favored, but Fnatic managed to turn around, this time off of the back of Oscar with that long play and the ultimate. Let's take a look at that replay again. At the start, I thought they were fishing, and I thought this looked terrible for Fnatic. GX Peach managed to throw down the ultimate and pin them down. Viego does not get a reset, crucially, and both teleports come down.
The ulti coming in from the Varus as well, but you can see Razor doesn't have the ulti, used it topside, just like in the previous play. But
it was nice.
Yeah, that was a Scorpion get over here moment on the ramp. Throw it back in the right direction. And then, yeah, they've already committed all the resources. That's Varus all gone. Yes, they get some upfront kills, but who better to clean up a fight than a Zeri? How many times are we going to see this today?
And it's the Zeri cleanup. You kill Razor, he doesn't get his resets. You're like, great, we can keep fighting. This is a fantastic fight for us. No Viego. But then Noah takes over. All the spells have been used, and then we can just keep altering.
Definitely. And that's the thing about the Varus as well, the lethality Varus, is you hit really hard, but you are effectively a mage, right? Once those cooldowns are gone, you're just never going to be able to match the Zeri. And if Zeri's ulted and has all that extra movement speed, it's also highly unlikely you're going to hit another spell.
So the problem that GX have is that this type of composition, in terms of damage, falls off really hard, right? When you are playing a single target burst composition like this, with the Renekton, with the Talia, if your single target burst does not kill, you have nothing, right? And you just get run over by the Zeri who has consistent DPS. So it's on GX, and that's why they're still making plays. They're running around the map, still trying to force neutral objectives because they have to. Otherwise, they're just going to continuously get outscaled.
And you can see Odoamne getting pushed in now. Oscar has a pretty significant advantage, 1.2k gold lead. TP coming in as well. Knock back there on the brittle procs. Humanoid wandering in just to pick up that kill. Oscar was essentially going for the solo at that point as Odoamne just desperately tried to clear the wave, and things are going from bad to worse. That is 0-4-0 on the Renekton.
Scaling team trading evenly. Rift Herald for the pick down bot on Odo Omne. You can imagine some more chip damage on the tower. Now, if Fnatic hold this, which they're going to because of the reset coming in, it's definitely Fnatic favor because they scale.
Humanoid starts to wander forward. We'll get a little bit more damage down as the wave comes in. Could be able to crack the tower. But right now, Fnatic 2 Drakes, a gold lead, and a Zeri. They're in the Norn. They're living the dream. Now, we said that last game, you know, for SK, that's just like, oh, you know, they're so far ahead, there's no way. And they found a way to let BDS back in. But Giants, I think it's a little bit harder. You don't have that kind of wild card factor of an Olaf. Like, every single member on your team is kind of a known quantity. Lethality Varus is not the late game pick that, you know, brings things back in a team fight with flawless movements. Like, people know what you do.
So I think GX can still try to make plays with their mid-prio into side, potentially pick side, but the problem is Oscar's getting so tanky that might not be feasible, so you're going to have to try and make a pick on Humanoid, but Ari's notoriously mobile, so it's going to get more and more difficult to make picks on side with your composition.
And Razor's only going to get tankier. You know, goes for the Kraken first. We'll see what the second item is going to be, but up front going for the damage. Second item likely to be a little bit more tankiness as the Tunneler has already come through. And taking a look at the wave state, mid lane even. Bot lane going to get caught here, so Giant X maybe feel like they can wander in here, but they just don't really have enough information to feel confident to step forward. Ignar going to face check. They will at least be able to clear out a little bit of the vision, but Razor already taken the grab.
So many wards for Fnatic. They have so much control here. Potentially make an engage on anyone who face checks overreaches.
Jun has to be careful as well. A lot of members lingering. Flash in from Razork is a bit premature. I think he did not know that. He wasn't 100% sure where everyone was. I think he splashes in, sees 3 people, and goes, oh, never mind. This was not the play that I thought it was.
Humanoid a little bit far away as well to potentially follow up with the charm, so Razork going to lose out on the flash, but not the end of the world. Still be able to pilot the composition. Now, priority over to Fnatic. They can move this up to topside, potentially grab topside control.
Does mean Razork has to be very aware of that ultimate cooldown timer. No longer has, or only has one get out of jail free card in terms of mobility.
Yeah, Odo having to play respectfully off of that play. Now the mid pro is going to convert into a top turret, so really good macro coming in. But now they're getting matched, right? Cross mapping versus a Rift Herald is really dangerous because the amount of trading damage on the tower that you can do with the Rift Herald. So,
and there's also bounties to take into account, which is kind of crazy to think about given how close a lot of the early moments in this game. But he's what? That's not where we thought. Oh my! Don't mess this up. Peach, come on! Oh, he's clean with it. My man's in the practice tool, making sure he can connect.
That was good.
If that did not work, that would have been highly embarrassing.
He definitely baited us. I thought he was going to cast it mid lane. Let's just score some chip damage, but he knows that if he casts it mid lane, he's going to get only a little bit of chip damage, and instead they cast it bot and secure the objective bounty.
Get themselves a little bit closer in gold. It is still about 3K in favor of Fnatic. It's a concerning prospect. We need to see if Odo Omne can do much in these fights. He does have the Stride Breaker now, but if he can't either protect Varus by just sitting on top of him with a point-and-click stun in the Ruthless Predator, then he's run out of use entirely. So maybe the laning phase gets a little bit easier now that he's got the Stride Breaker to stick on top of the target.
Yeah, I think the problem, like GX, they don't get prio in any lane, because if you want to get prio into Ornn Ezreal next, you need something like a Black Cleaver. And bot side, Ori has an incredible amount of prio because she has 2 items. So you're just constantly having to go as 5, try and find plays. Now, he's coming down.
Fnatic grouping. Really want to force this third Drake. Humanoid waiting over the wall. Face check would be big here. Odo Omne spotted on the vision, however. Crucially. Tough for Odo Omne to get much done on the flank, and both sides were squaring up. 5v5. Flash in. Jun getting things kicked off. Oscar immediately going to follow. Noah going to instantly ult. Humanoid on the backside uncontested for now. Patrick just backing up. They know they've lost this one. Maybe they can get a little bit more poke damage, but they can't get over Igor and Razork. He's already found one reset. He's going to get another. Fnatic are just too damn clean. Flash in, Charm not quite going to land from Humanoid, but they get the fight. They're going to get the Dragon as well, and Giant X are just getting further and further behind.
And Jackie's falls instantly, Odo Omne not too far behind after that, and this is the problem. If you are not the ones engaging as GX with this composition, you are not the ones single target bursting, and then Viego gets the resets instead. So take a look. Whoever engages first generally wins as long as both teams are even, but they're not. So Fnatic engage first, manage to find the pick, get the reset on Viego to become the Talia, and then it's Razork Talia. We know he can play this champion too, so he just pops off. Let's go the reset onto Odo Omne as well.
Yeah, not as confident in the Razork Renekton, but could have been proven wrong there if that
Maybe.
fight had continued. But really, when you look back at that play, you highlighted it. Like, both sides are more or less glass cannons. Yes, there's an Ornn, but humor me with the, you know. And so whoever actually just takes the first shot just wins. No one else gets a chance to fire back. And the re-engage potential of GX is non-existent, I would say. You have to really egregiously misposition, which, speak of the devil, Jun and Humanoid need to get the hell out. Bit of a forced play here. Jackie's laying down the wall, but Humanoid has the ulti back up. Dashes up just in time.
Humanoid.
That's Merc Treads. That's why you get the Treads in this matchup.
So close. Yeah, that ulti, not even that bad to be blown with that Malignance. It's going to be up off cooldown in 30 seconds, so GX trying to overload one side of the map, but take a look down bot side. That cross map onto the tier 2 from the Ornn with those grubs is going to do a lot of damage.
I mean, price of admission on making that play was conceding half of your bot lane tier 2's health bar. Now your mid lane tier 1 as well, given that the play.
And bot side camps, everything completely bleeding out, trying to make a pick on the mobile R we highlighted.
It's so difficult now for GX. It's Mountain Soul for the lethality Varus. Like, as if it couldn't get worse, man. I'm just saying, like...
How do we burst a Mountain Soul Ornn? Thoughts?
Look, burst is a strong word. You bait him into a false sense of security.
Okay, I'm listening.
By throwing a bunch of plays and then hope that he misses all of his abilities.
Well, Crit Bloom coming out for Talia. Maybe that...
No, you didn't like that angle?
Maybe
you've never done that? You've never just...
With the pen?
Okay.
That's my angle.
That's your angle is that the Crit Bloom penetration is going to allow her to kill this Ornn.
And then the reset off of the Ornn kill will AoE heal the team.
All right. I respect it, you know? No one can say that you do not have the wrist strength to grasp at those straws. You're coming in strong. That's a man who boulders. But yeah, Fnatic continue the pressure. Guys, I want to tell you that there is a way. But Giant X are going to have to educate us. This is a teaching moment for them. If there is a way to come back in the game, they will show it to us. But I don't know if it exists.
I think you got to run it back. You got to keep trying to send 5 people on side to find someone to blow up because you're trading nothing for tier 2s at the moment, right? So if you can at least find a kill and a bounty somewhere, 400 gold on Humanoid.
And respect to to Giant X. Fnatic against Team Heretics got caught a lot. They were winning that game completely, and then Zvyro and Jankos just kept finding picks. They were not counting minions. Now, there is no Nico in this game, so they won't fall for the same trick, certainly, if it's not the opportunity. But maybe someone overcommits or overextends, and there is that window. Fnatic have been known to skip some steps. That said, Fnatic pushing out mid, gaining full control of the top side of the map, or at least trying to, as there is still a little bit of lingering vision from the side of GX, and the map just gets smaller and smaller as GX gets pushed further back to their base.
Good news for GX is the Baron damage isn't there for Fnatic, right? They really don't have that much, and they can't force it. So they still have to make picks on you, which means you can kind of turtle, right? You can kind of turtle for time until the next dragon, because that's Soul. But until then, you're not under any pressure. So 1 minute 30, you're gonna have to try and set up some kind of vision to maybe make a pick in a death push.
Man, I love Soul. It's just like a title card for a fight. Like, you know they have to fight.
Yeah. I think Odo Omne was trying to make a pick onto Oscar, potentially fighting long enough for the Talia to come online and come down as well, but he just nearly died doing it, so... Here it is again.
Here we go. Angry Crocodile, literal god. Yeah. Literal god, unconcerned.
Yeah. It's a lot of armor. And full bot side control now. Oscar can absolutely do anything he wants, and I don't know how GX get into the bot side river. I think it might be a cross-map angle. Ping's coming down top side. I think they realize they can't, so they're going to go top side for that potential bounty, objective bounty top. But Fnatic are really good at managing sides. I wouldn't be surprised to see them sniff this out and send someone to defend it as well as secure Dragon.
Yeah, they've got enough vision on the bottom side that they can
look at
go for an early TP. Humanoid's going to walk up and be ready to TP down in case the contest play comes through, but the timing isn't quite right here.
So they kill 2 birds with 1 stone. They defend top side and they secure Dragon vision. Right, there's no play for them to cross-map on the side of GX.
It's good. And Humanoid's just going to concede that wave. He says there's no one else there to push the tower. I will give up, a couple hundred gold to ensure that I can be where I need to be and close any potential options to the side of Giant X.
So this is where vision is really scary. Whoever face checks gets 1 popped. Maybe not on the side of Fnatic, but definitely on the side of GX. There comes the engage.
Arnold coming. Peach trying to get away. Only 1 member going to get knocked up. Pull back on the Humanoid is big, but the fall damage isn't quite there. The Varus ultimate landing, but not able to finish off Humanoid. Good damage going in on to Jun. Giant X holding their own. Fnatic get the chunk out, but Giant X suddenly have, permission to just wander in here. Fnatic burned so many of their cooldowns, it did not get a kill.
It's a good fight from GX. Jun managed to find some honey fruit. Oscar taking a lot of damage.
Odoamne off to the side. Oscar getting chunked away. TP now coming in. This is the cue for Fnatic to get aggressive again. Noah just steps up, forces Ignar to flash away. GX being pushed back. Fnatic will be able to grab the soul. Bit of an odd fight. Giant had the window of opportunity. Looks like it favored them, but of course, the reset coming through from Humanoid, the TP being up. They didn't really lose too much. And now the soul for the side of Fnatic.
And that feels like the nail in the coffin, doesn't it? For Fnatic. For GX, rather. I think they can just head on over to the Baron, force any fight they want now. Potentially play for that respawning blue buff too, if they come on the map soon enough. And GX is going to try and get that consolation prize.
Yep. And these are the times where you wish you were playing Arena or TFT. Maybe the RNG gods can just bless you and you just get something crazy broken for an augment.
Yeah.
This is not Arena or TFT. There are no crazy broken augments left. Actually, there are, and Oscar has all of them, and he's going to start handing them out to all of his respective teammates, so it's not getting easier.
Yeah. Now, Fnatic, as we said, gonna go over to the Baron. They could just start it up. They could start it up and turn. They have such incredible turning tools.
Zeri. We talked earlier. You mentioned kind of their Baron take isn't great, and I agree with you. But Razork does good damage. And now that Zeri has 3 items, I just don't think it matters. Especially with Mountain Soul, you're tanky enough now that you can just start it for free without really needing to worry. You can step off whenever you need to. You can engage, re-engage if you need to on the GX. So, it's Fnatic are playing the game out with all of their options open.
You can see GX. They have to try and face check to make sure that Baron's not started.
Pick onto Peach. Peach now zooming out to safety, however. They do get the flash. Oscar flicked back, but as we mentioned before, no one can actually kill this Ornn. He's trying to line up the perfect angle. The hook is well timed by Ignar to deny the follow-up, though. Knockback is there. Root is there. Oscar trying to finish off Ignar. Ignar just barely able to stay standing. No one can kill Oscar.
He's alive.
All of their damage is onto this Ornn, and he is still alive. And now the Zeri comes a-callin'. The Viego comes a-callin'. And it's an easy fight for Fnatic.
The Mountain Soul Ornn, any fight they take, you'll just take 10,000 damage for free. That's probably the game.
I think that, well, are they confident enough to push through? TP's coming in. Looks like Fnatic going to go for the throat here. Try to end this game. Oscar's back with a full health bar. 5 members of GX were not enough. I don't think they're getting a 6th in this one. Tower's getting taken down. Credit to Fnatic. Put their foot on the gas, and they did not stop as they find their 3rd win here in the LEC Spring.
2 very similar compositions. I think Fnatic just playing it out better, especially topside. With those picks onto Odoamne ultimates snowballing the Ornn.
I mean, brutal when you have the Renekton kind of come out and there's just the Ornn on the opposite side, mitigating the lane matchup, couldn't get any advantages, shut down over and over, and the engage, the execution, more confidence for Fnatic to pull the trigger. You, of course, can vote for your key player of the game at LEC on X, Oscar Innen, Humanoid, or Noah. All good options.
Yeah. I think it has to be Oscar, though, no? Even though Razork gave him the lead, he still played it extremely well. He was such a big meatball in the front line. Even building a locket for his teammates, I'd give it to Oscar.
That's one thing I'll say about Oscar. Every time he's ahead as a tank, he starts building support items. Yeah. And I respect that. This is a man who knows how to play for the team. He even did it on Cassante. Looked good overall. But here you are, the final battle from Fnatic. Confident win. We'll see what GX can bring in the games to come. For now, we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, Team Heretics versus G2 and an interview with Razork.
Done?
Done.
There we go.
Break?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
I'm tired.
Me too.
So, what do you think? On to the next night? Let's go. Come on.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está?
Uy, uy, uy. Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
There's no jungler in the area. Oh, there's the dash back. Knock up, flash follow for the stun. Good damage coming through. Nobody wants to heal with the execute from Razork.
Varus, kill Varus. Do principal. Varus no flash. Very good, Oski. You win. No flash. Expert stallion. Play Oski.
Rude is there. Oscar trying to finish off Ignar. Ignar just barely able to stay standing. No one can kill Oscar. He's alive. All of their damage is onto this Ornn, and he is still alive. And now
Hello and welcome back to the LEC. I'm Ginny, joined here for an interview with Razork from Fnatic. Congratulations on that very convincing win. Not necessarily something that we saw last week because you lost against Heretics. The game against KC had people's heart rate going through the roof. So talk me through those games particularly. This one felt a lot cleaner, a lot more one-sided from your side. But last week particularly, what were the takeaways from those games?
I think last week, KC game and Heretics were kind of similar, where we start very strong in early game, we get a big lead, and then we somehow managed to throw it. I think against Heretics, we ended up winning because we had a really good team fight, but against KC, and against Heretics, we threw it completely because they had smaller, and this champ is just unbalanced.
Oh yeah, you think Smolder is not balanced?
Yeah, I think it's not unbalanced and he's getting nerfed, so
Yeah.
thanks God.
Thankfully, yeah. I'm happy about that too. Surprise! Wow, I think a lot of people are. But in terms of like having a lead and then losing it and throwing it down the drain, we do see it quite often from your guys' end. Sometimes you bring it back, sometimes you don't. So what do you think is the main reason behind that?
Well, I think the reason mainly right now is that we are not very connected in mid-game. We are trying to play the map really fast, and we are most of the time making mistakes in terms of like giving up waves that we shouldn't, or like me and June, we are not on the same page and we are very disconnected, so we can't really pressure them up how we should. And I mean, it's something that we hope that is gonna work out in the long term when we all do it perfectly, but right now we're still learning.
Yeah, you're still learning, you're staying together as a team, and you're talking about the long-term perspective of things. We have a lot of teams this time around in Spring Split, made a couple of changes here and there to spice things up, but do you think there's an advantage to that as well?
Well, I mean, I think the teams that do changes in mid of the season or mid of the split is basically because they are like having a hard time and they really need some fresh faces to like revive the flame of the team or something like that. That's how I feel. I think we were in this position last year with Fnatic, and I think some changes are necessary. So, yeah.
Yeah, changes sometimes are necessary indeed. And we have a game coming up, which is G2 up against Heretics. And we're looking at the junglers here particularly. We have Jankos going up against Yike. In your mind, how are you expecting this to play out?
Well, I mean, I need to see champions, but I feel like Yike is performing really, really good lately. And he has shown a lot of strong performance with carry champions. I think his listen was really strong. And I also think Jankos played really strong listen. He wasn't in an easy position against us, and I think his mechanics were on point, and he actually held the game pretty good. So I'm actually excited to see what they will do.
I am excited indeed. And you know what? Yike is also a Viego enjoyer, just like yourself. So that's something to look forward to. Thank you so much for the interview. We're going to be heading over to our casters, Medi and Vedi, ready to break this one down.
Yeah, we're gonna surprise them. Okay, we just gotta wait for the toss. Okay, we just gotta wait for the toss. Okay, wait.
I'm sure Jenny will toss at some point.
Yeah, they'll toss. Wait.
Do you think we missed
what?
it?
What? Oh! Hey!
Boo!
Hi everyone, welcome. It's Medi Vedi, and we're here to bring you the rest of the games today.
Medi Vedi time!
Medi Vedi time!
League of Legends, let's go!
Well, that was a lot of power, Medic.
Sorry, man. It's been a while since we did it, you know, so I didn't know how much force to apply.
We have Team Heretics going up against G2 today. Undefeated G2 versus the 2-1 Heretics. Changes were made, questions were asked, but so far, the biggest question of them all is Heretics good, or is it Smolder? We're going to find out today.
Smoldering like your stare over the dinner table at midnight.
Thank you.
And just as devastating, we'll see if it gets banned out. Oh, it does! Heretics ban it out, and then we see Wonder's face looking slightly confused because, wait guys, we banned the champion that we win with? Seems a little bit shocking for me. Zeri, Vi, and Kaisa also taken away by G2, alongside the Nico, Kalista, and of course, that Smolder by Team Heretics. Broken Blade had enough of this. It's walking off the stage. Really wanted to play Nico top this game.
Talia, Varus, I'm wondering if any junglers are a high priority pick here as well. We've seen a bunch of different unique picks from G2 so far this split. We got to see the Volibear top. We have seen Jarvan as a priority for G2. Now, Jarvan did get some small buffs not too long ago. We did see Yike playing this in week 1. Surprised to see it so high on the priority list. Does suggest that we are looking at something like a Talia or an Ahri, maybe even a LeBlanc for Caps if he still considers it strong enough. If they want to go for more of the Wombo combo, Nico is of course still very viable in the mid lane. But I've basically listed all of the strongest mid laners in the patch, so obviously I'm pretty safe in that regard. Varus going to be locked in, you imagine, with some jungler here for Jankos. Lee Sin is something that's used as an answer, but the Orianna actually being left up, and of course Nico already banned away. I did miss that one.
Yep.
Means
but you did list it.
I did list it, that's true. So I wonder if Ahri will be the answer here, or if G2 are going to cook something up. I know that back in the day, Akali could be a pretty effective matchup into the Orianna, if you want to go old school, maybe even Syndra. But I don't know if Caps still favors those champions.
You can, of course, just look down towards the bottom lane here. You could Draven locked in for Hans Sommer, something we see banned against G2 so often. Very aggressive AD carry, 100% banned so far in Spring. Before this game, obviously, as now Hans Sommer has his hands on it. And G2 looking towards their mid lane to answer this Orianna. I still think Talia would be fine. Yes, it's not as good in the 1v1, but gives you a lot of power alongside that Jarvan. Ahri, another one that you mentioned. Great prediction there, Vedius. I I would have said that for one of 6 picks. We got there.
Well, I mean, they've got a hyper-aggressive mid-jungle plus AD carry, right? So a very heavy investment towards the early game. Against a champion like Varus is going to depend on this support priority now. The question for Heretics is, do they want to match jungle? Do they want to get something like, I would say Lee Sin into Jarvan is good, but paired up with an Orianna, not ideal. So maybe they want something like a Rel. Great flexibility. Love this, because I was about to say they're likely going to lose either support or jungle by picking Rel. They cover both bases. They can flex depending on how the rest of the draft goes.
You hedge your bets, don't you, with the Rel? Have seen it only from Trimby for Heretics this split, but obviously Jankos very experienced on the Rel as well. Heretics now looking towards their bans. We see likely jungle, AD, and mid locked in. Heretics could get rid of a couple of supports here if they want to flex that Rel down towards the bottom lane. Instead, remove the Gragas from the equation, meaning Broken Blade doesn't have a good engage top lane tool.
Also just a very safe top lane champion. We think about high priority picks.
Actually picked as a counter to Rel support as well.
Also true. I mean, Mickey, he was a big Gragas player. Let's not forget, old school G2, Gragas Yasuo bot lane was no stranger to them.
Didn't he make his name playing mid lane Gragas as well? Like in solo queue, whenever he had mid lane, he just
originally Mickey was the random bard guy in solo queue,
yes,
but the reason why Gragas is associated with this is because it's actually his favorite champion. Yeah. So that's some fun fact about Mickey.
Good job, Heretics, taking Mickey's fun out of the game. Mickey's just crying in the corner right now. They took him away again.
Well, the thing I'd be cautious of for Heretics is that both Ashe and Renata are up, which I think are great pairings with Draven, just because it gives you so much control and priority down towards the bot side of the map. I think that Renata especially is great as a disengage tool when you look at things like Rel. But right now, Heretics have a decent amount of wombo combo themselves. Varus ultimate, Orianna ultimate, Rel ultimate. It just all works beautifully together to give some devastating teamfight power.
You know what this draft from G2 is really calling for, Vedi?
What?
You hear it on the winds.
It better not be Camille support.
Yeah. Because how can you engage if you're locked in a cage,
Braum. Oh, that's pretty interesting.
Braum taken away by G2. Heretics now looking for R4. Safe top laner, usually what you see here when you have top and support left. You want to kind of see what you're matching up into in the bottom lane. Wonder, of course, can go to things like the Aatrox. We've seen the Wukong from him as well. Nah, very safe in the top lane if Heretics decide top is the way to go. Instead, they are going to reveal that this Rel is going into the jungle by locking in Nautilus.
Okay, so not the strongest mid-jungle duo coming out from Heretics in terms of the early game. Obviously going to scale better into the late game. But Varus Nautilus gives you a lot of power in the bot lane 2 versus 2. Question is, how will G2 respond? My suspicion would be something like a Renata, but with them banning away the Braum, I wonder what direction they'll go. Do they want to go for something more aggressive? Are they looking for a little bit more defense, maybe? I
mean, Braum ban kind of implied they were looking towards the Nautilus. So
yeah,
I
was thinking
Heretics deciding to pick it away. There's the Renata you talked about. Great disengage, really good at stopping anyone getting onto Hansama on the Draven.
So what's their blind top now? Will it just be something like a Jace?
It could be.
I think it's relatively safe, also just a strong top laner isolation, but there are a decent number of counter picks, so it's always a bit of a gamble. They could go for Volibear, but from who I've been speaking to, Volibear is a better sort of answer. Renekton, of course, the safest blind available left based on what we see. So overall, fairly solid, safe top side of the map. This is a very bot side focused draft coming out from G2. They want to make sure that they can get this Draven Renata ahead, and they want to play towards them, leveraging the strong mid-jungle duo that they have with Ahri and Jarvan.
Trimby with the Nasus hover. No Heimerdingers in this game, so no reason to pick that. Instead, it looks like it's going to be Aatrox for Wonder in the top lane. Giving him counterpick top does make sense, but it's not a matchup that I expect Wonder to be able to top dominate in. He might be able to get some incremental advantages. Most of the action likely to be either in mid or bot lane.
I definitely think that there's ways to get this Aatrox ahead. I think Aatrox as a champion just scales super well, right? We've all seen the impact that he has in these late game team fights. I think Heretics have gone much more towards a team fight sort of draft. We've seen a lot of their games sort of go later into the game. A lot of them are revolved around fighting. So I think that Heretics are sticking to their comfort, and I'm excited to see what they can do against G2. Have a little bit more side lane threat. A lot of power in the early game. They're going to need to find advantages through this mid-jungle, translate that pressure towards bot. Maybe we'll see a couple dives thrown towards Flackhead and Trimby. But G2, their early game was criticized in Winter. I think that they have definitely not had the cleanest performances so far here in Spring. Fortunately for G2, they've kind of earned that benefit of the doubt. The regular season, it's always debatable at what level they're playing at. It seems that playoffs is always where we see kind of the best version of G2. So we'll see what level they demonstrate today, because a win for Team Heretics would be massive for them. And would definitely help them get closer to locking a spot in the top 8, which would be very different from what we saw from them in the previous season.
It really would. A massive evolution for them as a team. But G2, a formidable foe, as we see a ward placed in here by Broken Blade towards that red buff to spot out Jankos' early pathing. That's why we're running Phase Rush on the Orianna as well, just for that extra ability to reposition balls in fights and escape possible gank paths as well. Team Heretics, so maybe looking for a late invade. Trimby's going to poke his nose in and see if anything is happening. I think he was revealed there. Question mark ping comes out, ward over onto the red again. Hansama and Mickey using this opportunity to step in here. Draven level 1, very powerful. Trimby and Flackid will spot them though. And just probably have to take the safer route round here, but Hansama's going to use the vision that Mickey provides as he steps around this corner to see if he can get some auto attacks off. Couldn't do it, and then decides just to place the ward on blue. So both the buffs for Jankos are warded. He has decided to avoid all vision and steal away the Razor Beaks. Yike. It's going to be a smite fight, and you can't really fight the Shattering Strike because Jankos secures it. The Rel Q doing extra damage to monsters in the jungle makes it so hard for Yike to win out that trade, and Yike will only get a single Razor Beak. Jankos decides he doesn't want to continue to contest.
Great start from Jankos, yeah. Information was garnered from both sides of the map. Is he starting red or is he starting blue? And as you rightly called, he immediately went to Raptors and said, no, I'm starting right here, in front of you. Level 2 now going to be ticked over for G2. Immediate retreat comes out from Trimby and Flackid. Handshake very close to connecting there, but as we expected, push in the bot lane for G2. They need that support from the jungle, and I mean, the good news for Heretics is Jankos interrupting that pathing makes it a little awkward now for Yike. You can see he has pathed up towards his wolves, but the bot lane should feel relatively safe. Let's see how Yike adapts his pathing moving forward. Already making his way towards the enemy red buff.
Do you want to steal a red buff?
Looks like he's thinking about it.
Both Jankos and Yike looking towards it. Mid lane is pushed in. Zviru would have first move, but Broken Blade has first move from top. He's even proxying the wave here to make it harder for Wonder to leave the safety of his tower. Jankos coming across. Razorbeak's first stolen away by Yike. Can look for more. Has burnt the smite around 5 seconds before his next one is back up. It comes up now. Jankos has no smite.
Well, Broken Blade is here to assist. You talked about the proxying, and now he can immediately move down to support his jungler. The problem for G2 is Caps doesn't actually have control over the mid wave. Broken Blade.
Problem for Jankos is he's been locked up. Shadowing Strike coming out, pops the blast cone. Will escape with the aftershock, but now realizes can't really step into this side of the jungle. Yike's still only level 2 though, because his Razor Beaks was stolen, so hasn't been able to gain too many camps, and goes for the Scuttle Crab as a small reward for the invade.
A lot of cool stuff happening here. So Broken Blade preemptively getting ahead of that top lane wave so that he can move as quickly as possible to assist his jungler in setting up for the invade. Jankos skipping over his wolves to be able to contest this, knows that his mid laner has prior, his bot lane now in danger.
Away. Hansama tanking the tower, the bailout coming out. Ignite ticking won't be enough to kill him off. Jankos on his way down, and Hansama only has a cleanse to get away from the Rel. Flash, Shadowing Strike, Jankos on the board. Mickey falls as well as Jankos claims a double.
Great start for Heretics. They're able to punish the aggression from Hansama and Mickey, and they find themselves a double kill onto Jankos. He started Spring in impressive fashion. He's looking to continue that form here in week 2.
I will say, when he locked in Rel, I didn't think we'd see something like his Lee Sin performance of last week, but he's showing just how much impact he can have, even on a more utility-based jungler. Let's have another look at this, because it is G2 that initiate the dive that then goes horribly wrong.
I mean, this is very classic Hansama Mickey. When he gets his comfort pick, he wants to be threatening these dives. He sees the level advantage, and they go for it. Early flash comes out from Flackid. They lock Hansama underneath the tower. He ends up taking aggro, and I think he took 3 tower shots there, which just sets up the play for Jankos to arrive. They know exactly where Yike is. He's forced on the top side of the map, and you have to feel that if the jungle pathing had gone the way in which Yike would have wanted, his red wasn't stolen, that he could have been on the bot side of the map, they could have been threatening a dive there. So huge credit needs to be given to Jankos, interfering with Yike's early pathing, providing that additional safety for his bot side, and then them just punishing that over-aggression. Very well executed early game so far from Heretics.
And it did look a little bit int with Hansama just walking up underneath the tower with a Nautilus in his face that can just auto-attack him. But G2 are playing around bailout in that situation. The idea is, yes, Hansama will die, but bailout will bring him back when he kills off Flackid. The problem was, Flackid didn't die, so Hansama just got caught out on the back end of it. Still a CS lead, but it is being closed by Flackett in that bottom lane. He was around 9 CS as those waves were crashing in, now back up to 27. Hansama about 15 CS up or so, with the minion wave relatively even in this bottom lane.
Now think about early objectives. As I mentioned, I look at the minimap, see Grubs being secured by Jankos. He's going to be able to secure that first one. Looks like he's going to get the other two as well. Top lane isn't really in Wonder's favor. He does have a slight pushing wave there. Of course, the level advantage. Level 6 secured now for Broken Blade. Is he going to pop the ult early? No. Sometimes we'll see, especially over in the LPL, they'll leverage that early Renekton ultimate to just gain control of the lane, force that enemy top laner back, allows you to secure things like the early growth, but he knows that Yike is pathing towards the bot side of the map. As I say that,
yeah, when they see Jankos in the mid lane, I think Broken Blade uses that as his opportunity to go in. Yike was on the bottom side, didn't know where Jankos was. Now he sees him in that mid lane bush and can trade onto Wonder, who doesn't pop the World Ender, so Wonder has an ultimate advantage. Yike here trying to track Jankos once again. No bot lane gank materialized for him. Zviru a possibility as Caps goes in. The charm connects. There's Yike for the follow-up. And Caps continues his purple patch as Yike takes G2's first kill of the game.
nice play from Caps there. Zviru did have the flash available to him, didn't really get an opportunity to use it. He wasn't expecting Yike with the flash EQ combo. Not much he could have done thanks to the charm connected by Caps. Easy kill for the mid-jungle duo of G2. And they get themselves on the board.
Jankos is spotting on Vision here. Does have the smite, so does Yike. Yike gets the Scuttle Crab. And for the moment, Honor's even in terms of gold, at least in this game, even though Jankos and Heretics have that extra kill. Jankos totally on Vision as he comes across here. We'll know it as well. That's one of the zombie wards. Engage happens from Trimby. Mickey's still pretty healthy though. Hansama the next target, cleanses away. Yike here to join the party. Jankos locked up, no flash on him for a moment, but he can just dismount and get himself out of the action.
Lens traded for Ignite there. Trimby a little low. Hansama has ticked over to 6.
Hook again onto Mickey. Jankos coming in. Yike here as well. Whirling Death.
Nice sidestep from Trimby.
A bit more of a whirling whiff.
Look at Zviru though, already making his way towards bot. Cap's still stuck in mid, doesn't have the TP available. Zviru got a nice push out there, which means that he's here to assist his team. Now Caps is trying to make his way down. But it looks like that both teams are going to disengage for now.
It's one of those fights where if you manage to get a kill, it can snowball into a Drake, it can snowball into maybe invading the enemy jungle. So you understand why both the junglers are spending so much time down here, especially for G2. If Hansama gets rolling on this Draven, has a 66% win rate on it across the course of his career, very comfortable on this champ. As I said in Pick and Ban, banned against him every game so far in Spring. So for G2, investing time into Hansama makes sense. For Heretics, investing time into making sure Hansama doesn't get ahead definitely makes sense as well. Zviru still has the flash. Caps going in, charm wide as Zviru flashes in the opposite direction. Shockwave on Mickey. No follow-up from the rest of Heretics.
He's able to get away to safety this time around. Caps doesn't quite connect the charm. Well, I say that, it does hit onto Trimby. Sure. Still counts as a hit for all intent and purposes, but Caps now with that ultimate has to play a little bit more reserved. Zviru, his ulti on cooldown as well, did use that to try and disengage and create space.
And the risk for Zviru now is your flash is burned. First gank you died without burning flash, now you have no flash. Orianna, one of the lowest mobility mid laners, or at least one of those mid laners that doesn't have a natural way of escaping, and Cap still has flash, and will have Spirit Rush up sooner than your flash comes back up. So that Orianna at great risk of a repeat gank, especially with Yike now hitting 6 and having that Cataclysm. Caps is going to step his head into this river. We'll use the Scryer's Bloom to see that the Drake has been started, and Heretics will get it. 3 grubs and a Drake for them before the 10-minute mark.
Blue going to be secured by Yike. Overall, though, Heretics in a very good position. We talked about how G2, with this composition, they want to be using their mid control to play towards bot. They want to be trying to snowball this Draven, but a lot of their early game plans were disrupted thanks to Jankos' pathing and basically getting in Yike's face and making his life in the early game a little miserable. We draw attention to the minimap. Look at Jankos returning back out onto the map. Wonder did start moving down, and he's in a better position to collapse here. Okay, bit of a blunder there from Jankos.
Wouldn't be Jankos unless he missed a skill shot at some point in the game, Benny.
Admittedly, he was expecting Yike to walk into the bush, but yes, he did miss that one. He's still going to secure himself the red buff though, and Yike quite wisely disengages from the situation. Small level advantage for Jankos. Puts him in a great spot. They continue to scale, items still working their way through, but it's going to take a little while. You can see the tier still stacking up for Zviru. The Vamp Scepter. Looks like Flacket actually going to go for the on-hit build rather than the lethality one. I like this one. I just like the on-hit build more, Medic. I'm a big fan of the on-hit Varus build. Obviously, the lethality Varus does have its strengths. I'm not trying to discourage that, but
Interruption wide as Hansama dodges to the side of it. Blood Rush giving him a little bit of extra movement speed. Plate's fallen for G2 in this bottom lane, and without that ultimate, it's going to be harder for Heretics to find anything. Dredgeline coming in, but Trimby, I think, is just keeping Hansama interested more than anything. Didn't really think they could get a kill there, especially with Flacket being relatively low mana. Caps going back in. Remember, Zvayu no flash. Caps just waits and burns the charm in the wrong direction. Oh, quite find it. Pull back onto Yike. Perfect from Jankos. Cataclysm in, but Jankos on a killing spree. It's been all him this game as the Dredgeline lands onto Mickey. He still has the hostile takeover, but does he have time to get out of here and pop that ultimate? Flashes away the Ignite, ticking Blast Cone. Oh, double ward, almost! Almost beautiful from Trimby using the wards to block the Blast Cone. One got autoed, but the second did not. Hansama able to connect on that plant.
I mean, nice punish once again from Heretics. Yeah, the gold isn't ballooning in their favor, but such a great shockwave from Spyro. It feels like that we're seeing his confidence continue to grow as he gets more time on stage. But overall, that was just a situation where Caps doesn't quite connect the charm. It's always a bit of a dance in the mid lane. It's one of those things where when it comes to Ahri and Jarvan, you ideally want one combo to land first to guarantee the other one, but neither are reliable. Jarvan's EQ isn't the easiest to hit, neither is the Ahri charm. Draw attention to top lane though.
Broken Blade, locked up. It does have the flash and the Dominus. Pops the Dominus, World Ender out from Wonder with Jankos and Trimby on the way. Yike trying to get up here, making a beeline for the top lane, but I'm not sure he'll be in time to help out the Croc. Broken Blade flashes and gets away. Good escape from the G2 top there. He looked all but dead.
Throws out the fist bump, gets left.
Hanging.
Hanging, that's the word I was looking for. However, now they've decided to go for the grubs. We'll just secure one, but I feel like that with Heretics numbers, they should be able to secure these extra two, giving them the 5 grub buff. Not quite the 6, but still a buff nonetheless. Broken Blade needs to get back to lane. Impressive that he was able to survive that gank. Great utilization of the rage meter as Flacket now in some danger.
Pull back with the handshake. Mickey blasts Flacket back towards Yike. Zvayu on his way as well with a shockwave. Command, protect, dash away by Yike. Flacket burns the flash. Hostile takeover will land on him and Zvayu to boot. And Zvayu walks his way unwittingly into the enemy team. G2 find 2.
Mickey navigates his way into the jungle to spot Flacket as he's trying to get a bit of vision. Unbeknownst to him, a collapse is coming from Yike. And the way in which Mickey uses the blast cone to set up the play, creative stuff from him. G2 find themselves with a 2k gold lead. I was concerned that they weren't finding any advantages, but here
G2,
they are.
Like, this is just what they do, you know?
That's what they do. Hansama now with a 1.2k gold lead.
I think he cashed out. We'll see if we can see the pop-up in terms of gold. Mickey here was looking for the base, then spots.
So he spots him on the ward, yeah.
I think he starts to move before he spots Flacket because there was a bush in the way, but then realizes, hey, maybe Flacket's going in this direction. Flacket steps in.
Handshake.
To the cleanse, blast cone.
And then the ultimate's going to come through first, and then watch this as well. EQ from Yike is going to dodge the shockwave. Doesn't connect onto anyone. Then a nice charm here from Caps actually connects onto Flacket. The catch comes over to Hansama. I wasn't keeping track of how much gold he actually got off that. Unfortunate for G2 that Mickey picks up that second kill, but still, they can be happy with that. I think Dylan was concerned that Draven wasn't going to get the cash out. He was like, give the money to Draven!
It's rare that you see Dylan that animated as well in a moment. Obviously, he's just a Draven enthusiast. After Hansama was put behind a little bit in this early game, or at least didn't get the advantages that you'd usually want for a Draven. Now, as you say, 1.2k ahead. Mid is 1,000 gold in the lead. And
I mean, it looks like Caps also got 2 plates in mid, so well, 3 total, which means that you can see that a lot of the gold that he got off the back of that was just unlocking that mid tower. 20 CS up as well. Caps maintaining his form. True, his charm accuracy has not been the strongest this game, but overall, still an impressive game from him. He's landed the charms that really mattered so far. And G2 with a 2k gold lead for now. We'll see if Heretics, they're definitely not down and out just yet. The early game is kind of going as we would expect. I think the fact that Heretics have been able to find opportunities of their own still puts them in a very solid position. The problem is Spyro is now going to be a little delayed in terms of when he comes online, and he's a big part of the team's damage.
Yeah. And the other problem is, Jankos got all the kills. No offense to him,
True.
It wasn't his fault that he got all the kills.
But
when your first item is a Knight's Vow, your team's damage doesn't get accelerated too much. They survive for 10% more time, and you get some health back, which is nice.
Also, can we just take a second? So the problem with this Ahri build is it's just a lot of cooldown reduction.
Yeah, the Malignant.
So his ultimate is level 2, and he already has it at 56 seconds cooldown, which is crazy for an ultimate.
It really is. And this is why I build Malignant's Ivern. Because Daisy dies, 3 seconds later, Daisy's back. Never have to be without a friend.
Over in the LPL and the LCK, they're doing Malignant's Annie for the same reasons. It's just the bear slap.
Look, if you're at home this Saturday evening and you're feeling lonely, can we recommend Malignant's Ivern and Malignant's Daisy? You'll always have a teddy bear.
You'll always have a companion with you. It's strange that Malignant brings companionship.
It's the internet for you, mate. Anyway, G2's still in a sizable gold lead right now. Opportunity and Yumu's Ghostblade finished for Hans Summer. 2-item spike already on that Draven. They stopped the Dragon stacking as well by taking a mountain of their own. They do not have the Rift Herald. Jankos was able to secure that, so we'll see how Heretics try to open up the map, but you can see how defensively Heretics are having to play. Maybe trying to lay a trap here to see if anyone steps too far forward. Flackhead also might be caught in the jaws of G2. Instead, Jankos coming in from the side means that Yike has to dash away.
Overall, Hans Summer being rotated over to mid. Caps being sent off to a side lane, no TP available to him, but no objectives really on the map to play for. Means that it's just about clearing out these waves. Ideally, these teams now look at these outer towers to try and secure. Mid is, I think ever since the map changes, mid has just become a lot harder to siege. Rift Herald is a very valuable thing, which I imagine Heretics could very well throw down in mid to try and unlock that tower. But it's mainly about farming right now, making sure that these players can get the items that they need in order to be ready to fight. I wouldn't be surprised if Heretics actually just concede the next dragon. It's only the 3rd dragon of the game. It won't put G2 at soul point. The fact that they were able to get the first one is great for them because it just allows them to stall. And so overall, I think Heretics is quite happy to just sit back and farm for now.
Yeah, some really interesting map movements here by G2. Caps pushed in the bot lane, then recalled out of vision while Broken Blade was taking the Gromp on top side. Caps has now moved into the top lane to bolster Broken Blade because they want to see if Wonder oversteps. Jankos obviously coming down towards this bottom side as Sviru pushes out means that they will get this tier 1 in the bot lane. Wonder didn't decide to overstep, didn't get caught out, so it's just going to be a tower for tower trade, with Heretics actually investing more because they used the Herald. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Heretics know they have a slight numbers advantage, but the bailout and the hostile takeover enough to keep Hans Summer safe. Did have to burn the flash and the cleanse.
I thought Heretics may even continue that push in the bot lane. Yike is here to catch the wave. They've left Caps top side. He does have the TP available, slowly chipping away at this tower as Spyro being sent to go and answer the wave. Spyro a full level down behind Caps for the time being, but he does have that Seraphs completed. He's now working towards that 2nd item.
And part of that is the safety of Ahri over Orianna, right? Like, if you're playing this 1-3-1, if you're looking for side lanes, no real neutrals to make team fights happen around, Spyro is a lot more susceptible to dying in a side lane. If Caps gets caught, Spirit Rush, you're out. You have Flash as well, just in case. Orianna does not have that same luxury, so it's harder for Spyro to just go into a side lane and leech up that XP and gold that you really need in the mid game. Caps has built your favorite item on Ahri right now, Betty. You were telling me a little bit about this before.
Well, I wasn't sold on Horizon Focus at first. I actually thought that I've forgotten the damn name of it. The item that gives crits when they're below 35% HP. It builds out of Hextech Alternator and a large rods. And
it gives crits? Shadow Flame? No.
Yeah, is it
Shadow Flame?
It's yeah.
It's okay. Because when you said crits,
pen.
I was thinking
your spells
like
and
Infinity Edge.
No, your spells and stuff crit
Sure,
when they're underneath
sure.
35% HP. I don't know. I just build it. I always forget the name.
I want to say it's Shadow Flame, but I'm going to.
I think you're right. I'm pretty sure it is Shadow Flame. I think you're right. But I always thought that was better. But when you look at everything that Horizon Focus gives, it's actually very easy to take advantage of the 600 range thing. Ahri's Q definitely goes well beyond that. So my only issue with it is like it's hard, because if you're R'ing in, it's harder to get full value out of it, but still. Right now it looks like a contest over the red buff.
No neutrals to fight over. Instead, there's battle for the red. Smite goes down, Jankos takes it.
But they're also setting up control around the bot side of the map, ready for the dragon. You'll see the bot wave is pushed in. Wonder has TP, so he's going to go back to base, spend as much gold as he can, ready for this oncoming fight. Going to complete anything? No, actually he's just going top to try and answer the wave because Caps has been pushing this whole time. He's about to tick over to level 14. He only needs one more wave to secure it. He's going to get a huge additional influx of gold by securing this as well.
Importantly for Heretics, they did manage to clear out the vision that G2 had around their jungle, so there's no deep TP wards. You can see Broken Blade TPing behind, Trimby going for Mickey. There's the Dredge line as well as Flacker follows up, TPing by Caps as well. Broken Blade is behind Heretics. Do they realize he's on his way? The Croc is angry, Jankos misses the Shadowing Strike, and in goes Yike, and down goes Viru. They didn't know that the Croc was lying in the waters, and the Predator finds its prey. There's 3 already as Jankos tries to escape the prey. Wonder trying to do the damage onto Yike to take him out. Can't quite get it down as G2 just wipe away Heretics. Caps and Jankos trading. Caps doesn't even fall to the tower. It's a 5-for-0 clean ace.
This is the risk of Heretics trying to fight for this 3rd dragon. This initial engage looks quite promising, but there's no threat onto Hansama, so that's a big ultimate from the Nautilus used. Crucially, look at the positioning of this Renekton. Finds a way in from the backline. Yike flashes in to lock down both backline carries, and look at how immediately they're eviscerated from the fight. Flackhead can't play, Spyro is dead, the damage is gone, and then it's just a matter of cleanup for G2. Very well executed team fight, and G2 now have full control over the game.
And it's just the risk. If you don't mind your flanks against G2 around an objective like this, they will make you pay the cost. 7,000 gold now the lead at 22 minutes. And after a slowish start for G2, that gold has just ballooned. 3 items on Hansama as well. Sundered Sky. Might seem odd on an AD carry, but on Draven, very powerful with the healing and the guaranteed crit that it gives you.
You think Sundered Sky is powerful, do you, Medic? It's weird how it's been built on everyone almost. G2. I feel like Ari should build it just for kicks now.
Far enough.
Lichbane Sundered Sky thoughts. So,
You're critting from Shadowflame, you're critting from Sundered Sky.
I mean, yeah, G2 is insanely strong. This is exactly the position they want to be in. The transition into the second items is where Team Heretics kind of wanted to look maybe for a fight, but they're not even there. Spyro's second item is going to be Zhonya's, and he hasn't even finished it yet. Flackhead is sitting on a pickaxe and a recurve bow. Like, they are just so incredibly weak. They lack so much damage, and you compare that to Caps, who has 2 items completed and is sitting on a large rod. It's just, the damage difference is crazy. Hansama with 3 fully completed items, it's so much damage that G2 can now just start threatening the Baron. They can force Heretics into the fights because Heretics are just not strong enough to take them.
Heretics need to wait for 2.5 items, 3 items before they really come online.
They need G2 to throw. They need stalls, they need a Baron steal.
I watched the SK game earlier today, and apparently that's something that you can just do in games, you know? So we'll see if G2 do it. They have fallen foul to stepping too far forward in the past.
Is that a throw?
The top lane tier 2 just cursed today, it seems.
I mean, they still get the tower in exchange for Mickey. So, you know, you could argue.
Support lives matter.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they don't, but in terms of objective gold value, 300 for a kill onto Mickey versus 600 for a tower. Team gold.
Okay, yeah,
okay. It's just math, Medic.
It's just math. You are 100% correct.
But if
That's why I play Ezreal support, so that I can always just dash out of the fight.
It looks like Death Gap is going to be worked on for Caps as his next item. Level 15 secured for him. Highest level alongside Broken Blade. Credit to Yike as well. I mean, I was going to say credit to Yike, and then I remembered he's playing Jarvan, who is a bit of an assist machine. I like to praise people when they've had 100% KP, because in pro games that can be quite challenging to do. But Jarvan throws down E. Is that an assist for me?
All it means is his solo laners didn't get any solo kills.
That's true.
Good job, Jarvan.
I mean, he's also very strong right now.
He won the smite fight there.
And he did. This time gets a bit of revenge against Jankos. And I will highlight Jankos overall, really good early game. He did everything right.
100% KP?
Yeah, that is very true. Continues to get the kills.
Yeah. That's what kill participation's about. Jankos just really wanted to pad that set this week. As, yeah, he managed to do some really good pathing in the early game, shut down Yike, but the kills falling on the wrong targets and a few missteps, and a few good steps by G2 as well means that they're now the luxury of just pushing in these waves, taking another tier 2. Only mid lane remains standing for Heretics, and the Drake up in 1 minute 20 seconds. I wouldn't be surprised if we see at least Mickey resetting here. He only has 1 ward left on his Cosmic opposition, so Celestial opposition, so he wants to get a few more.
G2 now waiting for the dragon to spawn. I do think that they could be threatening the Baron a little more. Oh, nice there from Wonder, aggroing the Baron just to annoy Caps.
How would you threaten the Baron? Yo, Baron.
Okay,
you're ugly.
You're,
is that threatening or is that just insulting a Baron?
You're just like, dear Baron, you don't know who I am.
Dearest Baron, if you could find out at your earliest opportunity to press your R key. Oh wait, that's Carlos.
Not literally. I mean, when I say threaten, I mean the implication they could start Baron. And
it's about the implication,
that
is it?
threatens G2, Team Heretics that objective could fall, and then they were to be forced to come and contest. The way in which you do that is you bring Broken Blade up, you bring him into mid wave, you have control over mid, use that push in mid into controlling topside jungle, have the RE push, and then you clear out all the vision, force Heretics to face check, and you can either look for a pick or you can actually just secure the Baron. I would actually, my favorite version of that is you just leave Caps in the fog of war, and then the 4 of you do Baron, because like Caps doesn't really contribute damage to clearing the Baron. And then he can look for a pick, or he can look to stall, or he can just make Heretics uncomfortable while the Baron can be secured. But instead, they're prioritizing the Dragon for now, which I think is totally fine.
Risk for Heretics, though, if they do try and fight this, they missed one ward behind them, up near where that control ward is, just past the blue. So if they did try and fight this, there was always the possibility of a TP behind them. They decide against doing it. Now, it's G2's opportunity to ask Baron to meet them outside the bike sheds after school.
To confess their love.
It was more of a threat. But you want to propose to the Baron, I'm not stopping you, Vedius.
Is that what you did at school? Ask the person that you like to meet you behind the school, like isolated.
No, we had tennis courts.
Excuse me, the tennis courts?
Yeah, so it's like, hey, there's this little, stairs down near the tennis courts where not many people would walk.
I see.
That's where you met the people that you love.
That's fair.
Young love, fleeting.
Yep.
But, yeah, that's about it.
Wow, okay, bit of a dark turn there.
Look, high school wasn't the best years of my life, Vedius. I've grown and matured.
Well, it pushed me towards video games, and that's now gotten us here. Who couldn't be happier as a result of that? Now, we talked about the Baron setup. What they've done is they've kept Cap's bot to just keep those waves pushed in, but they're primarily using this mid-push into topside jungle, and you can see right now, Hansama has that push. They're a little skeptical about Trimby hovering around that area. They have vision of him because of the Jarvan flag that's sitting in the bush, and they want to move now into this top side, and as you can see, Mickey getting some vision while also sweeping out what Heretics can see while looking for a bit of damage themselves. Chipping away Jankos' HP is massive because that now makes the Baron threat that much more real. We keep our eyes on Caps, threatening the bot side of the map. If Spyro goes to answer him, it's very easy for Caps to then go and answer, maybe even look for a solo kill himself. The death cap completed. Maybe he doesn't feel he has enough damage because it is Zhonya's plus Seraphs. That's a lot of survivability on the Orianna. But any second now, they should, start the Baron. Very well done from G2. Overall good control. Observers are highlighting the vision. Look at how scared Heretics are now. They're relying on Trimby to face check.
They have 2 far side observations, though. One goes down. They have a second to follow up. Caps on his way, spotted on the mid wave. 4,000 HP on the Baron. Jankos looking for the steal. Can't flip against Arel. She will just take it away from you. Ruthless Predator pops onto Trimby. There's a Cataclysm as well. Good hostile takeover. Wonder's already got one, and on the back line, Flacket's still relatively untouched in this fight as Caps tried to dash in and has to dive out. In the end, a 1 for 0, but there's the charm! And there goes Viru. Poppy goes. Yike trying to fight with Trimby and Wonder off towards the top side, but only one damage source really left in the form of Flacket. Wonder can do a little bit in extended fights, but he has to flash away from the charm, and Hansama's not letting him go anywhere. A killing spree for Hansama as Flacket, Trimby, and Jankos have to walk away wounded. Another charm, and there's the knockup. Flacket down, Caps on a rampage. Hansama joins him as well with the double.
It was a messy start to the fight, but G2 find a way to clean it up. It's only the former G2 member that's left standing, as G2 now make their way into the base of Heretics.
Might just be game.
I wonder if they can. Spyro is up in 10 seconds. The inhibitor will fall. 4 members alive.
Remember, Caps' auto attacks will be bolstered against this. That AP helping you take down turrets. First Nexus tower falls, the second short to follow. Zviru comes back up, but immediately is charmed by Caps. He's on a fine run of form right now as G2 will continue their undefeated streak. Caps TP's away. The ultimate cherry on the top of the cake. A laughing Caps as G2 go 4-0.
The early game was a little scary. I think Heretics did some great stuff to mitigate their goals and plans to shut down this bot side of the map, but ultimately G2 just found some amazing fights. 2 back-to-back. The first, those 2 initial picks, then that great fight around the dragon. Impressive stuff. You can go over to X at LEC, vote for your key player of the game. Broken Blade, Caps, Mickey, X, all very viable candidates. Great options. You decide who it is. Great performances from them all.
Because everyone played well, I'm giving it to Mickey. Anyway, that's it for us for now. We'll be back after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And welcome back to the LEC, where G2 find themselves victorious against Heretics, continuing their undefeated streak. And here, guys, I want us to talk about G2 as a whole. They won Winter, they're heading to MSI, we know this, but let's take a look at the game they played against Heretics now. Do we think they're playing on a high level enough? Yes and no. Let's talk about the early game, maybe?
Yeah, personally, I don't think they are.
Okay.
Like, let's be real, even when we look back at Winter, this wasn't a team that was the most consistent when it came to the early games. It was more about how they can play through mid side lanes, they can set themselves up well, but when it came to the early game, it's a big issue, and Broxah, we saw this here today as well.
So, we need to look at this.
Okay.
Jankos gets pushed out of his top side. He naturally goes bot side. He has one place to go. It is bot lane. What does G2's bot lane do? They freaking dive him. They dive them 2v2 with a jungler moving there. Like, this is a solo queue moment if I've ever seen one. Like, I've been in this situation, being the Java, and I'm like, spam pinging bot lane, back.
Yeah.
What do? They dive. They're probably spam pinging Yike on top of it, like jungle gap. It's disgusting. Why do you dive that?
There's so many times we see the exact same thing from G2, right? You see it in mid lane where they spot Jankos in mid lane, they're like, we're going to go for the play anyway. When we look back at Winter, there was, hey, Yike is on Void Grubs. And then Hansam and Mickey are like, this seems like the best time to go for a 2v2 on bot, and then they end up dying, or jungle comes down and they end up picking them off. It's consistently where they are overextending and not respecting their enemy team, and it's catching them out on multiple occasions. And now if you look at an MSI or an international, this is where you are going to fall flat. You cannot give advantages like this to a top LPR or a top LCK team.
I love your approach, guys, because I feel like it's easy praising your winning teams, but showing what they're doing wrong is actually going to be important here, especially with MSI on the line. Let's look at the second replay, maybe. We're talking about the mid lane this time.
Yeah, I think it's funny though, because if you look at G2 in Europe, they're so good. But if you look at them internationally with the way they're playing in Europe, you know this meme with the dog inside the burning building saying it's fine?
This is fine,
That's
guys.
basically me as an EU fan going into MSI. Like, I don't really know if it's fine at this point.
Yeah, and you have every reason to be worried, I feel.
Yeah, and I think that the biggest thing is that we get to see, hey, their mid game is still pretty strong, right?
Yeah.
And this is where they're able to find those moments where they can have these big team fight comes back. But even here, right, like overextending on the team fight here, giving that opportunity for Heretics to try and come back. But oftentimes it ends up falling to someone like Caps to try and bring these moments back and those individual performers to step it up. And I think Caps has been someone where they are giving a lot of space on side lanes too. So it's like, hey, when you're on a Azir, we're going to put you in a side lane, you're going to scale up when we're behind and become that big team fight threat. Here on the Ahri, he's pressuring towers. And I think teams don't know how to deal with this side lane pressure from G2 and end up crumbling as a result to then G2 in the mid game.
So normally when you do Baron, you kind of want to pull the enemy team close into you and then turn when you have a really good angle. Here, G2 turned way too early, and because the opponent's name is Heretics and not one of the top LPL and LCK team, no offense to Heretics, it could be any other EU team. Heretics didn't ace them. What I'm trying to say is that turn was terrible, and it's unbelievable that they won the game off of it. They shouldn't get away with these type of things, and it brings me pain. Somebody has to give them a reality check.
And I do think it's fair. I do love the entire bashing of the region, by the way. I think it was amazing. But do you think, I mean, what do you attribute this to? Because I don't believe in a lack of skills or in a lack of discipline when it comes to G2.
You don't?
Where do these mistakes come from? Yeah?
I think what we're seeing in Europe is G2 dunking on their opponents individually. If you take a player like Caps or Broken Blade that does really well within Europe against every solo lane in the league, and you put them at MSI where they can no longer get those big advantages in their solo lanes and where they have to win off of good macro and rotations and decision making, that becomes a problem because you're used to always winning lane, always have that fallback plan, and if you no longer have that, everything just falls apart.
I do have a question about the whole G2 philosophy and how they're going to approach MSI. But before that, praise to Caps, key player of the game. Once again, he has been this consistent clutch factor for G2.
And I think that's where you can actually have a lot of praise for G2. Because when it does get to internationals, it looks like Caps is back. It feels like he's the guy that they're going to be able to focus on to say, hey, when we need you to step up, you are there. And I think it is a lot of the resources that are going towards him in the mid game to say, hey, put on your carry pants, mate. We need you to step up. The problem is, though, when you end up in a situation where you are falling behind, you're not going to have as much space in an international competition to give to Caps, and that's where G2, I think, are going to stumble as they start to move forward. But, I mean, look, it feels like they are trying to change their philosophy behind the scenes, but it just feels like we haven't seen that result on stage.
4 weeks to go for them to get their things together. Roxa, what do you want to see first on G2's improvements before moving on?
I want to see less talk, more doing.
Let's talk more.
They've talked a lot about how they're improving and working on these things. I've seen literally none of it. I'm being harsh. I'm being very harsh.
And you
but
should.
I think it's true.
As you should.
I care. I want them to do well. And if this is the best team that we're going to send to MSI, I'm sorry, but it's going to be a quick one.
Carrying the frustration of the entire region. We'll follow up this talk later, but first things first, let's toss it back to Castor for Game 4.
Build up into MDK versus Vitality.
Hello.
Yeah.
We're here to calm the scene after Brox's
We're here to
beatdown.
calm the scene?
Yeah, I mean,
I think we should get more animated.
I mean, Brox is just
80 carries are
eviscerated
entitled,
G2.
Yumi is dumb, Smolder is broken, supports Roam too much.
All of those things are factually correct. So, welcome. We're getting ready.
Milky Way's
MDK
gonna
versus...
smash us, guys. You could just send him and we'd lose.
Okay, well, let's calm down. Okay, right? We still have another game to get through.
Guy's named after a candy bar, for goodness sake.
He could also be named after, you know, the name of our solar system.
That was named after the candy bar, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
It's like the orange-orange situation. You know? Anyway, Mad Lions Koi versus Vitality. Mad Lions Koi 1-2 in week 1. Disappointing for them after making finals in winter. Vitality overperforming compared to expectations, I would say, although Vedi, before we came onto the cast, did very rightly point out they had a relatively easy week 1.
I mean, relative being, of course, the key word there. MDK, though, losing to Giant X, I think was a big surprise to many. Last week, they did have a really strong start with the Volley Bear, and then they ended up just faltering in the late game. They made a few too many mistakes, and we know that the coach was not happy about that. So let's see that discipline come through from Mad Lions Koi. Meowin gonna lock in the Varus for Super, and Kazi's going to respond with the Senna. Pretty much the only AD carry that we've seen him play outside of Smolder so far this split. AD carries kind of staying to their tried and true priorities. What will the follow-up here be? Will it be... We've seen Talia kind of shifted away in terms of priorities so far in the current patch. The Nautilus naturally going to be locked in here. Now, will we see something like the Renata come out from Alvaro? Will we see something a little more defensive? Do they instead want to lock in? Oh, okay, well, it looks like we're going to see the same draft that we've seen almost every game. Rel locked in. Will it perhaps be an Orianna?
It's a possibility, Vedi.
Possibility.
I'm going to put it out there. Very likely we see Rel Orianna here from Mad Lions Koi. Could go towards support as well, just to make sure that isn't too pinched, but obviously
Braun,
the Rel's still
Alistair,
flexible.
Renata, all fine.
I wouldn't mind. Like Braun Rel feels pretty strong. The melee synergy with
They also don't have to lock in support here. They can keep the flex available on the Rel, of course. Maybe they just want to lock in mids, like Talia, Ari, both still up. Orianna as well. We did mention it earlier.
I like the mid. I think picking mid here does give Vitality the option to answer on 3. There's the Orianna. Will VTO look to something like his Akali that he first made his name on Misfits all those years ago?
Instead, very likely to lock in jungle here. Maybe we see something like a Maokai. Maybe they want to... I don't love Maokai. I'd prefer something a little more aggressive here. Something like the Xin Zhao, I think, could be really good. Jax.
Shaco.
Another great option, I think. If they do decide to... Did you say Shaco?
You said aggressive, man. 100 Thieves played it. It must be good.
Okay, but no, it wasn't that good. Okay,
They still won the game,
They did
Venice.
win the game. Shaco was not the reason they won that game. The beauty of Jax is you also have the flexibility to put it both top and jungle. Great carry jungler. Often pairs up very nicely with things like the Karma. We saw them earlier.
We did.
I think that things like Nico are also fine pairing up with a Jax, just because he does have so much damage. Utility mids pair up a little nicer with him.
Gragas ban against Frescowy. Oh no, it's not against Frescowy because he's already locked in Orianna, so likely.
But nice throwback to the playoffs last split, where he did have a great
last year at times,
where he did have a great Gragas performance. Twisted Fate going to be taken away, we imagine, from Photon. So far, Photon has only played carries. Okay,
yes, and I like it.
Boulder top, Rumble
Didn't like
top,
that one. Rumble I did
TF
enjoy.
top.
Rumble, there's an angle here as well. If you want to lock Rumble into the top lane. Twisted Fate banned away by MDK. Vitality.
Actually, I changed my mind. No, I don't think Rumble is the angle.
There is an angle. It's not a good one, but it exists.
Vitality banned. Okay,
Against
so
Meowin,
Vitality banning Akali heavily suggests to me that this is Photon's Jax.
Yeah.
Gragas, Akali, both really good into Jax.
the thing they may have forgotten, Mirwin is a top lane Varus player. Not that I think that Varus is good into Jax. I think he's just great into AD carry top laners. But we'll have to wait and see. Malphite being banned suggests that Mad Lions Koi are still worried about that Jax potentially going into the jungle. I feel pretty confident that it is a top lane Jax, but they can pivot.
And the good thing for Vitality is they can wait to the last pick to decide if they have to pivot. They may have already decided, obviously. The Jace being hovered here for Mad Lions Koi gives away the fact that's likely not a top lane Varus. Not that either of us really expected it too much.
A great Jace play last in winter. I keep saying last year.
Last split.
In winter. There were games where he was falling behind. I think his worst game was the one against Broken Blade, where he was like 4 levels down. But aside from that, even when he was at deficits, he found ways to have massive impact on the champion. I do think that he is a great performer on it. Happy to see him on it once more. We'll see how they round out this draft. Where is the Rel going? Is it support Rel or is it jungle? My expectation is it's jungle, and they're going to lock in something now for support. I don't know if... Oh, I stand corrected.
I mean, it could be Jarvan support.
It could be.
It was a thing for that short period of time.
I will say, I don't love Jarvan into Ahri Jax.
Yeah.
Like, we think back to last game, it was Jarvan into Varus Orianna. No mobility. When the flashes are gone, Jarvan has a great time.
Yep.
Ahri has 3 dashes. Jax has a dash on his Q. Like, I feel like that there's a lot of mobility. Sure, blocking down Senna, there's definitely an option there. Wukong going to be the final pick here for Photon. I assume this is top lane.
It could be, but you can play Wukong jungle
You
still.
definitely can, that's very
buffs,
true.
right?
The buffs were actually tailored more towards his top side,
it was,
right?
Yeah.
And giving him a little bit more armor, I think, makes him a pretty good matchup into the Jace. Admittedly, I don't have a huge amount of experience in this one, so we'll see how this one pans out. I imagine early, Jace should have the priority, but as the laning phase goes on, once Wukong gets 6, generally is when you expect him to have kill pressure. But you look at this mid-jungle duo, I think that Jarvan Orianna has great wombo combo, a lot of CC, a lot of team fight threats, but I think that Ahri Jax just has a lot of great setup, a lot of kill potential, a lot of strong skirmishing in the early, especially if this Nautilus gets involved, and then the Senna is going to be just that late game scaling insurance, with Wukong also offering just a lot of backline threat onto low mobility carries. Orianna, Varus, similar to what we saw last game, Wukong can have a field day, and I don't think he'll have that much difficulty actually gaining access onto the backline.
It's also about separating the team. If we do see the engage coming out from MDK with the Jarvan going in, with the Rel going in, Wukong can then just distract Varus, Orianna, and Jace for long enough that Jarvan and Rel are dead. And then it's a front to back for Vitality. We'll get on into the game. Vitality sitting 2-1, MDK sitting at 1-2. Almost halfway through the split. In fact, tomorrow will be our halfway mark. That's right,
of the regular season.
Yeah, of the regular season, sorry.
We will still then have 4 weeks left.
Or is it 3?
No, because this is week 2, and there are 6 weeks per split.
Yes.
3 regular season, 3 playoffs.
Okay.
That's right, Medic.
Oh, hook. Frescowi, there's nowhere for him to go. Doesn't burn the flash wisely, but falls for it. Kazi gets a stack. 2 of them, in fact.
Okay, why are you enthusiastic about
Senna, Benny?
Jax just got 400 gold, Medic.
Senna is more important.
I mean, this is a great start for Vitality.
He's going to do it again?
Watch me do it again.
I understand this from Hillisang. What you want to do is make sure you get control of these top bushes. He misses the dredge line, not on purpose, but it doesn't actually matter.
They're going to last hit that ward.
Clear out the ward. Photon takes it. It means that Jace doesn't have as easy a time trading with the Wukong, because what you usually want to do is have this ward in the mid bush, get another ward either in the closer bush, and it means the Wukong can't just dash in and out of the bushes to CS, and you can just auto attack him down. But Jace here won't have that luxury in the top lane.
Let's see how things pan out in that top lane matchup. Longsword going to be picked up for Douglas. Naturally, a great start for him. No summoner spells used in that exchange. That's not a bug, right? Hilly has TP?
Yeah, Hilly has TP. Actually quite common in the Senna matchups. You remember Tom Kench with TP?
No,
we saw a ton.
That's not the surprise. It's more about Hilly not taking a kill summoner. You know what I mean? Like, I think of Hilly, I think of I'm here to kill.
I mean, I agree with that, but he can be everywhere to kill with TP,
That's true.
You said you wanted him to be involved in the mid lane as Mirwin trades with Photon in the top side. Imagine if that bush was warded. It'd be a lot harder for Photon to escape.
That's a great point.
We saw a little bit of trading
The race
on
for
the
level
bottom lane as
2 is very important in this top matchup. As the level 2 secured for Photon. Q.
Has to back away.
Ooh, the tower. Ooh, it's tense. He could get the level up off. Yep. All right. Photon is playing on a knife's edge right now. Junglers are looking at this top lane and thinking, that is some tasty treats right now.
Yeah, the wave is not nice for Photon either. Reinforcements will arrive from Mirwin's side, but I think that's going to keep pushing towards MDK's tower.
Correct.
Hylissang and Kazi, because they were late to the lane, because Hylissang went top lane, weren't able to get Prio, so Alvaro and Super just get the level 2. Hylissang will be farming in this lane as well, because it's support item center.
Yep. Kind of as we expected. And as, you know, we didn't conclude the point, but as you rightly said, it makes sense to run that TP on champions that are getting a few more resources. Hilly with a great week 1 overall.
Yeah.
I think that he did have a difficult winter split, but it really felt like that he was focused on the ball. He was very involved in making plays for his team throughout week 1, and Norless was the champion that he was finding so much success on, and you love to see it. We know we have a lot of Hilly fans in Europe, and that's the beauty of Hilly, right? If you're a true Hilly fan, you know that he has those highs and lows.
Yeah.
And even after the lows, you know that he's going to come back to those highs, and it seems that we are definitely in a high point for Hilly right now.
I will say, the winter low was a low that we haven't seen the depths of for a while with Hylissang. Usually it's like, oh, he has a low part of a game or a low few games. Winter was a low. That was Mariana Trench.
It was a rough split for Vitality as a whole as well.
So
you know?
I don't have a problem with
like,
people doubting Hylissang's form after winter is kind of what I'm saying.
For sure. Yeah. But I definitely think that he's earned... he's the pedigree of player that you just kind of have to have trust in that he'll find a way to bounce back because he's done it consistently throughout his career. I need to double check if it's still true that he hasn't missed the playoffs. Obviously, it's a little bit easier for us now because top 8 secure playoffs.
Yeah,
but
I think it is true because I checked it in 2023 summer, and then they made playoffs last split as well, right?
Yeah.
So.
In any case, enough about Hilly. Right now, he's continuing to farm on the bot side of the map. Obviously, a slight disadvantage with Vivaris getting that CS lead for now, but that's nothing too significant. Overall, gold lead in favor of Vitality. Top side of the map kind of going as we expected. Small gold lead for Mirwin for now. Wukong being that melee champion will struggle. Once he gets level 6, he'll unlock a little bit more kill potential, in which case you'll see him start to have a little bit more threat in this lane. Meanwhile, mid staying very even as we expect. Orianna in the early laning phase does have the ability to get favorable trades against Ari, just because it's so much easier to control the ball and get nice trades. But outside of that, things just kind of, I mean, that's a great example. Thank you, Friskawi, for demonstrating for our audience.
And Friskawi able to get a recall off without having to expend his TP, which Vito wasn't able to manage. So there is a slight teleport advantage in that mid lane for Friskawi. Obviously need to wait 10 minutes before it's unleashed. There's the charm. Douglas coming in from the side here as well. Will Friskawi overstep? Vito almost down below 100 HP. Douglas waiting on the counter-strike and with no vision in that bush, doesn't want to step any further.
I was just about to say, Douglas needs to help him push this wave out. That Vito was way too low to stick around, and Friskawi gets a great punish. Really good understanding of how much damage he had and how much health Vito had. That's a kill over to Friskawi.
And a VT no for Vitality, as Vito without TP will lose out on at least a couple of these minions. Douglas tracking Elyoya down towards this bottom lane. Waves stacked in favor of MDK, so we'll slowly push up. Elyoya probably just covering this in case Douglas does look for something. Alvaro goes in. Hylissang buffers the hook to get away. Super getting low as well as Hylissang falls down to about 500 HP and Douglas comes in. Super flashes. Douglas dashed in, does still have the flash of his own, but the AD carries Ghost Flash burnt for MDK. A winning trade for Vitality.
Re-engage options here, though.
Oh, they just lock up Hylissang, and he dies. Vitality! They come out on the top side of plays. They come out with a winning play, and then they overstep. It's happened twice now.
Big wave there. Hilly underestimating the re-engage ability of MDK. Vito sees a window for a roam, and they're going for a dive in top.
Wave arriving. Vito pulls it off to the side. Charm not going to hit as they dive in onto Merwin under the tower. Vito tanking it and has to get away. Photon able to dodge away. The hook landing onto Super. No summoners on him means that he'll be caught out by Kazi. 2 for 2 so far as Douglas trades off towards the top side. Kazi's going to keep Alvaro in the battle. Locks him up. Tries to get another absolution stat from him at 24 right now.
So let's take stock of what we just witnessed. We saw solo kill from Friscawi in mid. We saw MDK turning around a gank in bot lane to be able to find themselves another kill. MDK feeling pretty happy. They've just got 2 kills. Vitality come back out onto the map. They attempt to dive top with VTO, knowing that he has a window to make a play. Doesn't work out, so Meowin stays alive. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, they do punish the flashless summoner spell-less Super, who ends up losing his life. Now we find ourselves a Dragon, and MDK is looking for a collapse.
Alvaro coming in from the bottom side of the fight. Kazi, no flash on him, and Alvaro takes him out. Douglas, short to follow, tries to flash, dashes the wall. Friscawi on the chase command. Dissonance with the movement speed, needs one more auto from a clockwork wind-up or something, but can't quite get there. Dissonance, leap, strike away. Friscawi unable to close the gap.
Just barely, but he does it. Douglas escapes with his life. They get first Dragon as well. But it's a bit of a bloodbath here. Another kill goes over to MDK. They extend the gold lead ever so slightly. Friscawi now threatening VTO. Does he have the ultimate up yet? It doesn't look like it. But this is the volatility of this matchup. Ideally, the mobility that Ari has means that it's very easy to have a certain amount of kill threat once you reach a certain point in the lane. But in terms of just straight up trades, it can be very easy for the Orianna to just hit you and you can't really hit it back. Friscawi has been taking full advantage of that in the early laning phase and has done a great job of playing into VTO. We look at the bottom of our screen, so we can see about a 400 gold lead, which is where the kill and the assist is going in their favor. Gold lead in favor of the bot lane as well. Typically, you'd see gold advantage for Hilly, gold advantage for Super, because Hilly is the primary one farming. But right now, that's mainly just sitting on Super, thanks to the kill that Alvaro was able to pick up for himself. Overall, a very tense back and forth.
Another stacked wave here. Hylissang will want to clear this out, but Alioya is just waiting in the wings. Hylissang tries to buffer the dredge line away, but he has no way out of this. Trading back onto Super, but it costs him his life. Alioya takes the kill.
Nice gank there from Alioya. Finds another opportunity. No flash on Hilly. Just as we sing his praises, he finds himself 0-2. MDK finding these windows to get kills. No objective for them to really convert it into. Are they going to keep the pressure up in the bot lane? Or are they going to look to reset? Looks like it's just going to be a reset for now.
Back away. Alvaro moving up towards that mid lane, likely just clearing out any vision that may have materialized from the side of Vitality. Play falling as well means about 1,000 gold lead for MDK early on. And next Drake up in about 3 minutes time. So a while before that, not really too much focus on the top side by either jungler. Haven't seen a grub even sniffed at by them, deciding they aren't really looking for those small incremental advantages in terms of neutrals. Instead, a fight is what they want, and most of the action is being focused in the bot lane.
Ultimately, I think that MDK have, well, they've got a lot of poke at their disposal, even though Super's going for the on-hit build. Thanks to the Jace and the fact that Q still does damage, even without lethality, means that when playing around objectives, MDK are going to have a lot of opportunities to chip away at the HP bars of Vitality. I'll hold my breath for a second because I wonder if Aljoy is looking for a gank or if he's just here to cover. He's conscious about the vision that the minions are giving, and he's going to be able to navigate his way through. It looks like his primary goal here is just to cover, allow Meowin to push this one out. He's cautious of the fact that Dagda might gank and...
Dagda might gank?
Sorry,
Douglas. Anyway, that's the Cyclone. Douglas on his way across. Alioya still waiting. Second Cyclone. Photon. Alioya knocked up in the EQ combo. Douglas joins the fray. Gets the smite into the counter-strike. 1-for-1 in the top lane. Douglas going to chase Alioya out here. The Jarvan should pretty easily escape. We'll take a chunk of his health for it. Hylissang trading with a depth charge. He's going to get locked up, though, and they just don't have the damage to get through Super in time. The cleanse from Kazi won't be enough to help him escape. A double for Super.
MDK's bot lane just coming out on top. Ends up being a 1-for-1 on the top side of the map. This on-hit Varus just melting through the health bar of Hilly. They don't have the damage. You said it in the core medic. Very nice stuff from MDK. I can hear Earby through my headset. Yeah. He seems quite excited, as he should be right now. 7 kills to 3. MDK in a great spot. They're going to lose out on the grubs, but Dragon spawns in 55 seconds. You imagine this is an objective that they want to get their hands on. But this Varus is going to be in an amazing spot now for MDK. 1k gold up. Doesn't quite have his completed Blade of the Ruined King. But at the end of the day, he's in a great position. And he's going to be one of the main win conditions for MDK moving forward as we get closer and closer to these big fights, which is what MDK is looking to play for.
That is the risk when you play something like Senna Nautilus in the bottom lane. Your damage if you're only in a 2v2 and nothing explosive happens, you can kind of survive the lane and just have the Nautilus farm, sometimes find a kill out of nowhere. But until Senna gets the stacks, she's not really getting any gold. It's very difficult to out DPS a conventional AD carry and a support. And we've seen Elioya spend a lot of time down there, making it even harder for the Vitality bot lane to be in an advantageous position. 2,000 gold lead now for MDK. 5 seconds on the Drake. Elioya setting up again. This little vision trap spotted with the Oracles. Forces away, but MDK doing a really good job of Alvaro and Elioya just teaming up, getting this deeper vision in, making sure that Douglas isn't waiting around the corner or anything, and then securing this dragon alongside it.
Nicely done from MDK. Alvaro, a player many of us credited as one of the best, if not the best performing support player from Wadentuck.
Yep.
Been a super impressive player coming onto the scene here in the LEC. MDK definitely want a big bounce back after what was a difficult week 1. Falling to Giant X, I think, was a surprise to many.
Yeah.
But right now, they're in a good spot. We need to see them disciplined, controlled as they move forward into these upcoming fights. Vitality have a lot of pick potential. They have that backline threat from the Wukong, who, even though he's a little bit behind, definitely will still be something that this Varus has to be cautious of. Keep my eyes on mid right now. Friscari with a nice health lead.
Shockwave, Vizio just getting chunked out. Vizio has to burn the Spirit Rush to get away. Can just reset. Ult for ult trade in the end.
But Friscari can just stay mid. Look at the health difference. He's going to get himself another plate for sure. He's keeping the pressure on, utilizing the blue trinket. Actually, I think that was just like a mental game there.
Yeah, I think it was like, I see you, I can flash.
And so Vizio takes a second, hesitates, like, oh, is the jungler here? Could I be in danger? We'll TP back in. But I think that's another plate garnered for Friscari. Nicely done.
Not quite, but enough that soon he can... Oh, he won't be able to actually. Yeah, 10 seconds.
Overall, Friscari, I'm impressed with how he's playing this mid lane matchup. Very well done. Obviously, we saw the reverse of this, where Caps was just kind of finding these opportunities, but that's because he was working so closely with his jungler, right? Yeah. And this is what happens if you just leave it into the isolated matchup. How dangerous can it be? Now, Vizio doesn't have ult and Alvaro. Elioya as well.
Done. The flag and the drag. Vizio flashes, but he's locked in a cage. Alvaro takes the kill. That synergy between jungle support for MDK coming to the fore once again.
They're just shutting Vizio down, and Douglas, he has been able to find a kill on the top side of the map, covering full Photon, but aside from that, Elioya's found multiple ganks on the bot side of the map. He works with Alvaro to find this opportunity in mid after they burnt the ultimate thanks to Friscari's great laning. MDK are just outplaying Vitality in mid and bot right now.
They really are. And for Vitality, you wonder, where does the Breath of Life come from? Douglas is strong. Triforce finished, almost completed his jungle item as well. Or at least got all 4 treats left off that pet. Kazi is the one joining up with him. Not often you see an AD carry and jungle roaming around together, but it's because Kazi wants all of the stacks he can get, and you get a bunch of them from these jungle camps. Hylissang can just farm up in that bottom lane, but has yet to complete his first item.
Can we take a second to appreciate that this Nautilus is getting farmed, and Alvaro has
more gold than him. That's pretty impressive as Photon just... I mean, Elioya kind of helped, but most of that was Mirwin.
That was mostly just Mirwin. Yeah, I'm not super sold on how this matchup is supposed to work. Maybe it was just because of how the other game played out, but the fact that Mirwin just basically got a solo kill. Elioya was primarily there to cover, assist with a potential dive. Impressive stuff. So I extend the outplaying from mid and bot to now top lane.
Okay.
And MDK are just outplaying Vitality across the map, it seems.
Which, coming into Spring, I think would have been expected after week 1. Perhaps a little bit more of a shock to some, but MDK, remember, these guys made finals, right? They were on a fine run of form until we took our 3-week break, and now seem to be returning to it, at least piecemeal, across the course of the last week.
Ultimately, though, they were in a similar position when they played against Giant X, and then they did throw.
Yes.
And this is where we come back to this discipline element, right? That MDK are traditionally a very scrappy team. They love to fight you. They love to force these fights. They like to put pressure on their opponents into coming onto them, and sometimes that can backfire. And so now the evaluation from this point is this game should be done and dusted. You're in a very commanding position. It is your game to lose, so I want to see this level of discipline from them so they can close this game out cleanly.
And Elioya and Alvaro will find a kill in the mid lane again, or at least a pick, as Hylissang is locked up in the Magnus Storm, but Douglas starts to turn it around, and perhaps they were a little too greedy, Benny. If that doesn't prove Vedius is just the analyst of the year who what's gonna prove it, immediately calls it MDK overstep and Vitality
Well,
get
let's
another
look
kill.
back at the replay, because I feel like when I initially saw that play, I think the idea looked good from MDK. So I don't want to criticize them too much if Vitality was just able to find the outplay. Draw my attention now towards top lane. Mirwin looks like he's going for another fight.
Photon only has the Profane Hydra.
I think Elyoya is on his way, though.
He is. TP behind, TP behind. MDK overstepping it again. Douglas coming in. There's the Cataclysm burn, and Photon surviving for a very long time. He's still alive as Elyoya's overstepped. Douglas will take him out. Hylissang's now flanking Mirwin. Oh, Betty! It's all gone pear-shaped for MDK! Oh, my goodness! It's all gone wrong!
That might be an example of what I was just talking about. MDK do have this habit of over-forcing skirmishes and fights, and sometimes it ends up biting them in the backsides. Photon showcasing some of the strengths of the Wukong there. The amount of durability he had towards the end meant that he traded back incredibly effectively against Mirwin. Ends up still falling, but Vitality find 2 kills. Super still going to secure a tower in the mid lane. Dragon is going to be up. I imagine Vitality is not in a great position to really contest this. Fresskowy is top, has the TP available. Shockwave up as well. Looking at some of the items, I feel like MDK is in a pretty good spot to fight, but you contrast that to the other side. VTO in a similar position in terms of itemization. Senna's in a pretty good spot. Oh, I stand corrected, actually. Vitality may feel confident enough to fight this. Looking at Photon right now, has the TP available, no flash, all summoners up for MDK. That could be something worth being concerned about. Interesting, they've actually sent Fresskowy up towards top to match Photon. I think it does make sense when we think that Wukong is inherently an armor-based champion that's very good into these matchups. You then throw all this magic damage at him and he's going to struggle. But naturally, Orianna, not the strongest side lane presence because you don't have that much safety, which is why Elyoya is here. Something that he is very good at, covering for his laners to make sure that they're safe.
Even Alvaro doing the same thing. He'll spot Hylissang and Douglas moving across here, who then back away as Fresskowy retreats from the fray.
We're definitely seeing a lot of synergy between Alvaro and Elyoya to this game, both the positives and to a degree the negatives. Shame we didn't get to see a replay of how that mid lane skirmish broke down, because again, I thought the idea was pretty good there. It seemed to me like that they thought that they had caught Hilly out because they've just been melting him this whole game, but I think that he actually completed the Sunfire cape at this point, and he was just that bit tankier this time round, thanks to the Aftershock as well, and then the Senna ultimate came through to just provide that tankiness. It bought enough time for Vitality to turn the play around in their favor. So something to be cautious about moving forward. The primary frontline will, of course, be Hilly in these upcoming fights, whereas a lot of damage on the remaining members of Vitality.
And importantly for MDK, still large gold leads in all of the carry positions. 2.5k for Mirwin in the top lane, 700 to 800 for Fresskowy, and then Super as well, almost 2,000 gold ahead. So MDK still in prime position to win this game. They just made a couple of little oopsies.
Just a couple blunders. Now we see the rest of MDK working towards mid. They want to walk this Herald into the tower, get value out of this objective. That's exactly what they're going to do. 50% of the HP knocked off. Sets them up nicely for the Dragon. They have mid-wave control. They have a ban in the bot wave. It's a bit awkward, but ultimately not the end of the world. Vitality should just look to reset for now, concede this objective, and accept, you know what, we're going to continue to scale, ramp up, wait a little longer before we try and force another fight.
It's only second Dragon for MDK. We'll put them 2 away from a Cloud Soul. Bot wave slowly pushing in towards the Mad Lions Koi side of the map. So Fresskowy, after taking Drake, can then go down and deal with that. Photon did push out top, was looking for another wave, now sneaks into the bush, pinging that he's on his way there. Will he look for a catch? What have we got in terms of summoners? Well, we have Hylissang's TP and VTO's TP. Is Mirwin going to over-push this wave and be met with a surprise Photon? They're often surprising, those little beams of light. Very quiet audience. Shh. Douglas is on his way up here. Mirwin's going to get caught with a Cataclysm, with a Cyclone. There's the TP in. Mirwin flashes away. Douglas still on the chase. Has a flash of his own. Counter strike, flash, leap strike, and it was set up perfectly by Photon and Vitality to catch Mirwin unsuspecting.
So we talked about how Vitality's comp great on side lanes, really effective skirmisher, and I was just looking at the scoreboard on my screen, and I was like, this Jax is really strong, like really strong. And we talked about how, when we think about how these fights play out, backline access, right? I think that both Jax and Wukong just very effective at threatening a backline. There's a lot of mobility on the side of Vitality. Wukong, Jax, Ahri, and then also I think the other thing to be concerned about is what they could do is they can actually just have Dagler split pushing, right? Like, we're all no strangers to a Jax sitting in a side lane. Just because he's a jungler doesn't mean that you can't actually send him off to be a side lane threat. And they can actually set up some 1-3-1 situations. Of course, you would then have to leave someone like Kazi and Hylissang isolated in the mid lane, which could be an easy target to engage on. But as long as they play the side lanes well, Vitality do have ways to stall things out, look for picks, look for punish. And we look at the gold difference, it is continuing to decline as Vitality find picks and ways back into this game.
Interesting moves here by MDK as well, actually sacking the entire bot tower. Mirwin passed straight from base back up to join his team chain. Corruption goes wide as Kazi and Douglas give the respect to the fact that MDK aren't showing that they want to invest in this top side of the map.
Look at what Hilly's doing on the bot side of the map.
He was looking for someone to try and come and step to this tower.
They were getting information because I can imagine that conversation now. Like, is anyone bot? And Hilly's like, I'll check.
And this is a great thing you can do with TP as well, because Hilly can always join a fight on the top side. Usually you wouldn't send your support over here. VTO very greedily stepping up here. He knew that his jungle was out of his control. He should have taken the longer route round, but the Cataclysm is dashed away from, the Charm flashed away from by Elioya. TP in from Hylissang as he joins the fight in the middle lane. TP behind now by Photon. Vitality have called their battle. The lines have been drawn as Mirwin's the first one to be locked up. Leap strike in with the counter strike, and Mirwin will fall. Vitality can loop around here and now look for more if they want. BTO no flash, Spirit Rush. He won't be able to join the fight quickly, but Photon, Hylissang, and Douglas are corralling MDK in. The Magnustorm flash forward, the Shockwave. There's one down as Photon falls first, but Douglas with a great counter strike on the backline locks up Elioya. He's falling low. He dashes back. He survives for so long. The sundered sky, cloudy skies for MDK. The sun shines bright for Vitality as they win the fight.
Wow. So much kept Douglas alive at the very end there. The heals from Kazi, the runes as well. Everything working in his favor. You mentioned the Sundered Sky too. Ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of Vitality. But a very close back and forth fight. Impressively, Frescowi and Super kept their flashes. Let's look back at this one. So remember that they get everything out from VTO in the jungle initially. Mirwin loses his life, and now you think, oh, they have a numbers advantage. In reality, it's a 4 versus 4, because VTO doesn't really have much he can offer, and he's too far away from the fight. Great engage from Alvaro to get this Shockwave combo. Hylissang flashes out of the way. And now that backline threat from Douglas. I'm amazed that Frescowi chose not to flash there, but look at all this healing that comes through from Douglas to keep him alive at death's door. MDK have the safety of the tower to retreat to, otherwise that fight could have been much worse for them. But that goal difference, Medic, is only 1,000 now between the two teams. And I feel like I've cast a curse them. But it comes back to what we talked about, which is that MDK are very good at finding these leads. I think they're very good at playing around the laning phase, but they are prone to skirmish. And sometimes these skirmishes are overforced, they can be too deep, and they put themselves in awkward situations where the re-engages then punish them. And we're seeing an example of it here. Vitality are just kind of patiently waiting. We think about the whole scope of the game. Vitality aren't forcing a lot this game. They're just waiting for MDK to do something, and then they're responding in kind. And now they brought the kill score 11-9. The goal difference is only about 1,000. The Dragon is spawning in 15 seconds, and now a lot more items have been completed on the side of Vitality.
Chain of Corruption on Hylissang. Very tanky target, but already down to half HP. The Piercing Dark won't heal him up enough for MDK.
Nice punish.
Find there first. Straight punish, as you say.
Can they threaten the Baron is my question. Of course, it's a big pick. The front line is gone, but do you want to risk that against a Wukong and a Jax? The jungler is still alive. Ahri is pushing in bot lane, but has the TP available, the Baron being started.
How long will Vitality wait? VTO steps into the fog of war, TPs to the mid lane ward. Alvo being forced away, 4,000 already on the Baron, and Vitality don't have vision. It's going to be gone before they can even step in. 2,000 on it now. Shockwave wide, Douglas dashing forward, and they dived in. The Baron secured by Elioya, but at what cost? 2 fall immediately. VTO chases forward, and Super will follow suit. Elioya dashes away, but VTO still on the chase. Spirit Rush in, Douglas going in as well. No flash for him. Will Elioya have the chops to dodge to the side? He escapes the only Baron buff that remains.
4 members dead on the side of MDK. I was concerned for Vitality here because, as you rightly said, Very difficult to access the pit here. Frescowi zoning away with the ball. The shockwave doesn't connect, and that seems to be the window for Vitality to engage. Everyone sidesteps it. That is the go button. They don't need the Nautilus engage because that choke point acts as an engage for them, and then Vito just goes crazy. Looking for chase after chase, thanks to the ultimate resets. The Vitality punish the Baron start, and this was the risk. Yes, MDK take the objective off the board, they secure it for themselves, but you have to question at what cost. Gold advantage gained for Vitality in the first time this game, they have the lead.
You can say it's a caster curse, Betty, but I just call it damn good predictive skills. You didn't say MDK were going to win the game, you didn't curse them, you said, hey guys, they lose from this position from time to time, and that's what they have begun to do. 1,000 gold lead now for Vitality. They take their second dragon of the game. It's 2 apiece. Look at the damage.
0. I already know the chat spamming it.
Look, man, Elura got out with Baron, and that is helping bolster up the mid lane minions.
They unlock
will take
it.
Another tower, as you say. They unlock it. They can push up towards the top lane, sink the wave with Mirwin.
I like this from MDK, using what little of the Baron they do have to get something back on the map. If this is another tier 2 tower,
good.
Very well done. They're not going to be too upset with that. You can see the Baron power play still negative because, you know, 4 people did still die.
I've seen teams with Baron, they didn't all die, do worse than taking 2 tier 2s.
Exactly. So overall, I think MDK can be pretty happy with that. Dragons are 2-2 apiece. Ultimately, what this does is it puts us on a very even footing. You look across the itemization, you can see 3 items done for Super. Very close to the death cap for Frescowi, and I imagine this will be the next big point of contention. Frescowi saying, guys, I need death cap. Let us wait. Currently, he's sitting at about 100 gold, so he still needs another 1,000.
Yeah, just a little bit more.
So ultimately, this will now be a farming period, and how these fights are executed is going to be crucial. What we've seen is that the second that one person dies on the side of MDK, they just get run down by Vitality. They have so many consistent damage threats when you think about it. Jax just keeps hitting down onto the opposition. He's always going to be this backline threat. Wukong creating so much chaos thanks to his ultimate. He's now ticked over to level 16. Looks like he's working towards the GA next as well. And so MDK, I think they're very reliant on like doing as much AoE damage. They have a big wombo combo opportunity. If they can kill that initial target, it could be massive for them when it comes to winning out the fight.
The problem for them, though, is Kazi's scaling. He's been silent most of this game. 2-2 and 9, 139
he's about to stick over to 140 right now.
Jat often talks about 140 being the break point for a Senna. I think it's more situational than that at times, but 140 is so powerful for you.
It's a great point, Medic. I mean, he's also working towards that third item. That goal difference between the AD carries is obviously deceptive. Items are really what you need to keep your eyes on, and you can see that they are very close to the slight lead for Super.
And as much as it can seem like Kazi only has 2.5 items, Bloodsong is essentially another item for him. That Sheen proc you get out of it just gives you so much extra damage in fights like this. So Kazi is in a very strong position right now, even though he has been one of the quieter members of Vitality, the story mostly about Douglas, but even if MDK kill Douglas, Kazi's still in a position to carry. On the other side, though, Super in the same position. Terminus, Blade of the Ruin King, Ginsu's complete. Frescowi almost with that Rabadon's, or just about to buy it. I have to think he's on around 1,000 gold right now. He resets, and there it is, completes it. The next fight could be the last for this game. Baron up in 1.5 minutes, or 1:50. The same for the Cloud Drake, but I don't think anyone's eyes are going to be going over to our perhaps feathered friend in the bottom lane.
You imagine.
Do you think dragons were feathered like dinosaurs?
That's exactly what I was just thinking myself. They are.
That's why I said feathered, and then I realized we actually have an example of one on the map. But maybe Riot's paleontologists have incorrectly reconstructed it, because that's what happened with dragons.
I completely agree with you, Medic. Yeah. I do believe that the Cloud Dragon should have feathers. If a Velociraptor is believed to have feathers, why can't a Cloud Dragon?
Exactly. What's really interesting is we know what dinosaurs sound like, but no one's ever heard a dinosaur. People just looked at like some bones and said, yeah, it sounds like, you know?
It's a great point. Often people do ask, what does a giraffe noise make?
A giraffe noise?
Giraffe, yeah.
I think we've heard those Vedius. You know they
False.
exist.
No, truth is that no one's ever.
I forgot about this. Okay, back to the game. You guys asked Vedius on Twitter, do giraffes exist? It was a...
I'm glad we brought the topic up. Yeah. Well, 50 seconds until that Cloud Dragon does in fact spawn. That bot tower should be secured by Photon. Getting a little bit more gold for him at level 17. We think about how his laning phase went, but now I feel like he is a very real threat.
It's a really interesting exchange of control on the map right now. Vitality invested 3 control wards on this dragon side of the map in towards the red buff of MDK, whereas MDK used that opportunity just to step into this blue side. And I'm surprised that Vitality wanted all of that time down towards the bottom side. They did get the tier 2 out of it, so I can see what their objective was. But now you have to play through mid and worry about the fog of war in your own jungle, which Hylissang walks right into. He looks for the damage onto Elioya. Depth charge going onto him as well. TP in as MDK look to continue this fight. Elioya low though. Alvaro goes in with the Magnus Storm, locks up Douglas, the shockwave to follow. But the Dawning Shadow out of Kazi heals up Douglas, shields him up, and BTO dashes in. Douglas goes legendary. The Cataclysm not catching BTO enough, but double for Douglas, 1 for Photon Taboo, and Hylissang is looking for this 1v2. But I'm afraid, Hylissang, you had some shining moments. This is Winter Hylissang as he tries to trade in, distracts Super and Alvaro for long enough for Vitality to push through mid.
MDK just don't have the damage. The threats are just too many and too real on the side of Vitality. VTO was basically shut out of the fight right from the start, but it didn't matter. Douglas and Photon were just putting on a clinic on the backline, and you look at Kazi's HP untouched. His positioning in the fight was flawless. There was 0 threat onto the backline, and this Jarvan, very squishy. The engage comes onto him initially, and look at how quickly he's forced out of the fight. He does what he can. Credit to Elioya still finding an angle. I love this engage from Alvaro, though. Immediately onto the backline, the charm connects onto the TP, but look at this shockwave. Massive damage done. But then look at this Wukong ultimate, devastating the backline. Mirwin gets shut down. The Varus barely gets to do anything before he's forced away from the fight. It ends up being a double for Douglas and a 9-0-6 Jax performance for the Vitality jungler.
Now, though I teased Hylissang about losing in the 1v2, he was the reason Super didn't get into that fight. He just distracted Super the whole time, forced him out towards the top side, and as soon as Frescowi dies, where you don't have any damage left for MDK, Vitality pushed through mid, took the tier 3 there, now take tier 2 in the top lane. They got the Baron, they have that for 2.5 minutes more. The Dragon secured by MDK as some sort of small consolation prize, but it's still not sold for them.
I mean, and it's a frustrating loss for MDK because it's the exact same mistakes that we saw against Giant X last week. That those few moments where there's a lack of discipline, where they overforce a few plays, and Vitality is just so quick to punish them for it that it just bought them enough time to reach a point where they now just outscale. Still, good damage from Mirwin, puts him in a great spot, forces Kazi back.
Kazi has 176 stacks, Veni.
That's many
That
stacks.
Quite a few, 77 now.
If you were to put that in a Jenga game, that would be too many to play the game effectively.
Not if you're tall.
That's true.
How big do you think a Jenga, like 1 centimeter? That's like an average human height, actually.
Perhaps. The question is MDK tall enough to handle their weight of those stacks?
Okay, do you want a better segue than that?
I love
the question
that segue.
is, will the Jenga tower of MDK's game fall apart or fall down?
My producer laughed at my joke.
No, he laughed at my joke. Depp is just playing both sides. He's always coming out on top. MDK playing 2 sides of the same coin in this game as well.
Another great transition.
Thank you. We saw the heads earlier on. Now, it seems like a bit of tails for them as Vitality continue to scale up. A 6,000 gold lead for them. They've broken the tier 3 in the mid lane, yet to take the inhibitor. A minute left on this Baron buff. Looks like it's going to be a 1-3-1 split with BTO in the top lane. Photon moving his way down towards bottom, but decides against it as the wave a little bit too far pushed up for him. He will go down that, got the Scryer's Bloom, so now he's going to catch it. But because he's showing on vision and catching this wave down towards the bottom side, VTO now can't stay up pushing that lane in the top side because it would be very easy for MDK to collapse on him. So he backs out of vision. Photon's going to show. Alvaro stepping a little bit too far forward. VTO connects with his team in the mid lane, joining up with them safely to make sure they have a strong enough force to repel any advance from MDK.
The waves are a bit awkward right now. I don't think the Vitality is going to get much more off the back of this Baron. Seems like resets are coming through, and got to be careful here, though. Saw Kazi backing, thought he was in a bit of danger. Looks like he should be able to get away to safety. This is the part of the game where Vitality basically just suffocates MDK, all of their resources. Jungler feels very sad because they literally don't get to farm anything. The laners are taking every scrap that they can get to kind of supply those last few items. You can see the Jack show finished for Super.
There's one other thing you should really look at, Betty, and that's the gold difference between the junglers.
Yeah, it's 5k.
It's pretty big.
Somewhat, yeah.
It's a sizable chunk of change. Photon also now 2,000 gold ahead.
If we were to put it in Jenga blocks.
How many games of Jenga could you buy for 5,000?
Many,
Wood's
I would
really
imagine.
expensive at the moment.
True.
I mean, it's kind of crazy that MDK find themselves in a very similar position. Their early game continues to be strong. And you'd think that like they just need to find the right fight, but it comes back to this idea of how easily can MDK deal the damage. And even if they do deal the damage, I feel like in the last fight we saw that it just wasn't enough.
Yeah.
They got like a perfect shockwave onto Vito, and he still has the mobility to get away. And then the moment that he's used that shockwave, what else does he have, right? You've just got this Jax that's diving on top of your head, and even if you create space between him, there's a Wukong there as well. And meanwhile, Hylissang, as even though he finds himself at 5 deaths, you highlighted it perfectly. In the last fight, he just stood there menacingly, making life difficult for Super. And even if he has to spend everything killing Hilly's done his job.
Yep.
You know, he's now got 3 items. The Frozen Heart's just going to make it even harder for Super. And all he needs to do is, of the 3 carries, he just has to keep one of them busy.
Yep, and he's doing that incredibly well. Full build as well for Vito. The Magi's at 15 stacks, got himself a fancy hat alongside it.
He's straight up by the death cap. Like
yeah, he did. I think he may have had a rod for like a little bit, but the death cap...
No, he just straight up bought a death cap. He just said, you know what, I've got the
Dude's
loose
balling,
change.
Man.
Yeah.
Bills on bills on bills, stacks on stacks. He's playing Jenga, buddy. Crypt Bloom finish for Frescowi as well, which does give you that bit of magic penetration, but not as powerful as a Void Stuff. Will help you out in an extended team fight, though, with that little bit of extra healing. MDK playing through mid, and then can move this pressure towards that Baron. That's up in 57 seconds. Kazi trying to put the damage down. Look at the range he has now. Cresting up towards that 200 stack mark. Photon spotted. Mirwin shows that he spotted him, keeps him at bay. Hilly lands the hook on Alvaro, not the target you really want. Last Embrace, Dawning Shadow coming out, but Alvaro's already so low. Douglas, chain of coaching going right. Alvaro trying to dash in. The shockwave on Kazi, and Leoya takes him out, and now it's all on BTO and Douglas to clean up the fight. And they got hands for days, baby. Frescowi down. Photon takes 4. He's gonna look for 5. Hilly steals it. You absolute troll, Hylissang. To the end, laughing his way to the bank. Vitality clean up the fight, and MDK are left routed by Vitality.
They kill Kazi, but the cost was their whole team. Vitality with an impressive comeback here on day 1 of week 2.
And continue their fine run of form as well. We wondered if week 1 was a fluke. It seems like Vitality are here to stay.
Big smile on the face of Kazi. He's going to be happy with that one. 908 Jax performance from Douglas. We wanted to see him on a carry, and he had an impressive game.
I mean, just look at Hilly, though. He got 1 kill that whole game, and it was to steal a penta. What? Oh, typical Hilly things. Photon walks away from him, refuses to interact with his support after that. Vote for your Kia player of the game at LEC on X. Photon, Douglas, or Kazi are your options. I think... like Douglas' early game obviously was gifted a kill level 1 as Frescowi stepped a little bit too far. Was able to get ahead with that, but Elioy did a really good job of shutting him down. And then later fights, but Douglas did take over them quite a lot. Kazi
I mean, it was really the Photon Douglas show. I'm going to be honest with you. These two together were just, in that final fight, they were just making everyone's life miserable if you were on the MDK roster. Impressive stuff from them. But we need to go to a quick break. We'll be back with our final game of the day right after this.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore, did you steal my Kit Kat?
Welcome back to the LEC. I'm Jeannie, joined on the stage with Karzi, the AD carry player from Vitality. You guys just have another win under your belt, so congratulations. Let's start off with the spring split so far, because the start of winter was not the best, but you guys have made so many changes. You're getting another win under your belt. What's been going on behind the doors?
So thank you very much. Well, I think the most important part for us is that we have like a lot to learn, and we are basically learning from the beginnings as a team. And I think with our team, it's a little bit more extreme than with other rosters. So for us, every week of practice is like a huge step forward. So we just need time, and then we are gonna keep improving all the time, and that's why we're playing a little bit better now.
You need time in split, you need time in game, because it was a really sloppy start. At what point during that game did it feel like, okay, like it's winnable, we got this?
I mean, in the beginning, I thought that it's gonna be the same as it was against SK Gaming when we got stumped, and there was like no life in the game at all. But then I think Douglas was very proactive in the game, and he was playing really well. So that gave me some hope, and I was just focused on scaling and getting as many souls as I could.
Yeah, stacking, scaling, that seems to be the theme so far. When it comes to AD carries particularly, AD carry is a role that there's a lot of chatter going around in terms of on socials, in terms of people in general within the community, saying that potentially the agency might not be the way it used to be. What is your opinion on the topic when it comes to the AD carry role?
I mean, I think it's kind of boring, because Varus and Kalista are kind of the leaders of like the strong ADs. And then you just scale with Senna and Smolder, and if you want to scale with anything else, it's just worse than those two. So it's repeating all the time, and that's what makes it boring, because Kalista and Varus have been in the meta for so long right now. And with the addition of Smolder and Senna being strong, it's not very enjoyable.
Okay, then one final question in terms of the AD carries that you would like to play. If you can play any AD carry, who would it be, considering don't care about the meta, don't care about team comp, just your favorite pick?
Ezreal.
Ezreal?
Yeah.
You good with the skill shots?
Yeah.
Not with the flashes?
Not with flashes.
That's so good. Thank you so much for the... Okay. Wow, we're getting ganked by Lore. What?
Ginny.
Oh.
Sorry,
hi.
guys.
Hello.
We have an important game on our hands, and I feel
like... I don't know which mic I should use. I'm going to use both. I feel like we should keep you here. You're Casey's lucky charm from Winter.
Let's go.
They're not going to be happy if we kick you away from the stage now, but let's face it, these two teams in Winter, not so good. Not making playoffs.
I mean, they won the last two games.
They won the last two games, and actually, guys, do you see a glimpse of hope on the side of each team? And if so, what is it going to come down to today?
I mean, I think for Karmine Corp, we're definitely seeing them start to improve when it comes to, hey, we have a very decisive early game. We want to play hyper-aggressive. We're playing around these really minute timings that Bo has been able to find in the jungle, where he wants to set up for dragons and those kind of things. But I definitely think, I mean, we even talked about it earlier, Brox, it feels like the mid-game has just been such a struggle where individual performers aren't there, or they're trying to do too much and getting caught out on the map.
And I think Rogue is the exact opposite of that. They're trying to do too little, they're too passive. So I think it's going to be a really interesting game to see if one of them can actually find the balance. Karmine Corp slowing down a bit and finding his stop button, or Rogue starting to be more proactive and playing more aggressive. Yeah,
we even saw it the other day for Comp, right? Got that massive lead on Kalista, and just they weren't able to find that kind of success. So I want to see Rogue playing off of these advantages once they find that moment.
We talked on Reddit Check about stability of the rosters versus making roster changes. Do you think that from the last two games that we saw from KC in Winter, they showed enough to continue with this roster?
I think when we're looking at KC specifically in Winter, the last two games there was no pressure, and that's something to take into consideration as well when we're looking at their performances. But this time around, everybody's aware there have been a couple of changes. They look a lot more proactive. It does feel like they're reaching that point where everyone is actually playing the same game at the same time.
Screen.
Right?
Yeah.
They're finally on the same page, which is great to see. But then it also brings into question when we're looking at the side of Rogue, you're saying you want them to step up. I'm saying KC's playing a bit more aggressive. Who's actually going to be doing it?
Well, let's find out right now. I was going to talk to casters for the last game of the day. Take it away, guys.
Where are we taking away?
We're taking you on a magical journey.
Well, no, isn't there that song?
Hello.
Take me away, 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 away. It's definitely a song. I feel like it's from like a High School Musical or something.
My pop culture references are of a low standard. Dracos.
Yeah, mine are from the 90s.
Right.
It's a bit of a struggle.
Dracos is the man that you would typically ask. Well, welcome to our final game of the day. It is, of course, day 1, week 2. And all
I was going to say, like, there's a lot of stakes. And I thought of a clever way to say it, and then I actually didn't say it at all. Why is this game important?
It's like an episode of Hell's Kitchen. A lot of stakes.
Exactly. Casey and Rogue, as our analysts just highlighted, did not do very well in winter.
Could say they've been raw, Veddy.
That they... Yes, you could say that, I think.
But are they going to be able to get a black jacket? Find out next week.
Or right now. In any case, the severity of what I'm trying to get at is that because they perform so poorly, their championship points are very, very low.
Yes.
And when you think about the entirety of the year, championship points are super important. So when you think about someone like these two teams, these are your competitors that you want to make sure that you are beating. And even though Carmine Corp seems to be on an upward trajectory, right now, they do still find themselves at 1 and 2. So they need a win just as much as Rogue do. So, without further ado, let's talk about the draft. Draven, Talia, Aatrox taken away from Rogue. Smolder, Orianna, and Tway banned away from Rogue. Naturally, I was going to say Kalista, Varus, Senna are the champions that you look at. I wonder if Comp will reply with a Senna Nautilus of their own, if they even consider the Senna to be something that is worth prioritizing here, or if they just want to get the Varus themselves.
In something like a blind taste test, obviously the Senna ranks very highly. Lots of people like to identify that. However, Ari also up there. Going to be locked in for
Surprised to actually see this high of a priority. I think there are still good matchups into the Ari. The question is, will Seiken bring out the Annie? I know over in the LCK and the LPL, they have been big Annie merchants. They found some great success. We already talked about the Malignant Annie has been rising in popularity as well. So we'll see. What have you got prepared for us as an answer to this Ari?
Well, there's the Senna alongside it. Obviously, still the Orianna a possibility for Carmine Core. We've also seen Seiken bring out the Aurelian Soul. Had a strong early performance on that and then struggled a little bit on teamfights, a bit over-aggressive with some of his Astral Flights. Carmine Core already have a very powerful early bot lane pick. I wonder if we'll see Bo looking towards something like the Vi instead. The Rel, a possibility. Locked in. Can, of course, be teamed up with the Kalista in bot lane as a support. I expect a mid lane pick here for Seiken. And then we'll see Rogue answering with a jungler of their own.
Crowd is continuing to build hype. What will the lock-in be here? Of course, the KC fans is enthusiastic as ever. They want to see their team succeed.
I mean, Ori just feels really good in this one. Oh, it's banned. Then it definitely doesn't feel good, because that would be cheating if you locked it in right now.
Cheating yet. Looks like they're going to go with the Nico. I think it's a fine matchup. If this Rel is in jungle, relatively low damage mid-jungle duo, but that's not the worst case when primarily you want to find advantages in the bot side of the map. Nautilus being left open means that this should be an easy lock-in for Rogue. They can then ban away some of the problematic answers to it. It depends on how highly they value it, because of course you could save Nautilus for the second round of rotation, instead just lock in your jungler here. Looks like instead they're just going to go with the Nautilus.
I like Senna Nort. I think it's a very strong combination. Obviously, we've seen Nort farming. You can do farming Senna as well. We'll see where Rogue decide to go. It does mean, though, Carmine Core likely to look towards jungle bans if they want to try and pinch Markoon's pool with their jungler likely already locked in that Rel.
You're looking at Vi, you're looking at Xin. Vi actually is like fallen way down on the priority list this weekend. Considering how much EU love that champion, I am a little surprised myself. It's so good again at locking down AD carries, especially in conjunction with things like the Nautilus as well.
Been drawing a bit of attention.
Yep. I guess Carmine know that they have to blind pick something and they want to limit. It does suggest Cabo might be thinking about a Renekton, or he's thinking about Cassante. Yeah. Cassante, since the nerfs, does seem to be on a much lower priority list here in EU.
Cabo's played the Gnar and the Renekton so far. Lee Sin taken away just in case this Rel is going support.
For Rogue, very likely then. They can just lock that one in next.
I mean, but Carmine Core can also just ban it. It seems pretty obvious that Rogue wants to look towards that Jarvan. Will Carmine Core read it the same way we do, or perhaps they're reading left to right or right to left? Said the right does give you great lockdown potential with the Ari. Obviously, it's a bit more point and click than the Jarvan as well, because as we saw in the last few games, Jarvan, Ari, someone needs to land their CC before the follow-up can come in. With Vi, it's like, okay, I press R on you and you're locked down. Rogue cycling through a few possibilities as jungle. Like, Viego Ari,
it's fine,
very, very strong. Like, you've got good CC from both of them. Again, you have to hit the first one, and then huge damage follow-up.
For sure, for sure. I mean, I think Lee can also be a pretty good matchup into the Viego as well, so it does make sense. Right now, they're a little limited in terms of AoE crowd control. They have a lot of single target damage on their side, right? I think the response to the Xin here is pretty solid. It's a strong early game jungler that can match. In terms of, I would give the 2v2 advantage to Rogue, especially once they hit level 6, just because the sheer mobility they have. But that can be swung. It's a close 2v2.
Especially if Nico finds a good engage with her ultimate. Right?
That's what I mean.
It's very situational on who finds the first bit of CC, who gets followed up on Carmine Court, going
blind
for Urgot for Cabochard. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Vedius, but I have read the patch notes, and I don't think Warden's Mail was removed from the game.
What? No.
Okay, so that's pretty good build into the Urgot. If you just go at early Warden's Mail, it really negates much of what he can do. Rogue is so bad.
Wow, I didn't realize you hated Urgot that much.
I'm just saying, the item kind of counters him, and Malphite can build that item first. I'm just putting it out into the ether.
I mean,
Bladed Steel Cap, Warden's Mail, Urgot will do no damage to the Malphite.
I am aligned that I don't see how the Urgot fits here. So I'm going to leave it open. I'm not going to make any early judgments because I don't want to shoot myself in the foot in that there might be technology here that I don't understand that is beyond, you know, like maybe I haven't played his game. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So
and we are unfamiliar with his game.
Exactly.
So it's possible we have to apologize.
We may very well have to apologize. Finn going to round things out with a Malphite. I talked about how they don't have a lot of well, I'm not sure if I'd call Malphite reliable CC, but it's definitely CC. And if he can connect it onto someone like a Callista, I know for a fact that Malphite can make Callista's life very difficult to play. I like overall what Rogue have done. I think that they have pretty solid options in that they have a very strong mid-jungle that gives them agency and skirmishing in the early game. You pair that up with a Nautilus, and that is a very powerful 3 versus 3. You have Senna, which is the scaling insurance into the late game, and you have Malphite that acts as this wall that can just control this Urgot, in theory, in the side lanes on the top side of the map as well. So overall, I'm a big fan of what Rogue are bringing to the table. I'm ready to be surprised by what this Urgot can do on the side of KC.
Cabochard has brought it out on the LEC stage in the past.
Oh, he certainly has.
LEC Summer 2020 was the last time he played it. Against XL, they lost that game.
Well, wasn't 2019, 2020 when Urgot was like peak meta?
Yeah, he played it a bunch in 2019. Played it at the World Championships versus Genji, who just beat T1. Therefore, good pick.
Okay.
Transitive property of Urgot.
I'm sold.
I think he's played 9 games on it. Won 5 of them, lost 4, so he does have a positive record. We'll watch. We'll see how the game goes. I think it's a bit of a learning experience for both of us, and not often that you get to see an Urgot played in the top lane.
Well, I'm excited. I'm ready. So without further ado, the coaches will fist bump, and we're getting ready for our final game of the day. It's KC versus Rogue. There's a lot on the line for both these teams. I know right now we're very early on into the split, but this is the team that you need to beat to at the very least avoid that 9th, 10th spot. A lot on the line for both these teams, so let's see what they can show us. We're getting ready. Game 5, KC versus Rogue.
It's been 3 years since we saw an Urgot in the LEC. Janax was the last to play it in 2021. Last win was Wonder back in 2021 as well. So let's see what Cabochard can present to us, what tasty morsel he has cooked up, whether it will be to the chef's delight or whether it will be demoted to the trash can of history.
I'm just doing a bit of research very quickly.
Yeah, you do it. You do your research. You're checking to see if Urgot's been recently changed.
14.4, he had a bug fix. 13.7, he had a bug fix.
So the bug fix was Purge, which is your W, wasn't properly applying Hullbreaker. So you...
I think it's GB that's been selling me on Hullbreaker Urgot for a
Hullbreaker Shyvana is what he loves, but he hates it because it doesn't work the way he wants it to work. He did get Masters recently on his Shyvana top-only account, so credit to GB for that. Doran's Ring start for Finn, gone Comet.
As far as I can tell, the last patch change where he was like buff/nerfed, looks like he was nerfed, was back in 12.10, aside from a few bug fixes.
I think that might be a buff. Base health up, health growth up.
Oh yeah, increased. Yeah, sorry, I was looking the wrong way around. So yeah,
he's been cooking, apparently. Must be due to the itemization. I'm looking forward to seeing what he builds. I don't know what the modern day Urgot builds are.
Look, I'm still in the camp that hyperkinetic position reversal was the best ultimate in the game.
There are people that are watching that have no idea what you're talking about.
Look it up, Gen Z.
They don't know. They don't know that Urgot used to swap you. They're going to be like, what?
It was
and like,
good.
It's true. He used to fire crab claws from his little turret thing, and he used to swap
places with you.
Yeah, he would swap places with you.
And I played support Urgot for a while, and my whole goal was flash, ult the enemy AD carry, flip him into my team. I'd die immediately after.
He was like a terrible singe.
Yeah.
That's the way to think about him. Anyway, early jungle pathing. Let's have a look. We can see that Marcoon's starting on the bot side, pathing up towards top.
Oh, flash in from Targo as he hits 6. Comp has to cleanse flash away. Both summoners burnt on the rogue bot lane.
That's a good trade.
Yeah, especially with Bo coming in.
Exactly that. We know that Bo is a hyper-aggressive jungler. I think he's been a core part of their success so far this split. Admittedly, though, there's no bottom jungle for him to take, but Comp recognizes the dive is very real. Bo is sitting in the fog of war.
I mean, Comp's just losing XP here.
He's losing so much. He's going to lose so much farm here. Bo
Zoelise will get solo XP, so hits the 2. Comp can walk back forward now. Zoelise flashes away from the wind, becomes lightning. Target's tanking up the tower. Ferromancy gives him a shield. The hook going down as well, but Upset not tanking. Plate falls. Bo has to flash. In the end, Comp lost a bit of XP.
I mean, credit to them, because I think that's about as well as Rogue could have played it.
Yep.
Casey really wanted to force that dive. Zoelise with a really good flash to create space between him and Bo. Targamas was in an awkward position as well in terms of when he was stuck underneath the tower. No kills end up going down. Summoners used on Bo, Targamas, Zoelise as well.
I think Marcoon also went in and stole the blue while all of that was happening after they saw Bo on the ward in Tribush. So Bo's going to walk back into his jungle and be down a blue buff. That will leave him pretty blue.
You make me so angry sometimes.
I made myself angry with that one, I'm sorry, man. Recall from Cabochard. Got a bit of a cheater off there. Finishes his cull. Or buys his cull, and now we'll start stacking it up. Dormant's blade as well for Bo off that first recall. So, in the end, the dive did materialize. Didn't really pay off for Carmine Core. Slight gold lead for Rogue, mostly because Marcoon's been able to farm through his jungle camps that little bit more. Comes out with an extra longsword over Bo. Pings towards the Drake from both teams. Might just be they want to set up vision around it. Could also be, I believe, that Scuttlecrab is on that side of the map. No Scuttlecrab's taking as of yet, so Marcoon sprinting his way down there to make sure that Bo, after clearing top into bot, as you would expect, doesn't get a Scuttlecrab down towards this bottom side.
Marcoon now going to make his way towards mid. Going to be spotted on that vision. Observer's highlighting it for his now. Maybe looking for another play in bot lane. I think right now they just want to help Larson push out that wave. Yep. Good stuff from Marcoon. He's going to actually path back towards his bot side camps. You can see the ping coming down onto the minimap. Larson wants to get a base off, has the TP available if he wants to spend it.
Actually, super interesting. That topside Scuttle was just going to be totally abandoned. I think Marcoon thought that Bo would go for it when he saw that his blue was missing. And then Bo thought Marcoon had gone for it before he had done his reset. So a little bit of extra golden XP just sitting on the map. No one's spotting it as of yet. Finn pushed in this top wave. Wants this recall. Wave not in the best of shapes for him right now, just outside that turret. No flash, remember, on Comp. Tries to get away from this. Target was going for the engage, though at least doesn't have a flash either, and Vitality are not in this game. It's Carmine Core, in fact, who get first blood.
I mean, nicely done. What else really is there to break down? The fact that they punished the flashless Zoelise. The wave was in a really good spot. There was no vision on that bot side. And now they can convert it into a dragon. Easy play from KC, nothing too complicated, and they make it work.
Yeah, good stuff all around from Carmine Core, punishing the fact that the summoners weren't available for the rogue bot lane. Marcoon will see this Scuttlecrab after his way up towards the grubs, knowing that he doesn't have the pressure in the bot lane to try and fight.
Get the grubs as well. He's got a pretty healthy XP advantage over Bo. We'll get that level 6 very soon. You can see that he's just been power farming in this early game. He should feel safe enough to secure all 3 grubs as well, which will tick him over to level 6.
I mean, the problem is, though, for the rogue bot lane, like, Marcoon's on the other side of the map. You've just got back into this lane. You're going to lose another plate. Bo can just wait here.
And look, Nico is making his way over as well. Seiken leveraging some of the push that he has to offer threat. And now the Urgot is saying, you want to dive me? thoughts, guys? Because that would be the traditional cross map, but the wave's not in a good enough position to really threaten that dive. Cabo should feel very safe here. Still has the flash up. Fleet footwork going to keep him nice and healthy. And overall, Casey's sitting in a pretty comfortable spot right now, even with the lead that Markoon does have, and it's a pretty sizable one in the jungle. You can see a huge camp advantage, 400 gold lead. That Kalista is getting very strong, very fast. First base, boots, Berserker's Greaves into the recurve bow. That's a great back.
It really is. Kalista obviously really wanting that upgraded boots early. Increases your martial poise. The ability just to dash around the fights as much as possible.
Sometimes we do see priority on the serrated Dirk. When we had Treats on the broadcast last split, he was talking a lot to us about how it can just be really powerful as an early trading tool. Your Q, get so much value out of it. But Upset instead choosing to, as you rightly said, go for those early boots.
Bo positioning towards this mid lane, Seiken getting the push in here. Upset and Targamas are just waiting around the corner. Wave in the bot lane, I think, is just freezing outside of their tower. Slowly will begin to push back towards them so they can work their way down there, but gave a little bit of free time for Comp and Zoe at least. Both their summoners now back up. Wave actually just going to sit here for a little while longer, unless Upset and Targamas come in and clear it out. Kind of need Bo to come across, but he's probably going for red so he can get 6. Zoe and Comp stepping forward, and Targamas Upset respecting it. They have a sizable lead, as you said, almost 1,500 gold ahead for Upset, but they have to respect the fact that they are at a numbers disadvantage at the moment, or at least don't have the extra back.
I mean, so this is a really great example of Bo just playing around bot waves really well. He's pretty much here every time there's a stacked wave. Now, this wave's a bit awkward. You'll see him, he moved into the Tri-Brush. I think he cleared out some vision, and then he just left again. He may not have even done vision, he may have just been looking for an opportunity, but I wanted to say, I feel like that I just don't see him clear his top camps. He's going to lose his second blue buff again.
Markoon's clearing them.
Yeah, he doesn't really care that much because his priority is getting this bot side of the map ahead. And we talked about how in the draft, mid jungle is like solid. If they met in an early skirmish, there's ways in which the KC mid jungle can win. But this game is all about playing through this bot side of the map, getting the Kalista ahead and putting the Senna behind. They threaten the dive once again. Zoe
Tower shot. Nothing from Targamas yet. Death charge going down onto Upset. Zoe tries to flash away. Last Embrace with the root, not going to do too much more. Larson coming across, looks for the charm, lands it, but there's the base call to pull out Targa. And Karma and Core execute the dive pretty perfectly.
I just credit to Bo. Every time there's a stacked wave there, he is there with them. I think this is a really great example of how you can really attack this bot side of the map. They have all of their summoners, but they know that they're not in a position to answer because their Viego is on the top side of the map. He just stole away the blue buff. And I wonder how deep this is going from Bo. If he's thinking, he's stealing my blue right now, guys. We're fine. We can make this dive happen. Very nicely done. Trader flashes Zoe in exchange for Bo's. Larson tries to get something back, but the ultimate from Kalista is there to take him to safety. And just well-played stuff from KC. 2-0 now on the board. The gold lead not too dramatic, but it's less about that and more about the fact that this Kalista is accelerating. She is already in a very powerful spot. Wouldn't be surprised if they even consider swapping her up towards the top side. Maybe they want to try and unlock those grubs or towers. Maybe they just want to keep this 2v2 going for as long as possible. Zoe has been left isolated on the bot side of the map. Here comes Finn with the ult.
Cabochard has the flash. Uses it as Sane to flip over Finn, but Comp takes the kill. No flash burnt there by Cabochard, holding on to it, knowing that he was pretty much doomed. Zoe clears out the wave with the Riptide hook. Upset just dodged to the side of it. Grub's up, though, and it looks like Markoon's going to go for 6 here. With the Drake still 30 seconds away, they have a small window to take these and maybe contest Drake, but fighting it, not always the easiest thing to do when you are behind in that 80 carry role.
Here's what I will say. Even with the early game going like this for KC, I think Malphite might just make Kalista irrelevant.
Yeah.
Now, not the player, as in like the actual function in this game. Malphite is just such a good pick into Kalista. Like his E just makes Kalista players really sad. Another play going to be secured. They're now going to threaten another dive. Here we go.
What are you going to do, Zoe? I can tell you something for sure. You're likely to be 6 feet under in just a moment's time. Targamas almost falls. There's the depth charge, though, perfectly played by Zoelise as Larssen comes in for the cleanup. There's 2. Looking for 3 as Larssen dashes forward. The charm connects. And Carmine Court thought it was rinse and repeat, but instead, they have their heads handed to them by Rogue. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Cabochard just got back to the wave, has had to flash. The tower's about to die. The Disdain comes out, becomes tanking it. Finn does the same. And Rogue get 4 across the map.
And it's actually Rogue that unlocked the top tower first. The solution was to just send Comp top.
Yeah.
Make him the Malphite support and have the Nautilus be the solo laner. And they don't care if you kill Zoelise. Really great play here from Larssen. Keep your eyes on the minimap because the dive doesn't really matter. Zoelise plays this about as well as he can. The ultimate from Senna also offering a lot of time.
Saving the depth charge as well. Really good there from Zoelise.
Really good stuff. And then it's just the arrival of Larssen. He gets the reset on his ultimates. Has enough to secure a triple kill. And while all this is happening, there's a top dive. Freddy, so much enthusiasm on his face. Incredibly proud of his team there. But very well played. Now look at Rogue, 3k gold lead. And it comes back to the fact that Marcoon is now a full level above his jungle counterpart. He's just been perma-farming. This Viego is incredibly strong now. When we get back into the game, we'll highlight just how strong he is. Look at those itemizations. The Kraken Slayer already completed. 1,000 gold lead in the mid lane as well. Malignant's finished for Larssen. 12 minutes in. That's a pretty good timing to have that done.
And the game just gets harder for Carmine Core. You had this lead in the AD carry role, and you still have it. You know, you have 800 gold advantage there, but Zoelise is ahead as expected with him having farmed. Mid lane is now almost 1,000 gold ahead for Rogue. Marcoon is 700 gold ahead, and Finn has a 1.2k gold lead on a Malphite.
That he does.
Next item, Frozen Heart. You know who dislikes Frozen Heart? Urgot and Callista. They do not have a fun time into this Malphite, and I feel the surprise factor of this Urgot is more of a shock perhaps for Carmine Core fans because it hasn't been as effective as KC would have wanted.
I still have a bit of a shock around the Urgot blind.
Yeah.
That is something that I still don't really fully understand. Hopefully we can get some insight from KC afterwards because like the Malphite seemed like such a perfect pick, you know, in terms of itemization, in terms of what it does into the comp. And I just feel like that by locking in Urgot, you unlocked this Malphite.
Yeah.
You know, if you pick Gragas top as a blind, then I don't remember if it was banned or not, so forgive me if I'm incorrect, but something...
There were other options that didn't allow Rogue to just say, okay, Malphite.
Potentially.
Yeah.
In any case, this is the situation that KC now find themselves in. The good news is that Callisto is still in a pretty powerful position. The bad news is that Larsen's Ahri is in an even stronger position, and I think Rogue are going to be happy to fight whenever they want.
Just hooks in. Caught out here by Carmine Core as he went a little bit deep. Charm coming out. Seiken with a good knock-up onto Larssen. There's a Magnustorm follow-up. Spirit Rush flash from Larssen gets him to safety. Fear Beyond Death will pull back Zoelise.
Here comes Finn.
And Cabochard gets one. Finn on his way. Has the flash. Has the unstoppable force. Communications likely around who has flash for Carmine Core. If you're Rogue, can we look for the fight? Spirit Rush is used away by Larssen there. Meaning that he unlikely wants to take this battle. Rift Herald secured by Carmine Core. And they get another fight in their favor. TP to the bot lane. It's going to be Larssen trying to push in that wave. Remember, 6 grubs will help Rogue quite a lot in terms of taking down these towers. Marcoon looking for the top lane here as Seiken positions his clone in the bush. Helicoptering to extend the duration.
Finn gets the movement speed from the clone.
Oh, good from Seiken. A bit of a misstep perhaps from Marcoon flashing when those Tangle Barbs were still available.
I wonder if he tried to flash over it. But yeah, so part of the reason why Rogue is 0-3 is because of plays like this. Zoelise shouldn't have done that. He's forced to flash very early. The charm connects, but like this fight is just jointed because the Malphite isn't here. Yep. Once Finn arrives, it's too late because everything has already been used on the side of Rogue. And it gives KC an opportunity to get a kill back. They get their Rift Herald as well. They can use this to try and unlock the mid tower. And this is the beauty of KC versus Rogue. We don't know what's going to happen.
The game's like a box of chocolates with some Brussels sprouts in there. Some of the chocolates have treacle in the middle. One of them's full of jalapenos for some reason.
It's going to be an experience, that's for sure.
It's a wild ride, ready, and we're here for every damn second of it.
1 minute 20 until the next dragon spawns. I'm hoping we get another big fight. Cabochard here to try and catch this bot wave.
Nice use of the dash there from Cabo to interrupt, or say, survive the charm, I should say. Disdain, that's the name of the ability.
It is the name of the ability.
Not a great name, I will admit, for a dash.
It's lore appropriate. You know, Urgot hating everything. He's like, throws you with disdain.
Oh, true,
but
yeah.
Yes, I agree. It's a bit of a weird one.
Does he have nice ability names? Let's have a look. Corrosive Charge, that makes sense. Purge.
There's one
Beyond
good one, yeah.
Death.
There we go.
You like that
Fear
one?
beyond death.
You like that one?
You're afraid even in the grave.
I mean, to be fair, all I hear most play-by-play say is the meat grinder.
Yeah, but that applies to everything. Okay? Don't call us out like that. Dracos is in the back room crying right now because of you.
I hit flowers.
It's everything he ever needed.
Every play-by-play. It's like when they see an Urgot, I remember 2020, every single one of you. It's a meat grinder. Mid tower gonna fall in favor of Rogue. Dragon up in 10 seconds. KC actually have a pretty good access to the Dragon Pier here as the cross map happens on the bot side of the map. Seiken has to be careful. He's looking for an opportunity to flank. Doesn't quite have his flash up.
Parsons trying to mark him. Smart move by Yari there. Now knows that's Seiken. He switches back into Callista. Frozen Heart finished on Zoelise will help with that attack speed slow. Dragon down to 7,000. Targamas stepping forward. Finn doing the same. The hook onto Targamas. The charm to follow. Face call pulls him out. Zoelise falls low. Fear beyond death. The meat grinder cometh as Finn is going to get locked up as well into the Pot Blossom. He tries to dive back in. Targamas tries to dive onto the backline. Finn goes down, but now it's on Larson and Comp to really open up. Bow next to ball. Upset dancing and weaving his way around the fight. But Marcoon's stolen. The disdain of Carmine Core. He takes away the Urgot and takes away the lives of KC and ace for Rogue.
It looked like a promising fight for Rogue. They were able to take out the Nautilus so quickly. And keep your eyes on the front line here of KC. Targamas, a charm is going to connect onto him. He's going to get pulled to safety by Upset. It's looking dangerous for him, but then he gets pulled back and then they take out that front line very quickly. Now this re-engage here. The ultimate only connects onto Finn. Marcoon then on the backline is able to get that initial kill, and then the resets start to come through. That ultimate becomes available. He steals away the Rel, gets some nice CC down, and Larson and Comp on the backline are left untouched. Upset just doesn't quite have the damage to turn this in their favor. And it ends up in a one-team fight for Rogue. Very well played by them.
Just a lot invested with the Pot Blossom only hitting onto Finn. I feel like if you've been able to get a little bit further in, you have that backline access.
I wasn't keeping track, but before the fight, Seiken's flash wasn't up. I now see it up, but I wonder if during that fight it still hadn't yet come up. Because as you rightly said, if he'd flashed, that could have hit everyone, right?
He catches Larson. It could have been a very different state of affairs, but now Rogue, 5,000 gold ahead, well, 4.5. They also get the Dragon, stop the stacking from Carmine Core. They have those 6 grubs that Marcoon so deliciously delivered to them earlier in the game, and you have Larson in a carry performance again. And I think this spring, this winter, we haven't seen that as much from Larson, but when he really started to make his name in the LEC, this is what it was about. He was a humanoid-type figure who could just put the team on his back in fights like this. Here, obviously bolstered by Marcoon playing well, Finn, you know, the rest of the team is playing well around him, but when Larson is this fed on his Ari, he's something to be fit.
I mean, the reality is that Zoelise is the only one that's really been dying this game.
Yeah, but he has also been left on his own. It hasn't been his fault.
But also just on a Nautilus, that's not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. And I ultimately think that Rogue have been able to keep the game largely even because they've had a winning top side of the map. Mid has been neutralized largely. And they were able to find a lot of great dives to then propel the gold lead. And now that they've found kill after kill, pick after pick, Rogue find themselves in a very dominant position. The only person at a gold deficit is Comp. But you look at the itemization, those 80 carries are pretty even.
Yeah, they definitely are. You see Rogue setting up a 1-3-1. What you'll tend to see in this sort of situation is when one of the side laners is showing on a wave, the other one will hide in Fog of War. You see Larson doing that. He's sitting in a bush, not pushing out this wave. Finn has now shown. Larson will wait to see if someone answers this wave and then can show and try and match Cabochard. Upset catching the top lane wave. Larson will catch the bot side as the rest of his team resets to once again replenish their stores of vision and look to control the map even more. Still 2 minutes on the next Drake. I doubt Rogue will look for an early Baron Vedi. It's always a possibility.
They don't have the fastest Baron, that's for sure. I will continue to point out for our viewers, if you want to keep track of the stacks, you just have to look at this little icon here.
It's not that many. I have seen Comp leaving quite a few stacks on the ground, which always makes me sad.
But yeah, next to the icons, you can see the stacks, you can see the experience bar as well. And this applies to most of our stacking champions.
I'm pretty sure it's all our stacking champions. You know there were 15 infinitely stacking champions in League of Legends?
I did not know that, Medic. It's a fun fact.
List them for us, Betty.
I just said I don't know that.
No, you didn't know there were 15, but you can list all the infinite.
I don't think I can, actually.
Okay, so there's 2 that I don't think anyone at home will get.
So Senna and Smolder.
You have 30 seconds, everyone at home. In 30 seconds, I'll tell you the 2 I don't think you'll get, because the other ones are obvious.
Senna, Smolder, Sion, yep. 3 that I know.
Swain.
He stacks?
Yeah, he stacks his health.
Ah.
When you hit your
Just shows how the last time I saw a Swain.
A fight might happen. The tower falls here. Casey setting up around it. Draven infinitely stacking as well. Adoration stacks.
Oh, yeah. That's another good one. That does make sense.
There are 2 that I think are slightly cheating. I think the Draven one is slightly cheating because it only affects your execute damage on your ultimate, but it is.
It's a stack, yeah.
Silas, because if you have a Cho'Gath on the enemy team, technically you can infinitely stack health. Because you steal his ultimate, you feast something, and you get the health from it.
Wow.
Right? Obviously Cho'Gath as well, not cheating. Shyvana is the other one I think is kind of cheating. Because technically, if the game goes on forever, every time you kill a dragon, you get extra armor and magic resist.
That's another good one. Yeah. Wow, that was a fun fact. I enjoyed all of that, Medic. Thank you for that.
If you want to find out all of them, they are listed on the LOL wiki. So you can just look up infinite stacking champions or look up Shyvana and it's somewhere down the list. I'm not going to list them all here because, well, firstly, because I can't remember them all, and secondly, because there's a game of League of Legends happening in front of us.
I'm also hoping that a fight's about to break out. It's KC that have primary control of the objective, but look at the top lane. Yeah. Pings coming down for Larssen.
Do you care about this Drake?
I mean, I don't think it's enough. I mean, if you're Rogue, not really.
Yeah, just let him take it.
Just keep him here. Let Larssen do work in a side lane.
Menacing. Send them a threatening.
I mean, he also has the TP anyway. Does he have a good ward to TP to? Not really.
To whom it may concern. Maybe we fight. Marcoon goes in. Fear Beyond Death going on to him as well. He's pulled back by Cabochard. Is looking for the fear only onto Zoelise. Larssen continues to split push. The Drake secured by Carmine Core. They get a kill, but they lose an inhibitor for it.
So Marcoon didn't need to do that. He just walked into a brush that he did not have control over, and he gets punished for it. A bit of a blunder there, because I think you could have put even more pressure on them, maybe even started threatening that mid-tier 2. Maybe not, maybe that would have been a little too ambitious. But now I think there's a real window for KC to actually threaten that Baron. They're not even going to consider it, though. With Jungler dead, you have numbers advantage, and in my opinion, a good opportunity to force a fight, but you did use 2 ultimates, so I understand their hesitancy. At the end of the day, as you rightly said, top inhibitor secured for Rogue. Now sole point for KC, and that's probably what they think is probably worth it in their minds. They can keep Cabo now constantly accepting these minions coming into their base. And this is where the pressure needs to now be thrown by Rogue. They need to start threatening more on the map, whether it be something on the bot side, maybe they go for that bot tier 2, maybe they want to use the Baron as an objective to force something. They need to leverage the fact that they have constant pressure in top lane, because if you don't, you are just going to funnel all that farm into KC, and they need to be punished for it.
Yep. I think that's what Rogue will look to do. Death cap for Larssen now on this. Oh, he's hit that power spike, finished pushing in the bot wave. That's matched by Seiken. He went Jackshow second for this exact eventuality, getting himself a little bit of magic resist. Could have gone towards the Frozen Heart, but with Zoelise already having completed that, having a second doesn't matter too much apart from the 1v1 matchup into Cabochard, or into upset if some weird lane assignments did occur. Tier 2 in the bottom lane was the first target. TP behind by Carmine Core here. There's the Nico pop. Blossom onto Larssen. Zoelise as well. Last embrace going in. Ooh. And the unstoppable force meets a very movable object. Carmine Core are knocked off the wall. Humpty Dumpty had a big fall, it seems, as they are locked out of the fight. 2 kills over to Rogue in exchange for just Zoelise. Larssen going in once again. Charm buffered away by Cabochard, but that's another tier 2 for Rogue's Coppers.
Great ultimate from Finn. I like the idea from KC. A nice TP flank from Seiken, locking up Larssen and Zoelise, but it's just the support that becomes the target. 6 deaths to his name, but ultimately he is the person on your team that you want dying. As Larssen, deathless. Comp, deathless. Only a single kill onto Marcoon as well.
They're going to secure the Baron. Rogue looking to find their first win of Spring.
So look at the last embrace from Comp here, because I think it's what sets up the unstoppable force.
So we're going to see the flank coming in from Seiken. Oh, the root connects onto 3, and just the timing is fantastic from Finn. And who says that Malphite doesn't have any mechanics? Very nicely done. And an eyebrow raise, as there's not much you could have done about that. Well played by Rogue. But we talked about the combo. We talked about how great this Malphite pick is. And that's a Zhonya's. He is picking up the arm guard for Finn so that he can have that extra bit of durability.
Gives you armor.
I like it.
Likes armor. We do see it from time to time. Seiken here, cosplaying as a minion, but very easily spotted by Larssen, because minions don't usually dodge your Orb of Deception. Marcoon looking to see if anyone takes the greedy route through the jungle. No one will do so. Rogue now going to set up down towards this bottom side. You can see Cabochard pushing out top, means that Karmine Corps have to take safer routes through their jungle, means they have to step a little bit further back. Probably means that they have to give up this tier 2 because they know they're always going to be at a numbers disadvantage. Seiken is matching Finn in the mid lane. Finn still has a TP if he needs to get over here really quickly. Cabochard might just be looking for an objective bounty, or at least a little bit more gold for KC. 7,000 gold lead now for Rogue with a minute and a half left on the Baron. Finn's going to come across, has that unstoppable force. Cabochard spotted by that super minion. Rogue can just step forward. You've got comp, you've got the range. There's the TP behind. Karmine Corps going to pull the trigger, but is their gun loaded with blanks? They got 6 shots at it, but there goes the Magnustorm. There's the first. Vivian Death on top as well. The stop on Seiken means he can't engage. He couldn't get in with a Part Blossom, but still, the shutdown to Cabochard. Larsen's still alive on the backline. Comp has fallen. Bo pulled back in, dashes back in, but falls as Marcoon takes the kill. Marcoon continuing to step in. Heartbreaker forward. Can't land a Spectral Maw. Rogue will claim the inhibitor as their prize.
KC ultimately get a kill onto Comp, but it's Rogue that remain the victors. They unlock another inhibitor.
They can have TP.
I don't think they can really force anything here, though. That, I believe it was the ultimate from Zoalise that connected onto Seiken, and it just stopped him. Seiken's ulti could have been huge. Again, he doesn't have the flash to find that angle. He used it earlier in the mid lane play, but that could have been decisive from Seiken. He just couldn't quite find the angle. I'm really hoping we had a replay of that, because Zoalise, wow, what an ultimate from him.
And that's the power of Nautilus. Like you talk about supports as you get later into the game. You know, CC is obviously so powerful, but Nautilus having a point and click, do not come near me, is so impactful when the enemy team is all keyed into diving onto you, into getting onto your backline. It doesn't matter if Targamas catches 3 people in a Magnet Storm if Seiken cannot get near you because he's hit up with a depth charge. Now he has a Blast Pot Blossom available as well. Top lane inhibitor has respawned. Cabochard and Seiken were pushing out top, and because of that, Rogue just push down the mid lane tower, raise it to the ground. Still the gold lead, only 7,000. They did manage to take a dragon off that last fight, meaning Karmine Corps will have to wait 4.5 more minutes before the Mountain Soul is a possibility for them. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Rogue slow it down a little bit here, Vetti. They have cracked a lot of these towers, but Rogue tend to be more of a patient team when it comes to closing out games or losing them, as has been the case so far here in Spring.
I mean, I don't think they have to be as scared as they currently are. Finn is very close to 16, so maybe they want to wait for that. They've moved the Ahri up to top lane, and they're going to have Larssen pushing that one in. That top inhibitor, of course, has respawned, so Rogue primarily trying to divide. But what is Marcoon doing right now?
Blue buff spawns in less than 10 seconds.
Yeah,
Betty.
I
He's
don't
a jungler.
think that blue buff matters.
It goes to all of your team, Vedius.
Well, hang on. Root here onto Finn.
Dash in. Finn still has the flash. Unstoppable force flash away. That's big.
I mean, this is a big mistake from Rogue. Like,
but they do get the blue buff, Betty.
The fact that you said that with such, like, the way you delivered that was kind of like, you know how like we talk in the team fight, it's like they got 5 kills, but they did get the Baron. You know, he's like, I know, they lost the flash, they lost the ultimate, but they did get the blue buff.
And that's 5 blue buffs for the price of 1.
Yeah, I don't think Finn losing his flash and ulti was worth it.
Agree to disagree.
Okay, fair enough. Baron spawns in about a minute. Flash will not be up for that from Finn.
Yeah, but he has Zhonya's now, so if he gets caught out again, he can buy 2.5 seconds.
That's true. Upset does have his flash. Now, do I think Upset is ever killing Malphite? No.
It is Jackshow Sunfire Malphite, though, so not as much armor. I guess Zonya's gives you a little bit of armor as well.
Do you want to tell you how much armor Finn has right now?
I'm going to say 257.
He has 582.
What the
he has.
I have made an error in my maths, Betty.
He has 582, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to take a while. Okay.
Yeah. And also, he gets more after 5 seconds of combat, because Jackshow increases your bonus armor matrices by 30%.
Upset has Terminus, though, so...
True, he does.
That's up to 30% armor pen.
It gives him...
If he gets 6 sacks on it, he gets 30% armor pen, right? So that means... Mathematically, it's only
Jackshow
around 300.
I don't think Upset is ever killing Finn unless he stands still for a while.
Okay, so then who else could kill him? Well, usually look to your AP carry, who'd have something like a Rabadon to this point in the game, Betty. Okay, it's Crypt Bloom, Hextech Rocket Belt, and a Zonya's. 500 spears, maybe, as the charm goes down. Targum's caught out. There's the last embrace. Finn deciding not to follow up onto only the Rel Urgot. Control ward going across here. Taken looking for it. Charm out again by Larson as Rogue give up mid-pressure. Supermin is pushing in the bot wave. They're going to be about 20 seconds away as Bo goes forward. There's the Pop Blossom. It is only Finn and Zoe Elise. Saken pops a stopwatch. The root onto Larson. He pops a stopwatch of his own. Finn gets a kill onto Targabus, and now Karma Gorge is routed. They look for something, a final fight that perhaps could have won them the game or at least kept them in it, but I don't think this game's going on much longer. Rogue TP to the side lanes, and they are looking to close this out.
It is nothing but a slaughter as Rogue decimates KC. They're looking to secure their first win of Spring, and a much-needed one at that. Upset is being chased down. It's going to be a kill handed over to Marcoon. They will cement the ace, and Rogue will win their first game.
0-3 to 1-3, a long road ahead of Rogue, but perhaps the start of brighter horizons. For Carmine Core, another disappointment. We'll see if they can refine the form that they had in week 1 tomorrow.
I mean, the Malphite pick was glorious.
But we read it. Like, no offense to us, Betty, but if we see the Malphite angle, Carmine Core probably should have seen it as well.
I mean, Finn...
Maybe they just thought the Urgot could deal with it.
Finn absolutely smashed that game. I think that he just made it impossible for Upset to play. You can vote for your Kia player of the game at LEC on X, Marcoon, Larson or Com. I'm sad Finn's not on the board. I understand the choices, but this Malphite, in my opinion, was it.
It was it, but the pick was it. I don't think Finn's performance on it was it, right? Like, Marcoon went 7-1-7, Larson went 7-0-7.
Put Freddy on the board.
Freddy on the board, it's true. And in a few moments, we'll be having an interview with one of our Rogue players, I believe, as they did pick up their first victory. But before that, Betty, name the 15 champions that infinitely stack in League of Legends.
I'm going to save that for a special episode of something that's not happening right now.
Bard.
Bard?
Yeah. Chimes.
Oh, another one. That's what you meant. You just shouted Bard and I was confused.
Well. Who else did we miss before? Nasus,
congratulations again to Rogue. Commiserations to KC.
And Viger.
We, of course, are back again tomorrow. We have more action in the LEC. We will reach our halfway point in the regular season tomorrow as teams will be embarking on their 5th game of the regular season.
You're expecting some Cogmore then?
Why would I expect Cogmore?
With the embarking. It's been that sort of day, guys. Yeah, tomorrow we have some big games. Obviously, G2, Fnatic, and Vitality sitting at the top of the standings. G2 4-0, Fnatic and Vitality sitting at 3-1. I don't think many people would have expected Vitality to be up there at the start of this week. And for now, someone that you might not have expected standing on our LEC stage. It's Ginny with Marcoon.
Thank you so much, guys. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Ginny, joined with Marcoon this time around. Congratulations on your first win.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're happy about it?
Yeah, so happy. Like, I mean, starting 0-3 in this format is very stressful, right? Because there's 9 games. You've already lost 33% of your games, so the pressure was a bit on, but I'm happy that we bounced back a bit.
Quick maths. 33%, correct. A little bit of pressure coming into this, and it was a bit of a back and forth, but it felt like when we're looking at the way that you guys approached the game this time around, there was more of a focus towards the top side rather than the bot side. Would you say that's the main reason behind the success found this time around?
I mean, kind of. It also comes down to, I think we had a better game plan coming into the game. like I wasn't gonna focus too much on helping our bot lane, and I was gonna get myself ahead because I'm Viego, right? So I want to make sure I'm ahead of the tempo. And then once they messed up like one bot dive, I'm not even sure what happened. I wasn't watching, but after that I knew the game was kind of won.
Well, looking at topside as well, Finn is back, and you've played together before. So how does that feel? How is that synergy going along?
Yeah, working with Finn, I mean, I knew it was already good, right, from my time in Excel, but I think it just brought another voice into this team with new opinions and a new way of looking at the game, and it's been very helpful in reviews and stuff to just keep it fresh and keep us talking about the game, because I think last split we were struggling a bit, like figuring out the mid game, and Finn has really helped us with that.
Would you say that's potentially what was missing?
Yeah, I think we needed another voice, and Finn really brought that into the team, so probably, yeah.
Okay, and looking at the changes between winter to spring, obviously you're talking a bit more about Finn being part of it, having that open dialogue going on. Is there anything else that's been happening behind the scenes? Because, you know, you guys are starting slow, but again, you got your first win already. That's a lot earlier than last time.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I don't think much changed. Like, we realized we were improving, but we just weren't improving fast enough, and I think we didn't really show what we could do last split. So we just kept on like doing what we were doing and focusing on the small things, which really helped us. And then now we're finally like kind of being more calm on stage, and it's allowing us to like play these games, because we do tend to have a bit of a slower attitude towards the game. And
yeah, you do.
if you misplay a lot of plays while playing slow, it just looks like you're completely inting and doing nothing, right? So it's finally like working out a bit.
It's funny that you say that, because that's kind of exactly what it looks like from an outsider looking in. It's like, okay, you guys get leads early on potentially, but then slowly over time you lose those leads and it ends up snowballing into a lost game. So you're mentioning these little things that you're focusing on. To be able to bring these games back, what exactly are those small things?
I mean, it's like small things, like where do you place your wards exactly? Like where exactly do you go after you get prio? Like when exactly do you want to base? Like a bit more focus on the details, so the game just runs more smoothly.
All right, well, thank you so much for the interview. We have Finn on the other side. He's ready for PGL. Is there anything you want to say to your brother?
My brother?
I mean, I feel like the bromance is going on, so anything you want to... your friend, your brother, you know, I don't judge.
Yeah, keep playing tanks, man. It's really working for us.
That's it?
That's all. That's
wow,
all. I can't give him too much ego.
Okay, fair enough. Well, PGL, guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ginny. And here we thought they had team synergy, but truth come hard here in the face of Finn. He is so sad. How does it feel to find out that, in fact, you're just the team's dog once again?
The audacity on these people, like, I do not believe it. Okay. We're gonna review this game, and we're gonna see the only point where we lost control was because of your fault, okay? So we're gonna go over this tonight.
All right.
And you're gonna hear it.
Well, let's roll the replays here, because we have both Finn, the player, and the broadcast analyst here with us. So obviously you can have a critical performance of your jungler.
Yeah.
It's always the fault of the jungler anyway.
I'm gonna analyze this gameplay really hard tonight.
All right.
I love the way you're not celebrating the first win. It's just like, no, we're going to far. This is not too much to celebrate.
You ruined the whole mood.
We're 0-3 and we win a game like this because my support and mid is like complete fakers. Like, look at this little ginger fox. He's zoom, zoom, zoom. Boom, 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 boom. 3 kills for him, and I'm playing the Malphite. It's a complete free win. It was very easy game to play from this point onwards because there's nothing so hard.
A quick reaction on the Urgot line pick. That did not work so well. Was surprising.
Unexpected.
Unexpected.
Yeah. You know, like before every game day, you like sit up at night. You're like, oh, what I'm gonna play tomorrow? What is gonna pick? I'm like, there was no Urgots in my simulations.
No.
That was a shock.
9 billion scenarios, and Urgot was none of them.
My Stone Cold Rock was ready, the Glacial Malphite. It was ready to be brought out here with a nice little ult to give a reset to Marcoon, which is really needed, of course.
Hitting them with their
They can't play without me,
outplays.
of course. I need to set him up every single time. But I guess if I play tanks, I can do that. That's what he needs.
You did deal more damage than him, which is nice.
That is pathetic, isn't it? He's playing Viego, and his top lane tank does more damage.
That is actually ironic.
And then he has the
love it.
audacity to go waffling in the post-game. I'm speechless.
Yeah, a grudge match incoming within the Rogue members, though. But yeah, Finn, first win. Must be bittersweet because of the start of the season here. I know we had a chat last week about things taking a bit of time, maybe, to being put in motion. Even though you're reuniting with some teammates that you know, how does this one feel?
I mean, expected, I guess. I expected us to win every game. I thought we would come in really strong. And then we go on stage, and I think there's just a lot of nerves in our team. You can see it in our gameplay. There's rogue time starting from minute 1. And it's just sad, you know, because I don't think this is the team we are. I think we're a lot more vicious than what we're showing. And I really think with time we will be able to show what we're good at on stage. But this day was a small step forward for Rogue. And yeah.
And what's the process of trying to like get rid of those nerves? Because like I even copied him again like backstage one of the days. He's like, scrims are fantastic. Like we look great in scrims, but just transferring that to the main stage isn't happening. So what is that process of like trying to get yourselves in a position where you can bring that ferocity to the stage?
Well, you gotta look at it from an analytical standpoint.
Words are hard. It's
Words
fine.
are super hard, even as an
Left us
analytical
for
analyst.
3 weeks and look.
I know.
You have to look at it like, why is this happening?
Yeah.
And it's just like, okay, we are not pouncing on their timings. Like when we have a fight timer, we have to know that we're strong to fight. And we have to look at them in the eyes, and if they're giving us a fight, we take it. What we would do is, they would be our fight timing. We would be like 10 seconds late on realizing it's our fight timing. And then, when it's not our fight timing anymore, we go for the fight. And we lost the timing. And it's just sad. So I think it's just about building this presence in game where we know that, like, okay, we have to make it really clear that we are in a good position to look for fights. And when we're looking to get fights, you start a fight. I don't care if you're inting. Just like, this is the process we're at right now. If we're looking to start a fight, fundamentally, just make it happen. I don't care what you're doing. I don't care if you're flash hooking into a wall Mickey X style. It's completely fine.
Go for it.
We just have to start at square one, you know. So right now we're just doing that, and I think today was a small step forward. It was a really slow game, despite us kind of winning the game really early. So that felt a bit bad, but you know. Baby is finally taking its first steps.
What do you want the team to look like, though, Finn? Because when I hear you, you transpire confidence. So I imagine that you translate this confidence into team talks and how to actually build on these fundamentals. But when you think of Rogue, the players that you have, what do you guys want to look like? What should the identity of the team be?
I can summarize it in one really good word for you. Good.
Simple, straight to the point.
But like I just think like there is League of Legends, and it's just League of Legends. At the end of the day, we played this game for so many years that we all had success in our teams. Even Zolis had a lot of successes in LFL. So we just gotta find middle ground. You know, like usually there's like 2 or 3 plays that are good, but if one guy goes for one play and one guy goes for another play, like both plays are really bad. So it's just we just have to get on a middle ground and just figure out what kind of our direction as a team want to be. Do we want to pounce really heavily on enemy mistakes, or do we want to just like play for control? There's just so much to go into, but I do really think that it's just about figuring out what is working for us and sticking to it.
All right. There's improvements though, Rob, because Rob as well. We look at the game last week, the one where they have the entire early game and things crumble in mid game. Today they took the win, so mid game solidifying. Rogue finally finding their groove. Where do you see the differences between their gameplay last week and this week?
Yeah, I agree with Finn, right? Which is like they're more willing to actually make plays. Because I think the big thing was last week when you were looking at the Callista, where comp had gotten really fed in the early stages. I think there was problems with like where you assigned the Callista and like lanes, like what lane in the mid game, and then also like being able to play off of that advantage into, hey, we want to play aggressive into the enemy jungle. We want to play aggressive in team fights. When I came into this one, I felt like you guys were more confident in that regard, where I was like, hey, we've got these early leads. We can actually try and play for team fights, but also be cognizant of when you were best to take those fights. It was like, hey, draw people into chokes before we engage, rather than just like throw in a blind hook and hope for the best, or go in with the Malphite too early and kind of screw everything.
I think really patience is the name of the game with our comp. Like for example, especially for me as a Malphite player, like it's so nice to just go and boom, ult some guy. But really, like the longer I keep that ult, the more pressure is on their backline. So I think we had a really good segment, until Mark entered it, around 4th Drake, where they are overgrouping for Drake really early, while Larsen is just pushing with 6 Rebs topside. And I think this is like, if you want to look at Rogue and see like what kind of team we could be, you go look at 4th Drake, Rogue versus K-Corp, and enjoy.
Enjoy the ride.
But just don't look at Mark.
Sit back and watch.
It's just, you can look at Mark. You can look at his disgusting int. He should know that, yeah.
He should know that. I mean, I think this entire PGL is going to be Mark bashing.
He called me a tank player, like, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to eat this one for a while.
He kicked first, that's all I'm saying.
I want to follow up a bit on you, Finn, because you're joining a team that made almost dead last last week that has been struggling for a while. You're called in like this emergency situation. How is the pressure on your side, and how are you drinking that pressure, actually?
Drinking the pressure?
Yeah.
With a straw.
With a straw.
How am I drinking the pressure? No, but it's just like, I don't feel that much pressure.
Okay.
I feel like I come in and I try to offer my skill set to the team and try to fill in the gaps that were there. So
Yeah.
for me coming in, like I've been with the guys for like a month now. I think first weeks was like, okay, what is currently lacking in the team? And what can I do with my abilities to fill those holes? So whether that is in communication or in terms of post-game analysis, I'm trying to do my best. I don't feel that much pressure because I know the guys already. Like I know Comp, Larsen and Mark very well, and Solis is a funny guy, so it was pretty easy to get to know him. So I don't feel a lot of pressure. I just feel a lot of determination because for as long as I have the right to play on the stage, like I want to aim for the top. And now when I'm giving the right after not having it in winter, I need to make the most out of it. But that, whether or not I let pressure get to me, that's my problem. But I just kind of choose to ignore it right now. I feel pretty good about myself.
I love the attitude, and I love something you mentioned, the fact that, I mean, you're one of these players who had to step out and wait for a chance to come back. And I don't think it's an easy situation as a pro player, because you see new players rising, you're like, am I ever going to get called back? I think in your case, yeah, there was an argument that you're one of the best top laners we have in Europe. For the LEC, it makes sense that you would have a spot at some point, but this time that you spent with us, actually, we miss you at the desk, but I guess that
you're so sweet.
it allowed you to reflect maybe a bit on what kind of player you would want to be when you come back. What any learnings or takeaway from your time out and of the LEC?
I think I never watched as many games as I did during this break from last November, I guess, till where I am right now. And you do really learn to see the game from a different point of view when you watch so much League of Legends every single day. You keep seeing the same things happening. And what I did, like, I just started to look at before every game. So when I watch games, I look at the game-defining moment. I choose the game-defining moment, like depending on what I think it was, and then I go and look at the 2 minutes leading up to that game-defining moment, and I try to figure out why it happened like it did. And I think that gave me a lot of insight to what kind of mistakes are common and what kind of things actually make you win games.
Yeah.
I think before I was tunneling a lot on like top lane moves and like what I could do, but what I realized is that if you don't know what to do, the best thing is not to look at what the map is. The best is to look at exactly where your teammates are, because that kind of tells the story. So I try to, like, if I ever feel lost, I just look at where my teammates are, and then everything becomes very clear. And I think that kind of reset has given me a lot of confidence in game, that even if the game gets messy, I just have to look at my teammate's position, and I know exactly where to be on the map.
Any words on your Korean bootcamp? Maybe, Rob, you wanted to say something?
I was actually about to say, yeah. I know from
go.
going over to Korea, you were kind of saying, look, I learned new perspectives on like how Udyr, the impact that I can have on this champion in the early stages. Do you feel that coming back from that, not only like with working on, hey, how are my teammates doing? How can I facilitate them better? Have you learned even more so with the new knowledge you've gained from that bootcamp, how you can solidify that better?
I think the bootcamp was just to make sure I was in my best individual shape coming into the league. Because when you're out and not scrimming for a while, naturally you're stuck in the purgatory that is EOS solo queue as your only terms of practice. And
Korea ain't better, from what I hear.
So I would rather be like in Dante's second level of hell than like the 7th level
That
of
makes
Dante's hell, which is Korea versus EOS, and the NS solo queue, of course, is the last level. It's where the devil himself stands. But no, it was nice going to Korea. It was mostly for individual practice and, of course, the food.
The food is amazing. We could do an entire PGL about Korean food, but I want us to focus on the LEC a bit more here. Schedule, guys? Standings first? What do we want to look at? Standings. Let's take a look at the standings.
The standings, yeah, that's a great
idea.
idea.
Where we end things.
Actually, that's a bad idea. Let's wait a second.
I mean, yeah, it's not a good look on you. Right? But I do want to point out that we have a 4-way tie for seven to last place right now.
But you still put us, guys, last. That's kind of...
Isn't it alphabetical?
Yeah, I think. No,
No, it's
Giants
not.
is somewhere. So yeah, we just decided that you guys are still
Yeah.
gonna stay.
No, we're waiting. We're waiting to see more from you guys.
That is
actually.
that is a low.
Starting with.
Guys, come on. We're already like feeling the pressure you guys did today.
I mean, prove yourself tomorrow.
No, but
maybe?
okay. So it's not looking that bad for Rogue
No,
Esports
no,
Club organization right now. We got a win today, and we're gonna get 2 more wins this weekend. We're gonna end up 3-3, and not too shabby, I
Not
think.
too shabby. Want to talk about tomorrow's matchup, maybe?
Yeah,
Vitality.
tomorrow we're playing against
Vitality, second game.
Vitality, right there. Okay, cool. We're playing as Vitality. I mean, judging from scrims, we should stomp it.
Okay.
But that is the classical Mickey X. That's the classical G2 as well, Scrim Championship. Vitality, of course, today their game was really fun, actually.
Yeah.
And I think they have really aggressive players, and we have to really... I think Vitality is the team that, like, if you look at it from a narrative perspective, should run over us, right? Because we are not the best at punishing mistakes, and they're very fast at it. And it's a good challenge for us to overcome, I would say. To beat Vitality tomorrow means that we've shown serious improvement, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, as you should be. Any words on the match of the week?
I was going to say, I'm surprised that this is a 1-3-1-3 battle. Like, both these teams, I mean, for Mad Lions Koi, a team that was in our finals, looked great against G2 in our winter finals, but now find themselves battling out for potentially what could see them at the bottom of the table if Karmine Corp get ahead of them. So, yeah, it's kind of surprising to see just how far they've slipped down. And now, for Karmine Corp, a chance to get at least one up over the Spanish representative.
Yeah, I mean, with the format we have, the break that we have, you don't know what teams are going to look like, honestly, when they come back. And you have so little time.
Also best of ones, right?
Yeah.
So, like, Rogue lost 3 games the first week. That's just, like, showing how volatile best of ones can be. Like, even a good team like Rogue can...
I do like how we interview at the start of... Like, we interviewed you coming into the split, and you were like, 3-0, easy for the weekend. And we're like, oh, God. And now we're just getting you to say 3-0 again, so that we can just clip it a second time.
Well, who would I be if I didn't say 3-0?
That is fair.
Guys. I have to believe in myself.
Any wild guess prediction on this wonderful Uber Eats match of the week?
There's like two different guesses I can't do. Okay, the wild guess would be K-Corp winning, I guess.
Okay.
I don't think it's gonna happen. I like Mirwin. Mirwin is a really good guy. I really like watching him play. I'm excited to see what he plays tomorrow. I really like watching his VODs.
We'll keep an eye on
I'm cheering for Mirwin. Let's go.
Finn, thank you so much for
Thank
joining
you.
us. It was great.
Thank you
Please
so
come
much.
back. It was really, really fun. And Dagda, of course, thank you so much for being with me today. We'll be back tomorrow, of course. That's all for us here on the first day of week 2. You can now head over to the LCS actually to watch the playoffs between 100 Thieves and NRG. And Jad, I hear there's a conspiracy going on. Conspiracy? What is going on over in the LCS?
Thursday, March 14th, 2024. After finishing the regular season at the top of the standings, 100 Thieves inexplicably played like a completely different team versus Cloud9. It called into question everything they accomplished in the regular season. So, I went on Twitter and did some research. Remember, always do your own research, like me. What you saw on the stream was this. But this video was taken the very same day.
What the? So I'm at the studio for Cloud 900 Thieves, and where the hell are these guys? What's going on?
As you can clearly see, 100 Thieves wasn't actually 100 Thieves on Thursday. This proves technology has gone too far to allow this level of deception on a global stage. Did 100 Thieves never show up to their playoff series? Speaking of which, has anyone ever seen Golden Glue and 11-time NBA championship coach Phil Jackson in the same room? Give it a thought.
Keeps getting away. Niski getting in. There's 3 members locked up. Lambs to the slaughter. I'm moving. Olaf can be bought at 10, okay? Ja, Kill this first. Ja, gut, we end up. Nice. You guys thought it's lost by the after rally game?
Performance here, just trying to convince him that there is no jungler in the area. Lizzie, dash back, knock up, flash follow for the stun. Good damage up coming through. He wants to heal with the execute from Razor.
Varus, kill Varus. Don't push Varus. Varus, no flash. Very good, Oski. You win. No flash.
Look the linje.
Huge.
Han damn skunk with them.
Well play, Oski.
To kill him off, Jankos on his way down, and Hansama only has a cleanse to get away from the Rel. Flash shadowing strike, Jankos on the board. Mickey falls as well as Jankos claims a double.
You should die here, but... Yes, come on, King.
Double for you.
Nice. Oh, nice dodge. Yes, no flash, by the way. Avut. Nice, huge.
Nice.
Yeah, very nice.
Okay, we won the game.
Bush doesn't want to step any further. What are you doing?
Penta. Yeah, come. Penta. Give him Penta, please. Oh my god.
It's on fire, by the way. I swear it's on fire. It was on fire.
Guys, I didn't flash it out, flash combo, and I almost lost the game because of it.
In just a moment's time, Targamas almost falls. There's the depth charge, though, perfectly played by Zoelise. As Larson comes in for the cleanup, there's 2. Look for 3 as Larson dashes forward. The charm connects. He tried to dive back in. Targamas tries to dive onto the backline. Finn goes down, but now it's on Larson and Cobb to really open up. Bo next to ball. Upset dancing and weaving his way around the fight. But Markoon's stolen. The disdain of Carmichael.
My god. No, my f***ing god. Let's go, boys. Haha.